Chapter 1194. Sin and Death Hall. Yin Chuan sat on a throne while Gue Guzi and Yin Tian stood beside him. Hua Desolation stood at the door. "Please enter," Hua Desolation said with a smile. "Thank you." Blind Kong nodded. Demon King Kong frowned. Kong Out Yin, on the other hand, rushed into the main hall. The three of them entered in the blink of an eye. As soon as they entered the hall, they saw Yin Chuan sitting there. He did not stand up to greet them. "Yin Chuan," Kong Out Yin shouted as he looked at Yin Chuan. Anger flashed in his eyes. Although the curse was cast by ZZ, without Yin Chuan, none of this would have happened. Demon King Kong also looked at Yin Chuan coldly. He still remembered the grudge of losing his arm. Only the blind Kong had a calm expression on his face. "Demon King Kong, it's been 5,000 years. We meet again." Yin Chuan smiled faintly. "Humph." Demon King Kong snorted coldly. "Yin D," Blind Kong suddenly said. When Blind Kong spoke, Demon King Kong and Kong Out Yin immediately fell silent. "You're blind, Kong?" Yin Chuan asked with a trace of doubt. "I'm blind. I came from afar. May I have a seat?" Blind Kong said with a smile. Yin Chuan looked at Blind Kong curiously. Was Blind Kong trying to talk to them on equal terms? "Take a seat," Yin Chuan said. Hua Desolation nodded immediately. He reached out and brought over a chair. "One?" Demon King Kong raised his eyebrows. Anger flashed in his eyes. Kong Out Yin screamed on the spot. "Only one chair? Yin Chuan, what is the meaning of this?" Kong Out Yin said angrily. "You're a guest from afar. I welcome you. As for you two, haha, you're no match for Blind Kong." Yin Chuan smiled. "You." Demon King Kong glared. Gue Guzi laughed. "Demon King Kong? If the Holy King says you don't have the right to sit, then you don't have the right to sit. Here, even I'm standing, let alone you." It wasn't that Yin Chuan was deliberately making things difficult for them. It was just that Yin Chuan wanted to see their attitudes. Although this was the first time Blind Kong had met him, he had heard of him over the years. He was a fate usurper and a cultivator of fate. He was the brains of the Kong family. Yin Chuan naturally treated it seriously. "Many thanks, Yin D." Blind Kong nodded. He touched the chair and slowly sat down. "Haha, Yin Chuan, do you think it's still 5,000 years ago? 5,000 years ago, I was heavily injured. 5,000 years ago, you mobilized the power of a nation. Oomph, you were lucky enough to beat me once. Do you think you can be lucky again?" Demon King Kong coldly shouted. Zhuqing spread unfavorable rumors about Yin Chuan. Of course, she wouldn't say that Yin Chuan had eaten an ancestral immortal in firmament territory. Otherwise, the number of Xiozha who came to condemn Yin Chuan would be much less. Because of this, Demon King Kong didn't know Yin Chuan's background. Yin Chuan looked at Demon King Kong and suddenly smiled. "Do you still remember what I said to you 5,000 years ago?" "What?" Demon King Kong said in a low voice. "I said, how can a defeated general speak of bravery? If I can defeat you once, I can defeat you forever." Yin Chuan said in a low voice. "Ha ha ha ha. Defeat me forever?" Demon King Kong sneered. "You don't believe me?" Yin Chuan smiled. As he spoke, Yin Chuan suddenly stretched out his right index finger and pointed at Demon King Kong. Whoosh! It was like a sharp blade cutting through the air with an unstoppable force. Demon King Kong's expression changed. It was too fast. Demon King Kong didn't expect Yin Chuan to suddenly attack. Instinctively, Demon King Kong reached out and pulled out a long sword. The long sword stabbed at Yin Chuan's finger. A sword energy stabbed at Yin Chuan's index finger. Bang! The sword energy shattered. Demon King Kong's expression changed. He exerted more force in his hand and rushed forward. Clang! The tip of Demon King Kong's long sword collided with Yin Chuan's index finger. Yin Chuan's right index finger was unharmed. Demon King Kong exerted as much force as he could in his hand. He looked down at the long sword in his hand and then at Yin Chuan's index finger. This is impossible. This long sword had been with Demon King Kong for many years. Demon King Kong knew how terrifying it was. Even an ancestral immortal artifact would have a mark on it. However, Yin Chuan's index finger blocked it. Moreover, Yin Chuan didn't use any magic power at all. Was it just his body? Was he from the Boulder tribe? No, even the Boulder tribe couldn't have such a sturdy body. That's what I said. Yin Chuan smiled. He exerted force with his fingertip. Bang! Demon King Kong's long sword exploded into countless fragments that shot out in all directions. Demon King Kong, who had suffered the most, was forced back by Yin Chuan's finger. Thud, thud, thud. He took 7 or 8 steps back before he could stabilize himself. Impossible! How can this be? Demon King Kong exclaimed. The gorilla Kong Out Yin's mouth was agape as well. One finger? One finger? Peak ancient immortal? He's just an ancient immortal after all. I've never gone back on my word. Yin Chuan said indifferently. Impossible. It's only been 5,000 years. Demon King Kong exclaimed. Demon King, back down. Blind Kong said in a low voice. Elder? Demon King Kong was still a little shocked. You're no match for Yindi. He's already an ancestral immortal. Also, if I'm not wrong, the minister beside him should be an ancestral immortal as well. Blind Kong said indifferently. What? The gorilla exclaimed. Demon King Kong was even more shocked. Ancestral immortal? How many years had it been? An ancestral immortal? Although Demon King Kong did not believe it, he did not dare to refute the elder's words. Indeed, good luck. Blind Kong laughed. Blind Kong? Hey, you have good eyesight. Yin Chuan smiled faintly. Since Demon King Kong didn't know about the firmament territory, Blind Kong definitely didn't know either. However, Blind Kong could sense that he and Gigu Zi were ancestral immortals. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Indeed, you flatter us. Demon King and Out Yin are not sensible. Please don't take offense. Blind Kong smiled. Demon King Kong was speechless. In fact, Yin Chuan was his junior. It was as if he was a junior. Yin Chuan looked at the gorilla and Demon King Kong and nodded. After all, we're connected by blood. I'm not that petty. May I know why you've come to me today? Yindi, you're a straightforward person. Since that's the case, I won't beat around the bush. I hope you can lift the curse on Kong Out Yin for the sake of our connection by blood. Blind Kong said honestly. Oh. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes and looked at the gorilla. The gorilla and Demon King Kong still did not understand why the elder did not ask about the heavenly order. Blind Kong waited patiently. Yin Chuan shook his head and said, You've done something wrong. Naturally, you have to be punished. Forgive me for being powerless. Powerless? What? You cursed him. Lifting the curse is just a matter of a word from you. The gorilla said anxiously. Out Yin, shut up. Blind Kong said in a low voice. Elder, Yin Chuani. The gorilla did not understand. I told you to shut up. Blind Kong said in a low voice. Yes. The gorilla did not dare to say more. Blind Kong faced Yin Chuan again and said, Yindi's words are reasonable. However, humans are not saints. How can they not make mistakes? Besides, even saints make mistakes. Out Yin made a mistake. Yindi, on account of our connection by blood, can you give him a chance to change? Oh. Yin Chuan looked at the gorilla curiously. The gorilla was angry, but he did not dare to interrupt. Yin Chuan looked at Blind Kong strangely. What was Blind Kong's cultivation level? Yin Chuan did not know, but he could guess that someone who could see his cultivation level was definitely an ancestral immortal. And this ancestral immortal was an expert among ancestral immortals. He was not someone ordinary ancestral immortals could compare to. But such a person was going to deal with Kong Out Yin again and again. Blind Kong, it seems like you care a lot about Kong Out Yin. Yin Chuan asked in a low voice. Blind Kong smiled and said, I can't help it. The Kong family has a big matter that requires a Tao god. Kong Out Yin is currently imprisoned by the curse. Although he is still a Tao god, he is not perfect. Elder, Demon King Kong exclaimed. Could he tell them about this matter? Moreover, it was Yin Chuan. Big matter? Yin Chuan was slightly curious. Not only was he curious about this matter, but he was also curious about Blind Kong's attitude. It is a big matter. A hope for the Kong family to rise again. Not only does it require a Tao god, but it also requires the heaven-seeking token. Blind Kong said very honestly. The gorilla and Demon King Kong looked at Blind Kong blankly. Could they tell him? If they did, wouldn't Yin Chuan be even more unwilling to break the curse? Yin Chuan was Yin Chuan. Demon King Kong and Kong Out Yin could not understand him. Moreover, from Blind Kong's attitude, Yin Chuan could not only hear a hint of pleading, but also a sense of determination. He would not give up until he achieved his goal. This was a kind of burning one's boats, but also a kind of honesty. Yin Chuan looked at Blind Kong, as expected of the Kong family's think tank. Shaking his head, Yin Chuan smiled and said, Kong Out Yin, you have only yourself to blame. You want to change? How to change? I haven't thought about it yet. Why don't you help me think about it? Blind Kong nodded and said calmly, Yin Di's words are reasonable. It is indeed difficult to think about it in a short time. However, I have an idea. Oh, Yin Chuan asked curiously. Rumor has it that Yin Di took the Zhua family's sky-burying coffin. Clearly, Yin Di likes this thing. Coincidentally, I also know the location of a sky-burying coffin. Let Out Yin go and take it to atone for his past sins. What do you think? Blind Kong said with a smile. Yin Chuan's expression changed slightly. In the end, he smiled and said, a blind man's eyes are blind, but his heart is not blind. All right, let's take it as atonement. When you find the sky-burying coffin, you will send it to the Zhenlong territory. Ha 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 ha. Yin Di is straightforward. This blind man thanks you. Blind Kong stood up and bowed. Yin Chuan also stood up and nodded. Although Blind Kong's words were very gentle, Yin Chuan could hear that this blind man was not ordinary. Yin Chuan naturally respected someone who could be recognized by Yin Chuan. Today's conversation with Yin Di made me very emotional. Unfortunately, Yin Di is only a distant relative of the Kong family. This blind man will not disturb you any longer. I will leave revered heaven territory immediately and find the sky-burying coffin for Yin Di. Blind Kong said immediately. All right, if you have the chance in the future, you can find me in Xianyang. Yin Chuan nodded. Right, Yin Di, be careful. The Zhua family is making a big move today. A storm is coming. Be careful, Blind Kong said before leaving. All right, Yin Chuan nodded. Blind Kong also nodded and walked out of the hall with Demon King Kong and Kong Out Yin. Chapter 1195. May 5th, Venerate Heaven Territory. It was the day of Venerate Heaven's birthday. Multicolored light shone, and auspicious chi soared into the sky. Waves of fragrance lingered between heaven and earth. Countless immortal birds and divine beasts flew around Venerate Heaven Territory, and celestial music drifted in the air. It was a grand scene of prosperity. One expert after another officially headed to the square of Venerate Heaven Palace to celebrate the sage's birthday. In Death Hall, Enchantment bowed to Yin Chuan again. Thank you, Sage King. Yin Chuan said affirmatively. If you want to do it, then do it. No matter what the result is, no matter how many enemies you attract, since you are a subject of Great Jun will help you deal with any danger. Enchantment's eyes were filled with gratitude. The happiest thing in my life is to be a subject of Great Jun. Let's go. The sage's birthday is about to begin, Yin Chuan said with a smile. Yes. Everyone nodded. After leaving Death Hall, they boarded the dragon carriage and headed toward Venerate Heaven Palace. Before they arrived, they saw countless multicolored lights in the distance. Countless cultivators gathered from all directions. Venerate Heaven Territory Lord Chun Baitian presents the 9-revolution Heavenly Flame Pearl to congratulate the sage on his longevity. Benevolent Tao Lord Fu Su presents the sage's will to congratulate the sage on his longevity. In front of Venerate Heaven Palace, a group of experts presented their treasures to congratulate the sage on his birthday. The sage had yet to appear in Venerate Heaven Palace. The sage's first disciple, Hua Bing, received everyone. Sect Master Baitian, this way please. The old ancestor has been talking about you for a long time. After this birthday, you must stay in Venerate Heaven Territory for a few more days. Hua Bing received him. Benevolent Tao Lord, the old ancestor has often mentioned you. Now that I've met you, you are indeed extraordinary. Please. Hua Bing smiled at an elegant and handsome man. The square of Venerate Heaven Palace was bustling with noise and excitement. The square of Venerate Heaven Palace was divided into two areas, the upper area and the lower area. The upper area was filled with domain lords, experts of large clans, or ancestral immortals. It was the closest to the sage. The other guests sat in the lower area. Although they could see Heaven Palace, there was still some distance, just as everyone was greeting each other. Look, it's old Demon Yen. Someone immediately cried out. You may not know any other cultivator in the venerable heaven domain apart from the saints, but you definitely know of old Demon Yan's great achievements. Robbing the heavenly corpse casket? How bad of a reputation was that? Not long ago, he had only robbed the heavenly corpse casket. Now, several months had passed. Everyone knew that this Yen Chuan had even eaten an ancestral immortal. His strength was monstrous, and his demonic nature was rampant. The Shouja that went to eliminate the MO and defend the way were all killed. At this moment, the dragon carriage flew over. Many cultivators were envious. Of course, most of them were curious. Not everyone was a parrot follower. The news from the Deva Palace quickly came to the conclusion that Yen Chuan was at odds with the Zhua family. The Zhua family was a colossus. What did Yen Chuan do to deserve it? The dragon carriage landed in a corner of the square. There were a total of 16 people in the Zhua family's VIP area, including Zhua Qing. Zhua Qing narrowed her eyes, a cold light flashing in her eyes. The expressions of the Hua clan disciples in charge of the reception also flickered. Lord Huaiyan's expression was ugly. Hua Bing, on the other hand, was curious and walked forward. This must be Yin Di. Hua Wuling is in great jun. Thank you for taking care of him, Hua Bing said politely. Yen Chuan looked at Hua Bing. Sage King, this is great ancestor Hua Bing. Apart from the old ancestor, he's the strongest person in the Hua clan. Hua Wuling explained. Yen Chuan shook his head and said, Hua Wuling is in great jun. He relied on his own ability. I didn't take care of him at all. Everything that he has obtained is what he deserves. Oh, Hua Bing's eyes flashed with curiosity. Yin Di, let's leave the dragon carriage here for now. The old ancestor has already arranged a seat of honor. Please. Hua Bing smiled. Yen Chuan nodded. They got off the dragon carriage. Yen Chuan followed Hua Bing in front. Gue Guzi, In Hentian, and Hua Wuling followed behind. As the group walked through the square, the originally noisy square suddenly became quiet. They opened up a path for Yen Chuan and his group to walk through. Countless cultivators looked at Yen Chuan with complicated expressions, because Yen Chuan and his group were actually seated in the guest area. Was it just because he was an ancestral immortal? Many cultivators looked unconvinced, but no one dared to be impudent on the sage's birthday. Yen Chuan and his group stepped into the guest area. The experts in the guest area also looked over curiously. The guest area was divided into a total of 18 districts. In the Zhua family district, the 16 people's expressions flickered. Some sneered, some mocked, some were solemn, and some were worried. Zhua Qing's eyes flashed with resentment. In the Benevolence Dao Lord district, Fu Su's eyes flickered. At this moment, he was holding a folding fan and gently pinching it with his right hand, as if he was hiding the agitation in his heart. Yen Chuan stepped into the guest area and looked around the 18 districts. When he saw Fu Su, he didn't show much of an expression. It flashed past, as if he didn't care about Fu Su at all. Slowly, he was led to his own small district. With a wave of his black robe, Yen Chuan sat down. On the table, there was delicious wine and delicacies. There was everything, and there were servants beside him in charge of serving him. Gue Guzi sat at the side and said, Sage King, a quarter of the territory lords of the Outer East Continent are here. There is also the Zhua family from the Inner South Continent. It seems that the Zhua family is the strongest force on this trip. They have come with ill intentions. Yen Chuan nodded. In Hentian looked in the direction of the Zhua family, hatred flashing in his eyes. Sage King, I will go and see the old ancestor. Mournful Transformation said respectfully. Go, it's Venerable Transformation's birthday. You're also his descendant. Don't worry about us today. Also, since you are here to congratulate, this is a gift. Yin Chuan handed over a scroll. Yes. Mournful Transformation replied. Yin Chuan of the Great Perfection Celestial Court gives Yin Chuan a handwritten scroll to congratulate the sage. Mournful Transformation raised the scroll and walked to the gift area. His own handwritten scroll? Countless cultivators looked at Yin Chuan with disdain. Isn't this gift too stingy? Not far away, Beitian Territory Lord laughed at Fu Su. Ha! Brother Fu Su, you and I have known each other for many years. I have seen many stingy people, but today I have seen something new. His own handwritten scroll? Ha ha! Does he think it is the same as your sage's will? Fu Su adjusted the folding fan in his hand and shook his head slightly. Brother Chun, you are underestimating that scroll. The sage's will that I gave you is worthless compared to it. Oh, Chun Beitian was slightly stunned. If you can get this scroll from the sage, I can guarantee you that it will not be long before more than half of the ancestral immortal artifacts in the world will be willing to exchange for it. Fu Su laughed. What? It's just a scroll? Chun Beitian was in disbelief. Fu Su smiled and did not explain further. Gradually, the heavenly revered hall square was filled with people. There were also many who came uninvited and waited outside the heavenly revered hall square. Rumble. The door of heavenly revered hall slowly opened. In an instant, the noisy square of heavenly revered hall quieted down. Everyone looked over. The door gradually opened, and a pure white light shot out from the main hall towards everyone. For a moment, everyone who was enveloped by the white light felt a sense of comfort, as if their cultivation that had not been able to break through for many years was beginning to stir again. A white figure walked out from the white light. It was a white-robed man. He walked out slowly with a group of disciples and descendants behind him. The man's face was blurry, and no one could see him clearly. However, he had a subduing aura that made everyone worship him. Greetings, sage. Countless cultivators stood up and bowed respectfully. Only a few people did not stand up. The man with the blurry face was the sage, Hua Zuntian. Everyone, please take a seat, Hua Zuntian said softly. His voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears. Thank you, sage. Everyone sat down. This time, I am indebted to all of you for coming to my 1.5 million birthday banquet. I'm eternally grateful, Hua Zuntian said gently. You are too kind, sage. We are honored. Countless polite voices came from all around. Hua Zuntian nodded his head and said, the ancient gods rushed about for the world. With the heavens above, they even benefited the common people. It's a pity that in the end, they still welcomed the great calamity of the ancient times. The heavens have already died. The heavenly Tao has collapsed. The world is in great sorrow. The world is in great suffering. When Hua Zuntian opened his mouth, the emotions of everyone around were stirred up. Before the ancient times, under the guidance of the heavens, all the heroes of the world fought for immortality, for transcendence, for everyone to be dragons. Unfortunately, when the great calamity arrived, no one could stop it. Even the heavens fell in the great calamity. The common people suffered. We only hope that when the great calamity comes again, the common people can survive. Hua Zuntian sighed slightly. Countless cultivators in the surroundings frowned. Clearly, what Hua Zuntian said now was somewhat different from the birthday celebration. It was as if he saw through everyone's doubts. Hua Zuntian took a deep breath and said, It's been 1,000,000 years. It's been a long time. Perhaps the great calamity will come again. Once it comes, none of the common people of our world will be spared. What? Countless cultivators in the surroundings revealed blank expressions. Everyone knows that I, Hua Zuntian, do not pay attention to the occasion. In the past, I have never held such a feast. This time, I have invited the heroes of the underworld's eastern continent. Of course, more than half of them were unable to come. However, to be able to come, I'm already satisfied, Hua Zuntian said. Countless cultivators in the surroundings were at a loss. Could it be that it was not for the birthday celebration? Not long ago, I came into contact with the other 3 saints. I am willing to use the knowledge of us 4 saints to strengthen the world. Starting from me, we will each preach the Tao. I hope that everyone will not make this trip in vain. Hua Zuntian said solemnly. Preach the Tao. Woo! The square of the heavenly hall suddenly exploded like a pot. Saint preaching the Tao? Saint preaching the Tao? Today, countless cultivators revealed excited expressions. They rejoiced that they could come to the birthday celebration. One had to know that the saints were now the pinnacle existences of the world. When the saints preached the Tao, every word would be perfect. That was the cultivation experience of the saints. Saints' kindness. Saints' kindness. Excited cheers came from all directions. Chapter 1196. A Sage's Sermon? In the square of revered Heaven Hall, countless cultivators were jubilant. The cultivation experience of a sage could be immensely useful with just a few words. The guest area was jubilant. In the guest area, the 18 forces had different expressions. Some were happy, while others were thoughtful. Among them, Yin Chuan revealed a thoughtful smile. Birthday? Sermon? Yin Chuan had the memories of his first life, so he naturally knew how rare a sage was. In a complete world, the number of sages was fixed. There were 9 in the world of the living and 6 in the world of the netherworld. There could only be a few. If one wanted to become a sage, one had to die to give up the position of a sage. Now that the world was damaged, there were only 4 sages in both the world of the living and the netherworld. It would be even more difficult to become a sage. And one way to become a sage was to kill a sage. Sermon, strengthen other cultivators, and then kill them. Hua Zuntian was obviously not so selfless. Therefore, he used the birthday banquet as an excuse to invite the cultivators of the Eastern continent. Those who could come were not evil with the sage. They were not evil and had more or less received his favor. These people would only admire him more in the future. Hua Zuntian waved his hand. All the jubilant cultivators suddenly quieted down and looked at the northernmost Hua Zuntian. In the distance, there were countless uninvited cultivators. At this moment, they were also looking forward to it. Among them, there were 2 forces who did not show any joy. One of them was a mountain forest. The emperor was standing in a secluded place with his 12 disciples. The emperor had a complicated expression as he looked at Yin Chuan in the distance. The emperor was originally comprehending the Tao at the bottom of the sea, but since Yin Chuan passed by that day, the emperor had been unable to calm down. The emperor kept reminding himself that Yin Chuan was the descendant of the enemy who killed his father and should be killed. However, for some reason, he could not help but come to revered heaven territory. The 12 disciples did not know why, but they stood behind respectfully. The emperor watched quietly. In another valley, there was a group of men in black. Each of them carried a long sword on their back. The leader let out a sneer. Sermon? Ha, ridiculous. In front of revered Heaven Hall, Hua Bing had already prepared a large praying mat for the sage. They were waiting for the sage to sit down and start the sermon. The surroundings were quiet. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Hua Zuntian. Sage. Sage Hua Zuntian's voice suddenly. In the Zhou clan's area, Zhou Qing stood up. Everyone raised their eyebrows. The sage is about to preach. Why are you interrupting? Taoist Zhou Qing, Hua Zuntian asked doubtfully. Zhou Qing smiled and said, the purpose of a sage's preaching is to make all the cultivators in the world stronger, for the sake of all the people in the world. However, not all of the cultivators here can understand the sage's intention. Why don't the sage let everyone understand why? Oh, Hua Zuntian asked doubtfully. Zhou Qing has overstepped. Zhou Qing bowed towards Hua Zuntian. Hua Zuntian nodded. Zhou Qing walked to the center of the square. Everyone, why did the heavenly Tao of our world collapse? Why did heaven die? Do you all know where the disasters come from? Zhou Qinglang shouted. Many cultivators in the surroundings frowned and felt puzzled. Some knew, but even more did not. However, where Yin Chuan was, Yin Henshin's pupil shrank. Everyone knows about the great calamity of the ancient times, Zhou Qing said. Everyone knows about that battle. Our world was turned upside down by a transcender called the Lotus God. Heroes perished, the heavenly Tao collapsed, and the high heavens died. Do you know the details? What exactly happened? Someone shouted. What happened? Let me tell everyone. First, everyone must understand one thing. Where did heaven and earth come from? Where did it come from? The surroundings were silent. Infinity gave birth to Taiji, and Taiji gave birth to Yin and Yang. Taiji is our world. Our world was born from infinity. Infinity is nothingness. It is nothingness. From nothingness, our current being was born. And this being was born in a total of 4 worlds. Our world is one of them. Zhuqing explained. What? 4 worlds? 4? Suddenly, there was an uproar below. Many people were surprised. They thought that heaven and earth were the greatest existence. Now, there were actually 3 worlds of the same level. Everyone looked at Hua Zuntian, but Hua Zuntian nodded. The sage nodded. Obviously, there was no more falsehood. The 4 worlds are also called the 4 worlds with 4 worlds. The 4 worlds with 4 worlds, with 1 being the strongest and 3 being the weakest. The strongest world is always trying to annex our 3 worlds. How? Instead of occupying, we're going to crush the world and integrate it into the strongest world. It's like using our world as fertilizer for the strongest world to nourish their world, while crushing my world and all the living creatures and dead souls in our world to become fertilizer for the strongest world. Are you willing to do that? Zhuqing Lang shouted. Fertilizer? Living creatures and the entire world as fertilizer? Suddenly, countless cultivators felt their scalps go numb. They looked at Hua Zuntian, but only nodded. It was too terrifying. 3 weak worlds formed an alliance to fight against the strongest world. Our world is also called the weakest world. We have a long way to go. In order to strengthen our world, countless ancient experts sacrificed themselves so that our world could exist forever. They were willing to sacrifice themselves for the world. They kept fighting against the demons of the strongest world. They are the heroes of our world. Zhuqing took a deep breath and said. The surroundings were silent. Everyone clenched their fists. The heroes were outside, resisting the demons, and the heavens were responsible for protecting the world. This world is the last pure land for all of us. We can't lose it. All the heroes risked their lives to protect our home. At that time, there was the Yin family, who represented the heavens to protect the world. The Yin family's power was unparalleled. No one dared to disobey the orders of the Yin family, because he represented the heavens. Zhuqing shouted. When Zhuqing shouted, many people recalled such a vague legend. Some people even stared at Yin Hentian, who was beside Yin Chuan. Yin Hentian's eyes were cold as he stared at Zhuqing. Ha! But no one would have thought that the Yin family would betray the heavens, betray our world, and collude with the demons of the strongest world. Yes, the Yin family colluded with the Lotus God, which caused the fall of the heavens, the collapse of the heavens, and the fall of countless experts. Even the moon in the netherworld was destroyed by the Lotus God. The Yin family is a traitor to this world, a traitor to everyone. Zhuqing shouted firmly and looked at Yin Hentian. Hua Qiliang was anxious. He looked at Hua Zuntian, wondering why the old ancestor would tolerate Zhuqing to steal the limelight on his birthday. Zhuqing looked at Yin Hentian. Everyone looked at Yin Hentian as well. The Yin family caused the fall of the heavens, the collapse of the heavens, and the loss of our world's dreams. They colluded with the Lotus God and betrayed our world. In the end, the Lotus God retreated, and the Yin family was hunted down by thousands of sections. Should we kill the Yin family? Zhuqing looked at everyone. We should kill them. Suddenly, many cultivators shouted, if we don't kill them, we won't be able to appease public anger. If we don't kill them, we won't be able to appease the heavens. If we don't kill them, we will be letting down all the experts who fell in the great ancient calamity. Moreover, during that battle, the Lotus God had not yet transcended. It was because of the bloody massacre of our world that the Lotus God had the opportunity to transcend. Finally, He transcended and became immortal. Zhuqing said, killing the world to prove immortality? Many people know that the Zhou family and the Yin family have a great enmity. The Zhou family hates that we can't eat their flesh, drink their blood, break their bones, and sleep on their skin. It's because of them that our world is so bleak. The Yin family has suffered countless casualties, but there is one right in front of us. Yin Hintian, how long do you want to hide? Traitor, are you worthy of the heavens' trust? Just a few months ago, you colluded with Yin Chuan to rob the heavenly corpse coffin. Yin Hintian, do you know your crime? Zhuqing shouted. The shout seemed to have aroused everyone's anger. They all stared at Yin Hintian. Today, I will kill you in front of everyone in the world to appease the heavens, to comfort the world. Zhuqing shouted. At this moment, after a long reprimand, the killing of Yin Hintian was inevitable. Ha 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 ha! Zhuqing, what a shameless Zhou family! Yin Hintian laughed angrily. The surrounding cultivators fell silent. Yin Hintian stood up and bowed to Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan nodded. Yin Hintian also stepped forward. Sage, I don't know how your relationship with the Zhou clan has reached this stage after 1,000,000 years. You actually allowed the Zhou clan to seek revenge on your birthday. Yin Hintian questioned. Hua Zuntian did not answer. This time, when we came to celebrate the birthday, we wanted to wait until the end to ask the sage to make the decision to clear the Yin family's name. But now, it seems that the sage can't distinguish between right and wrong. Even if we announce our innocence to the world, we won't be able to get justice? Yin Hintian said in a deep voice. Ha ha ha, innocence? It's been 1,000,000 years. Your Yin family didn't say anything 1,000,000 years ago. Now, you're saying you're innocent? Zhuqing sneered. The sage looked at Yin Hintian and said, Innocent? Can you prove the Yin family's innocence? If I say we're innocent, I naturally have evidence. 1,000,000 years? That's because I didn't get the chance. Sage, before you became a sage, you went through an ancient calamity. You were one of the 360 over-gods of the heavens and resisted the attack of the strongest demons. Do you still remember the tragedy of that year? Do you want to give justice to the heavens? Don't you want to talk nonsense now? Yin Hintian said solemnly. I have received countless favors from the heavens. Today, if you have evidence, you can take it out. If you can really prove the Yin family's innocence, I will give you justice, the sage said solemnly. Zhuqing sneered. Back then, thousands of sects forced the Yin family. At that time, the Yin family head did not have evidence to prove their innocence. Now 1,000,000 years had passed. What evidence could he have? Chapter 1197. Countless cultivators looked at the three people at the front of the square. They were the sage, Zhuqing, and Yin Hintian. It was time for Yin Hintian to take out the evidence to prove the Yin clan's innocence. Yin Hintian stared at Zhuqing and said, Since you have mentioned the great ancient calamity, why don't you make it clear? Zhuqing raised an eyebrow. Yin Hintian looked at all the cultivators around him and took a deep breath. Everyone, I, Yin Hintian, have stepped forward today. I will not run away from what happened in the past. Please be my Yin clan's witness. If my Yin clan is really innocent, please spread the word of mouth and tell the world about the injustice that my Yin clan has suffered for 1,000,000 years. As he spoke, Yin Hintian bowed to everyone. This bow calmed the anger of the countless cultivators in the surroundings. Haha, why don't you say it? Zhuqing sneered. Yin Hintian looked at Hua Zuntian. Heaven is dead. You 4 sages and 2 heavenly emperors should take responsibility for the world. Please correct me. Yin Hintian took a deep breath and said, Speak. The sage nodded. 4 worlds. 3 weak worlds fought against the strongest world. What did they fight back? It was at a place called Heavens Beyond. There were many heroes of our world there. They threw away their lives and fought for our world, for our home. No, if they went to Heavens Beyond, they would die. It was just a matter of time. However, they did not hesitate. They could have enjoyed everything in this world, but they still went to Heavens Beyond. Am I right? Yin Hintian said solemnly. That's right. The battlefield of the four worlds is at heavens beyond. The sage nodded. Countless cultivators around were confused. Heavens beyond? Originally, our world had an entrance to the heavens beyond battlefield. Am I right? Inhentian said. That's right. There are only two ways for the Lotus God to enter our world. The first way is to enter the heavens beyond battlefield. The second way is to pass through Wuji and enter our world from the void. However, the void is not a place for humans to live. After a long time, one would be turned into nothingness and disappear. However, at that time, our heroes were guarding the entrance to heavens beyond. Hence, the Lotus God came through Wuji and paid a huge price. The Lotus God's body was turned into nothingness. Inhentian explained. Countless cultivators around listened attentively. That's right. The sage nodded. When she first entered our world, the Lotus God was extremely weak. The power of our world is different from that of the Lotus God's cultivation. The Lotus God managed to recover some of her strength, but it was impossible for her to overturn the entire world. To overturn the world, the Lotus God needed the power of the strongest world. But who would have thought that the Lotus God had a spatial gate that could cross space and connect to the strongest world? In the strongest world, the Lotus God had prepared an endless amount of power. Once it reached our world, it would cross space to obtain it. Inhentian said. Worry appeared on the faces of countless cultivators in the surroundings. Spatial power? Perhaps other cultivators might not be able to sense it, but the heavens are mysterious. She understands the power of space and instantly sensed that something was wrong. At that time, she quickly asked my Een family to gather 360 top experts in the world to set up a skylock array to seal the void and cut off the space door of the Lotus God. This made it so that the Lotus God's power could not enter this world. Said Inhentian. That's right. The heavens did back then. The sage nodded. They did it. The Lotus God might have been killed by the heavens in this world. My Een family was responsible for passing down the orders of the heavens. Everything was done in an orderly manner. However, something happened when the 360 top experts set up the array. The sealing of space and time failed. Inhentian said hatefully. Ha ha, that's right. It failed. Your Een family colluded with the Lotus God. This sky lock array did not follow the instructions of the heavens at all. Zhuqing interrupted. The surrounding cultivators raised their eyebrows. However, Inhentian revealed a cold smile and said, Zhuqing, I have not finished speaking. Why are you in such a hurry? Humph. The skylock array was passed down by the heavens. It would definitely be able to block the Lotus God before she transcended. If your Een family did not set up the array wrongly, would such a thing have happened? Zhuqing sneered. The truth is not something you can slander. Inhentian shook his head. Humph. Let's see how you explain this. Zhuqing said coldly. Inhentian looked around and then at the sage. Sage, you know that of the 360 top experts, my Een family had 36. In the end, more than half of the 360 experts were killed by the Lotus God. My Een family's 36 people all died. How can my Een family allow one of our own to be killed? The sage's tone turned grave. The surrounding cultivators also revealed confused expressions. Who told you to believe the Lotus God? The Lotus God went back on her words. All your efforts were for naught. Zhuqing said viciously. Huh. Inhentian sneered. Someone did collude with the Lotus God. However, it was not my Een family. Back then, everything was fine in the skylock array. However, something happened at one of the nodes. Someone must have colluded with the Lotus God because the 360 experts under the skylock array were all protected by the heavens. No one could hurt them. Even the weak Lotus God back then could not do it. However, something happened. Someone colluded with the Lotus God. Who was it? Who was it? It has been 1,000,000 years. My Een family has been investigating for too long. Countless disciples died, but we could not find anything. Inhentian said with a bitter smile. Humph. Keep making things up. Zhuqing sneered. The skylock array collapsed, and the Lotus God's evil plan succeeded. Surging evil energy surged, and the Lotus God regained her strength. She destroyed the world, killed countless experts, and destroyed the sun of the netherworld. It could be said that the Lotus God was the only one who collapsed. When the heroes of outer heaven received the news and rushed back, the heavenly Tao had already collapsed. The world's essence energy was greatly damaged, and the Lotus God was forced away. However, the heavens were not dead at that time. Inhentian said, "What? Wasn't the Lotus God the one who killed the heavens?" Countless cultivators looked at the sage in shock. The sage nodded and said, "That's right. At that time, the heavens were not dead." After the heavenly Tao collapsed, the heavens fell into a weakened state. They survived for hundreds of years before falling completely. The surrounding cultivators looked at the sage in shock. Since the sage spoke, naturally it would not be false. It turned out that there was such a secret behind this. Perhaps everyone does not know this, but the heavenly human palace in the firmament territory used to be where the corpse of the heavens was placed. Inhentian said with a bitter smile, "Oh, the heavens?" Back then, cultivators were mysterious. They advanced to the heavens and controlled the heavens. However, they were not controlled by their physical bodies, but by their primordial spirits. The primordial spirits became the heavens, and when the primordial spirits left the body, they left behind the corpse. The corpse remained in the heavenly human palace. The surrounding territories are called Reverence Heaven Territory, Reverence Heaven Territory, Rights Heaven Territory, and Reverence Heaven Territory. They were all believers of the heavens back then. Sage, your name was also changed because you feared the heavens back then, right? Inhentian asked with a smile. Reverence Heaven? Reverence Heaven? Countless cultivators in the surroundings immediately revealed shocked expressions. Really? Before the sage could speak, Chun Baitian, who was sitting beside Fu Su in the guest area, suddenly said, "That's right. I can testify that my ancestor once told me that the surrounding territories used to be the most loyal believers of the heavens. My ancestor also requested that if anyone from the Chun family became the new ruler of the Reverence Heaven Territory, he would change his name to Chun Baitian. He would forever believe in the heavens and worship the heavens." As Chun Baitian spoke, everyone looked at the sage. "That's right. I am indebted to the heavens for taking care of me back then." The sage nodded. Ha ha! Back then, the heavenly Tao collapsed, and the heaven's vitality was greatly damaged. No, its foundation was damaged. It bitterly held on for a few hundred years, sometimes in a coma, sometimes awake. During these few hundred years, the Zhua family appeared and provoked the world to kill the Yin family. They said that the Yin family colluded with the Lotus God and betrayed the heavens. They invited the world to kill the Yin family. Is that right? Inhentian looked at Zhuqing. Colluding with the Lotus God? You should have expected this outcome. Zhuqing said coldly. Inhentian looked at Hua Zuntian and bowed respectfully to him. Thanks to Saint's righteousness back then, thousands of sects hunted us down. The believers of heaven were the craziest group of people. Only you, Saint, did not kill them all. The Yin family thanks you. I was also injured back then. There was nothing I could do. The sage shook his head. But in the end, you did not pursue my Yin family. Otherwise, I might not be standing here now. Inhentian smiled bitterly. Inhentian turned to look at Zhuqing and said, "Zhua family? Ha ha ha! You were just a servant of my Yin family back then, but you betrayed your master. What a vicious heart! My Yin family has treated the Zhua family well for so many years, but who would have thought that we raised an ingrate? Bastard colluding with the Lotus God. Everyone has the right to kill you. You still expect my Zhua family to wallow in the mire with you?" Zhuqing said coldly. Inhentian did not look at Zhuqing. Instead, he looked at the surrounding cultivators and said, "Too many things happened in those few hundred years. The heavens were sometimes awake and sometimes unconscious. My Yin family did not participate in many things, so we are not clear about it. I only learned some news recently, and it was sealed by the large sects and families. Now, I will announce it to everyone. I believe that this news is more important than countless cultivation secret techniques. Blood curse. Many of the surrounding cultivators were confused. As for the ancestral immortals, their expressions changed. They looked at the sage. The sage did not stop him. When the heavens woke up, it gathered all the ancestral immortals and placed a huge curse. The number of ancestral immortals in the world was fixed. Everyone's fate was cursed. Only by killing the ancestral immortals could the curse be lifted, and one could advance to the ancestral immortal realm. Inhentian said, "What?" The surrounding cultivators were shocked. Only by killing the ancestral immortals can one advance to the ancestral immortal realm. There is no secret technique. There is only one way. Kill. Sage, am I right? Inhentian looked at the sage. The surrounding ancient immortals were excited as they stared at the sage. Countless ancient immortals have been searching for a way to advance to the ancestral immortal realm. Some of them were even willing to join the big families as slaves just to find a way to advance to the ancestral immortal realm. It was actually this. The sage was in a difficult position. Sage, the will of the heavens is for the world to become stronger. However, if the tyrants seal off the news, how can they face the will of the heavens? You are the heavens. Please respect the will of the heavens. Inhentian said solemnly. After a moment of silence, the sage finally nodded. That's right. Wow. On the square, the ancient immortals were in an uproar. There were even some ancient immortals who were crying tears of joy. Killing the ancestral immortals was difficult. It was indeed difficult. However, there was always hope. It was better than no hope at all. Instantly, the countless ancient immortals looked at Inhentian. At least, they did not hate him as much as before. Zhuqing's face turned ugly. Inhentian was challenging the bottom line of the wealthy families in the world. If this news were spread, the world would definitely be in an uproar. Was he crazy? Yes, he was a lunatic. It was good that only he knew this. Why did he have to say it out loud? Didn't he see that none of the ancestral immortals in the world were willing to tell him? Everyone, Inhentian shouted again. The excited ancient immortals stopped talking. At least, they continued to listen to the hope that Inhentian had brought to them. In those few hundred years, the heavens were dying. Mayin family was being hunted down endlessly. Haha. However, Zhua family, do you think that the Zhua family can replace Mayin family? Do the heavens trust you? Inhentian looked at Zhuqing. Zhuqing's face darkened. Around them, countless cultivators were deep in thought. At that time, the heavens were so weak that they often fainted. They could not make arrangements for the world. When the Zhua family launched the war to destroy the Yin family, the heavens did not trust the Zhua family. Instantly, more people started to suspect the betrayal of the Yin family. Otherwise, why would the heavens not trust the Zhua family? My Zhua family was implicated by your Yin family. The heavens did not trust your Yin family. My Zhua family and your Yin family were in an alliance. Naturally, the heavens rejected us. Zhuqing shouted coldly. Alliance? Haha, are you worthy? Alliance? We are master and servant. Remember this clearly. Inhentian said viciously. With just you? Zhuqing retorted. Inhentian flung his sleeves and looked at the surrounding cultivators again. In those few hundred years, who did the heavens choose? Everyone should know that the heavens chose Goddess Xichen. Every time she woke up, Goddess Xichen would command the world. Countless cultivators held great respect for Goddess Xichen. In those few hundred years, the returning lotus god finally transcended. The hope of the heavens being alive became smaller and smaller. In the end, it was completely destroyed. During this period, the sky-burying coffin entered our world. It was obtained by Goddess Xichen. The primordial spirit of the heavens was completely destroyed, and the world mourned. On that day, the experts of the world went to the territory of the heavens to cry. Goddess Xichen used the sky-burying coffin to bury the mysterious corpse of the heavens in the heavenly human palace. Inhentian said, Kuang. Yanchuan suddenly took out the sky-burying coffin and placed it in the middle of the square to cooperate with Inhentian. Inhentian looked at Yanchuan in surprise. He did not need to take out the sky-burying coffin. However, Yin Chuan still took it out. Yin Hentian bowed slightly to Yin Chuan in gratitude. After all, with the sages present, it was easy to take out the sky-burying coffin. However, it was not so easy to take it back safely. Under the Zhua family's promotion, it was the sky-burying coffin. So many people were watching. Yin Hentian took a deep breath and looked around. Perhaps some of you know that when the world mourned, Goddess Jichen used the sky-burying coffin to bury the corpse of the heavens. However, there was a strange change that day. The sky-burying coffin suddenly split into 9 coffins. This is only one of them. However, the corpse of the heavens disappeared. This was not a secret. Many people nodded their heads. The heavens are dead, and our world has reached its lowest point. However, many experts in our world have made up their minds to live and die for the world. Many ambitious and ruthless people have given up on their past pursuits. Many people have entered the heavens beyond heaven, and many people have begun to mend the heavens. They're the so-called heaven menders, and each of them is extremely noble. They have dedicated their lives and energy to the world. In order to mend the heavens, many of them have died from exhaustion. There is even an entire race that has died in order to mend the heavens. Many of them have even died. Every heaven mender is indebted to the world. Yin Hentian said. Many people nodded their heads out of habit. The Yin family seemed to be born with the ability to organize. Many people were convinced. Zuoqing was anxious at the side. She looked at the sages, hoping that the sages would stop them. However, the sages were unmoved. It's a pity that the Lotus God has transcended. The strongest world has become strong again. More and more demons have appeared. In the heavens beyond heaven battlefield, the heroes of our world have been defeated. Some demons have even invaded our world through the entrance of the heavens beyond heaven, causing disaster to our world. Yin Hentian said bitterly. The emotions of many cultivators around were stirred. They clenched their fists and looked at Yin Hentian. At that time, there were 9 peerless experts in the world. They rose up and resisted. Although they blocked the demons, they fell one after another. They were buried by Goddess Ji Chun in 9 heaven-burying coffins. This is not the heaven's corpse coffin, but the corpse coffin of a peerless expert. The Zhua family used this as an excuse to put it in the heavenly human palace. It was to confuse the public and achieve their hidden goal. There must be someone there at that time. I have already exposed them on the spot. Yin Hentian said. After he finished speaking, the surrounding cultivators looked at Yin Chuan again. Their original anger suddenly faded. At least, this was not the heaven's corpse coffin. Yin Chuan's guilt immediately lessened. Zuoqing's eyes flickered. It did not matter whether they succeeded in convicting Yin Chuan or not. The key was Yin Hentian. He was too good at talking. He had not even taken out evidence to prove his innocence. But the surrounding cultivators no longer hated him. In the past, the world was in a bleak state. 9 peerless experts perished. However, there were still demons that constantly entered our world through the entrance of the sky beyond heaven. Goddess Jichen was kind. She sacrificed herself and used her own primordial spirit to mend the entrance of the sky beyond heaven. She used her body to mend the sky beyond heaven. Goddess Jichen sacrificed herself for the sake of the people of the world and isolated the sky beyond heaven. She was revered by the people of the world. However, did you know that there were many heroes in the sky beyond heaven who were isolated and without help? Countless cultivators clenched their fists. For a moment, Yin Hentian seemed to have stolen the limelight. This made countless cultivators think of the ancient experts. Everyone, you said that the Holy King, stole the heaven's corpse coffin. However, this is no longer the heaven's corpse coffin. On the contrary, it was used by evil people. You are helping evil people, Yin Hentian said. Immediately, some of the surrounding cultivators lowered their heads. However, even more people insisted on their own thoughts. Some people do not believe it. Some people have forgotten their roots. If anyone goes to the Yang world, they will know that not long ago, many people went to the Yang world to destroy Goddess Jichen's tomb. Goddess Jichen's corpse was found there. It was the Holy King, the old demon Yin you all speak of. It was he who protected goddess Ji Qin's corpse and reburied it for the world to remember. Is such a person the old demon you all speak of? I feel that he is more noble than some people. Inhentian shouted. What? The surrounding cultivators immediately discussed. I also testify. Desolation Hua suddenly said. The Holy King looked at Desolation Hua and did not refute. For a moment, countless cultivators no longer looked at Yin Chuan with the same hatred as before. Chapter 1198. After talking for so long, where's your evidence? You were the one who picked the 360 top experts to set up the array. Do you want to frame them? 1,000,000 years ago, you didn't even succeed. Now, you want to frame them? Zhuqing sneered. Frame them? Ha ha! If my Yin family didn't do anything for the world, how could we be authorized by the heavens? Inhentian laughed. Inhentian suddenly looked at the sage. Sage, do you still remember Yin Jiqing, the family head who set up the array? Inhentian asked solemnly. Yes, before the ancient calamity, Yin Jiqing and I drank and chatted many times. Unfortunately, the sage sighed. Unfortunately, haha, my ancestor met with such a calamity and was spurned by the world. My ancestor was able to rule the world in the past and was naturally very powerful. Although he wasn't a sage, he had few opponents below the sage level. He was chased by thousands of sects, but did not fight back once. Do you know why? Inhentian's eyes were slightly red. Why? The sage was puzzled. My ancestor, Yin Jiqing, had a heart of sincerity to the heavens and earth. He was selfless and selfless, doing everything for the sake of the heavens and earth. Back then, he was spurned by the heavens and earth, yet he wasn't willing to harm any of the sections. He wanted to preserve the seeds of hope for the world. But in the end, my ancestor died of depression. Some people who believed in Inhentian were affected by his words. An ancestor could die of depression. How much faith did he have in the world? How much affection did he have for the world? Sigh. The sage sighed as if he felt sorry for Yin Jiqing. Humph. Inhentian, don't be hypocritical. I don't care how Yin Jiqing died, but he colluded with the Lotus God and was despised by the world. He deserved it, Zhuqing said in a low voice. Deserved it? Your ancestor was just a beggar picked up by my ancestor from a mass grave. It was my ancestor who gave your Zhuo family hope to survive. It was also my ancestor who created your Zhuo family. In the end, you betrayed me, and now you say that my ancestor deserved it? Inhentian said with hatred in his eyes. Back to the topic, where's the evidence? Zhuqing shouted irritably. Inhentian stretched out his hand. Quang! A huge block of ice suddenly fell on the square. No, it was an ice coffin. Sealed within the ice coffin was a corpse in green. The corpse's face was filled with pity. He opened his arms and was sealed in the ice coffin. Hiss! The saint took a deep breath and subconsciously took a step back. Most people didn't see this step because almost everyone's eyes were fixed on the male corpse in the ice coffin. Only a few people saw this subtle scene. Among them, there was Yin Chuan, who had been sitting at the side the entire time. When Yin Chuan saw Hua Zun Tian suddenly take a small step back, his pupils suddenly shrank. Who is this? Zhuqing asked in a low voice. Sage, can you please tell everyone here who the male corpse in the coffin is? Inhentian took a step forward and asked. Yin Jiqing? Yin Jiqing's corpse? It has been close to 1,000,000 years, and it has actually been carried by your Yin clan's people all this while? The saint said in a deep voice. Yin Jiqing? Instantly, the crowd was in an uproar. Was this the legendary Yin Jiqing who had colluded with the Lotus Goddess? Countless cultivators immediately widened their eyes. At this moment, Zhuqing was also shocked. Zhuqing had never seen Yin Jiqing before, but she had heard of his name. In that generation, he was a figure who commanded the world. With one command, all sects had to listen to him. Even the saints and heavenly emperors responded to Yin Jiqing's words. Zhuqing's body swayed, but she forced herself to calm down. Humph! Yin Jiqing couldn't even prove his innocence when he was alive. How can a corpse prove his innocence? Zhuqing pretended to be calm. Inhentian, why did you take In Zhiqing's corpse? The saint became anxious for the first time. Inhentian revealed a bitter smile. He shook his head and said, My ancestor has been sincere all his life. I didn't expect that he would die of depression in the end. As he spoke, Inhentian looked at all the cultivators around him. He bowed solemnly to all the cultivators. Everyone, next, I will prove my In clan's innocence. Please watch carefully and bear witness for me. Please promote my In clan's innocence. Inhentian said solemnly, If the In clan is innocent, I will promote it. I will repay the favor of you telling me about the bloodbath curse. Someone in the crowd immediately shouted. That person's shout was both abrupt and not abrupt at the same time. Many people here felt the same way because of that person's gaze. Although the bloodbath curse was worthless, none of the ancestral immortals in the world were willing to tell him about it. None of the noble clans were willing to tell him about it. This was a glimmer of hope, the hope of all the ancient immortals in the world. No matter what the result was, all the ancient immortals owed Inhentian a favor. Inhentian felt somewhat moved as he bowed to the crowd again. Following that, Inhentian erected the ice coffin. Ancestor, I, Inhentian, will fulfill your final wish. I am named Hentian, not because I hate the heavens, but because I hate all the ungrateful people in the world. Inhentian said solemnly. Boom! Inhentian threw a palm strike at the ice coffin. The ice coffin suddenly shattered, revealing In Zhiqing's corpse. Inhentian, what are you doing? The sage asked in a low voice. Back then, my ancestor died of depression. He instructed us to prove his innocence in front of the world. He couldn't defend himself even if he wanted to. Everything he said was groundless and there was no evidence. However, nothing is absolute in this world. My ancestor placed a curse on fate, a curse on one's heart. Inhentian said, Heart-seeking curse. Zhuqing raised an eyebrow. Heart-seeking curse. You know about it? The heart-seeking curse is to let fate judge one's merits and demerits. At the cost of destroying one's soul, one's merits and demerits will appear in one's heart. Someone shouted, What? Countless people looked at In Zhiqing in shock. Did he not even want the chance to reincarnate? Was his heart dead? At this moment, the sage's body trembled slightly. My ancestor served justice his whole life. In the end, even when he was being hunted down, he was unwilling to harm the world. He was unwilling to do anything. In the end, his soul was destroyed. As a descendant, the only thing I can do today is to prove my ancestor's innocence. Inhentian smiled bitterly. Inhentian stretched out his finger and drew a line across In Zhiqing's chest. His clothes were torn apart, revealing his inner chest. Inhentian, you want to destroy your ancestor's corpse? The heart-seeking curse will shatter the heart and dissipate it after 2 hours. What an unfilial descendant. Zhuqing sneered. Corpse? My ancestor had a clear conscience, but he was framed and died of depression. His greatest wish was to prove his innocence. Today, if my ancestor was still alive, he would definitely agree with me to dig out his heart to prove his innocence. Inhentian said. With that, in front of everyone, he drew a line across In Zhiqing's chest with his index finger. A wound appeared. Perhaps because In Zhiqing had been dead for millions of years, his blood had frozen and no blood flowed out. His chest melted, and suddenly a white light emerged from his chest. Everyone's eyes widened. Why was there light in his chest? Inhentian stretched out his hand and slowly pulled out the glowing object. It was In Zhiqing's heart. The weak blood vessels were quickly broken. In Zhiqing's heart was dug out by Inhentian. It wasn't bright red, but white and transparent. Within the transparency, there was white light. Moreover, there were 7 holes in the heart. Heart of 7 orifices. Someone exclaimed, This is the heart of 7 orifices? Those with the heart of 7 orifices were upright and plain-spoken throughout their lives. All of them were honest gentlemen. They are virtuous. Someone shouted. This is a transparent heart of 7 orifices. This is even more flawless than the heart of 7 orifices. Another person shouted. Zhuqing's face turned ugly. Yin Chuan noticed that the sage's right pinky was trembling slightly. Ancestor, there is no need for the heart-seeking curse. With just the heart of 7 orifices, who would dare to say anything about you? Tian looked at the transparent heart in his palm and cried. Who knows if it's true or not? Zhuqing suddenly interrupted. Suddenly, Henshin's eyes were filled with hatred. In the surroundings, many cultivators already believed in Tian. The heart of 7 orifices was already sufficient. Now, there was even the heart-seeking curse. Under this curse, the purer one's heart was, the fewer blemishes they would have. Could it be that Jiqing's entire life was without blemishes? Was the clan really wrong back then? Wronged? What a great injustice. Discussions continued in the surroundings. Who knows if it's true? A transparent heart? How can there be such a saint in the world? A flawless life? This must be fake. Zhuqing shouted. At this moment, Zhuqing was getting more and more irritated. Many of the cultivators in the surroundings had changed their attitudes. Looking at Zhuqing, they were also annoyed. Tian sneered and said, This time, I will naturally convince you wholeheartedly. Under the curse of my ancestor, all his memories have been sealed in his heart. Sage, my ancestor was your best friend when he was alive. Come and read his memories and prove my family's innocence. Me? The sage paused and hesitated. Zhuqing's eyes were filled with uncertainty. Suddenly, she looked at the sage. The sage took a deep breath and was about to agree. Wait! Yin Chuan suddenly shouted. Huh? Many cultivators in the surroundings were puzzled. Yin Chuan looked at the sage and smiled. Then, he looked at the Zhua clan and sneered. Prove the sage? I don't think we need to trouble the sage. Yin Chuan smiled. What? Many people in the surroundings were puzzled. Since Jiqing's memories are sealed in this heart, there must be a lot of cultivation experiences inside. How about this? Let's hang this heart in the air and let everyone use their consciousness to read the memories at the same time. How about that? Yin Chuan said. What? Zhuqing was shocked. The sage also looked at Yin Chuan in shock. The eyes of the surrounding cultivators lit up. The memories of an ancient expert. Read? Everyone was looking forward to it. Under the heart-seeking curse, the heart of 7 orifices is flawless. It seems that Jiqing is indeed a virtuous person. There is nothing that he can't tell others. Since that's the case, let's let everyone see Jiqing's past to prove his innocence. Everyone, no matter what you get, please spread the news to hundreds of cultivators of the same level. Yin Chuan shouted. Countless cultivators naturally agreed. Tian thought about it. Although many of the clan's secrets might be exposed, so what if they were secrets now? He was the only one left in the clan. All right, apart from his Zhua clan, everyone can use their consciousness to check the memories. Everyone, please help my clan. Tian threw the heart into the air. Whoosh! Countless cultivators quickly used their consciousness to check the transparent heart of 7 orifices. Boom! Memories quickly filled everyone's mind. There were too many memories, so it was impossible for them to remember everything. It was like a fast-forwarded camera that played continuously. There were many cultivation techniques and experiences that couldn't be seen completely. But even so, many cultivators still gain a lot. Jiqing's life was gradually revealed in front of everyone. Everyone was reading the memories. Many people's faces turned solemn. This was a selfless act for the world. This was an incomprehensible noble sentiment. Many cultivators even felt like worshiping him at this moment. How could there be such a virtuous person in the world? What are you doing? Not far away, Zhuqing suddenly shouted angrily. The Zhua clan looked at Yin Chuan angrily. I've already said that everyone can see it, except for the Zhua clan. If I show you Jiqing's life, it will be a stain on Jiqing. Yin Chuan said coldly. Countless cultivators in the surroundings closed their eyes and recalled this memory. For a moment, the evil aura on some cultivators' bodies seemed to have lessened. There were also Shioja who suddenly had a breakthrough in their cultivation as their realms increased. Many people suddenly became pious, as if they were touched by Yin Jiqing's moral integrity. After a while, finally, someone opened his eyes. A cultivator bowed solemnly to Yin Tian and said, "Mr. Yin, I am sure that Yin Jiqing was wronged in the past. Such a virtuous person with a lifetime of merits and demerits was actually slandered to the point of death. How sad! I have received such a great favor and will do my best to clear the name of the Yin clan." "Thank you." Yin Tian knelt down with tears in his eyes. "Mr. Yin, I have wronged you previously. I will testify for the Yin clan in the future. The Zhua clan is a despicable person. How dare you talk nonsense here? The Zhua clan is a despicable person." Suddenly, many people shouted, "Sage, that heart of 7 orifices is fake." Yin Tian deliberately faked it to deceive everyone. Am I right? Tell everyone that this is fake. This heart of 7 orifices is also fake. Zhuqing shouted anxiously. Fake? Many people naturally did not believe that it was fake. However, there were a few people who suddenly suspected that Yin Jiqing's moral integrity was too perfect. Was there really such a person? Was it intentional? The sage was silent for a while. "It's fake, right?" Zhuqing revealed an undetectable sinister smile. It was as if the sage's words were the final word. Around them, many people already believed that it was real. If the sage were to say that it was fake, not only would he not be able to convince the crowd, he might even cause the cultivators who were on good terms with the sage to lose their confidence in him. "It's true. Yin Jiqing was wronged." The sage finally spoke. Wow. The crowd burst into an uproar again. "Old ancestor, did you hear that? Your innocence has been proven. The sage has personally testified to it." Yin Tian suddenly cried out in grief. Zhuqing looked at the sage in surprise. It was as if he could not believe that the sage was not on his side. Ka ka ka. In the distance, the heart of 7 orifices that was suspended in the air suddenly cracked. It was as if he had heard the result and felt gratified that his innocence had been proven. However, he could not escape the death of the curse in the end. The noise suddenly stopped as everyone looked quietly at the heart of 7 orifices that was about to disappear. Chapter 1199. Crack, 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 crack. More and more cracks appeared on the transparent heart of 7 orifices. White mist emerged from the cracks as the heart of 7 orifices slowly dissipated. The white mist scattered in all directions. All the cultivators who came into contact with it were shocked. "My hidden injuries? My hidden injuries are healed?" Someone exclaimed. "Mine too. How can a wound to the primordial spirit be healed?" We will never forget the kindness of the Yin clan. Countless cultivators looked at the dissipating heart of 7 orifices with gratitude. "Ancestor, although the Yin clan has been annihilated, we are proud of you. We have no regrets." Yin Tian knelt before the dissipating heart of 7 orifices and wept. Countless people started to mourn for Yin Jiqing. No one could stop the dissipation of the heart of 7 orifices. Even the sages sighed. The heart of 7 orifices became smaller and smaller. Gradually, it turned into white mist and dissipated. Just as it was about to dissipate, a sorrowful sigh came from the white mist. "There is no hope for transcendence. I only hope that everyone in the world can live." The voice was hoarse, but it was filled with endless hope. Even in death, Yin Jiqing did not forget about the world. In an instant, many emotional female cultivators' eyes turned red. "Senior, don't worry. I will help you spread the news and prove the Yin clan's innocence," many people said sorrowfully. Zhuqing clenched her fists. Her eyes were filled with uncertainty. The sage's words stirred the emotions of many people. Although Zhuqing was angry, she could only suppress it. Yin Tian stood up and took out a coffin. He placed Yin Jiqing's corpse into the coffin slowly. Looking at Zhuqing, Yin Tian said to Yin Jiqing's corpse in the coffin, "Ancestor, don't worry. We will take back what our Yin clan has lost. Your grandson is unfilial and can only bring you along temporarily. One day, I will bury you in the Yin clan's ancestral grave. Oomph. Zhuqing snorted coldly. When Zhuqing returned to her district, several experts of the Zhua clan were discussing among themselves. If Yin Hentian doesn't die, our Zhua clan will never have peace. That's right. Most people would not care about what happened a million years ago. Who cares about who is right and who is wrong? At most, they were just a group of people who had received the favor. As long as Yin Hentian is dead, everything will return to normal. Yes, as long as Yin Hentian doesn't die, he will definitely continue to stir up trouble. In fact, he might even cause some of the ancient sects to reconsider the matters of the past. However, if Yin Hentian dies, no one will care about what happened in the past. Yin Hentian must die. The group of Yin family's experts continued to discuss in low voices, their eyes filled with determination. The sage looked at Yin Hentian and finally sighed. Indeed. The sage looked at Yin Chuan. Oh. Yin Chuan looked at the sage. As soon as the sage spoke, the discussions in the surroundings stopped abruptly. Indeed, Yin Jiqing is indeed innocent, but what you did a few months ago was indeed a little too much. The sage said in a deep voice. Yin Chuan raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, Past? May I know what the sage is talking about? Gue Guzi and Yin Henshin's faces suddenly darkened. Not far away, Zhuqing revealed a gloating expression. The sage pointed at the sky-burying coffin that Yin Chuan had taken out earlier and said, No matter what, the sky-burying coffin was placed in the heavenly human palace that day. This coffin already symbolizes the sky corpse coffin. You should not have taken it out. The surrounding cultivators raised their eyebrows. Should not have taken it out? Previously, Yin Hentian had already proven that this was not the sky corpse coffin. However, if the sage said that it was, no one could refute it. After all, the sage was right. Although it was not the sky corpse coffin, since it was placed in the heavenly human palace, it symbolized the sky corpse coffin. That's right. Hand over the sky corpse coffin. Zhuqing sneered. However, Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes and stared at the sage. From the start, Yin Chuan felt that something was wrong with the sage. He seemed to be biased toward the Zhua family. If not for Yin Henshin's irrefutable evidence, which caused the surrounding cultivators to side with Yin Hentian, the sage might not have proven Yin Jiqing's innocence. Now the sage was targeting Xiao Chun. Ha 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 ha. What a symbolic meaning. Could it be that placing a corpse in the heavenly human palace can represent the sky corpse coffin? Yin Chuan's expression suddenly sank as he rebutted. The sage? So what? Yin Chuan still did not compromise. Hua Qiliang and Yin Henshin's expressions tensed, showing worry. However, the surrounding cultivators looked at Yin Chuan in surprise. Is this person crazy? Is he talking to the sage like this? Gue Guzi stood beside Yin Chuan, determination flashing in his eyes. So what if he is a sage? In his first life, Gue Guzi had followed the Sage King to the Great Thousand Realms. He had also been a sage. The Sage Kings would never change because of others. The Sky Corpse Coffin will not tolerate blasphemy. Indeed, please conduct yourself with dignity, the sage said. Zhuqing, who was at the side, revealed an excited smile. Zhuqing understood that the sage was trying to make up for his earlier denial. Those who value others should conduct themselves with dignity. Sage, you should not interfere in my matters. Today, I am here to celebrate your birthday. Please do not make everyone unhappy. Yin Chuan said sullenly. The sage was about to say something when a voice suddenly interrupted. Ha 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 ha. Those who value others should conduct themselves with dignity. Well said, venerated Hua. Did you hear that? Those who value others should conduct themselves with dignity. Not everyone can see your intentions. The Zhua clan? Rumor has it that you did not care about the Zhua clan in the past. Unexpectedly, you were working so hard for the Zhua clan's personal grudge. You are the sage of the world. When did you become the Zhua clan's sage? Ha ha! Loud laughter rang out. If Yin Chuan's earlier words were rebutting the sage, then this voice was slapping the sage's face. Who is so bold? Nearly everyone turned their heads to look. They saw a group of black-robed men standing in a valley outside the heavenly venerate palace's plaza. All of them carried swords on their backs. Whoosh! The group of people lifted their black robes, revealing their faces. There was a surge of sword chi between their eyebrows. The leader was even more so. His two green eyebrows looked like two bronze long swords, and the sword chi rushed out. The one who spoke was the leader. The man was dressed in a green robe, and his eyes flashed with a surge of battle intent. He took a step forward, and suddenly, stone swords emerged from the ground around his feet. Rumble! With his step, the stone swords emerged from the man's feet all the way to the heavenly venerate palace's plaza. Who is it? Who is this? What a powerful sword chi! My sword is shaking uncontrollably. Suddenly, countless cultivators clutched their long swords with a look of surprise. Dugupatian? The sage said in a deep voice. The Dugu clan of the southern continent? Patriarch? The world's #1 sword? Dugupatian? Astonishment filled the air. Dugupotian's face was cold, and he sneered. That's right, Huazun Tian. It has been many years since we last met. Compared to back then, you have disappointed me. Disappointed? Ha! If you are, then why did you come to my training ground? The sage said in a deep voice. Dugupatian said arrogantly, I'm here to borrow your position as a saint. In other words, I'm here to borrow your karmic position of heaven and earth. Countless cultivators in the surroundings were speechless. Sage position? How dare you? The sage was finally angry. It's not that easy to be a sage, especially the sage of the Zhua clan. Ha 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 ha. Huazun Tian, do you still remember the promise? No one has ever broken their promise to me, Dugupatian. Those who have broken their promises have all died under my sword. Sage? Oomph. Dugupatian sneered. As he spoke, the long sword in his hand suddenly pierced forward. Whoosh! The tip of the sword tore a crack in the void. A sword-shaped crack in the void pierced toward the sage. The sage immediately struck out with his palm. Boom! A huge explosion rang out. A storm suddenly appeared in Heaven Exalt Palace's plaza, and a large amount of space shattered. For a time, the surrounding cultivators were knocked around by the shockwaves. Only the ancestral immortals were unscathed. Dugupatian, follow me. The sage shouted angrily. Whoosh! The sage flew into the sky. Dugupatian sneered and chased after him. The sage versus the #1 sword under the heavens. Quick, let's go take a look. A large number of cultivators chased after them. After all, this was a sage's training ground. The sage did not want to destroy his training ground and injure his disciples. That was why he moved the battlefield. However, a battle between sages represented a future goal. Who would be willing to miss it? The #1 sword under the heavens? A sage? The battle would definitely be earth-shattering. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the cultivators in Heaven Exalt Palace's plaza had left. As for the other Dugu clan disciples that Dugupatian had brought with him, they looked at Heaven Exalt Palace with gloomy expressions and said, Clan Master, kill the sage. We will work together and destroy the sage's training ground. Understood. Boom. Immediately, 10 vast energy swords charged over. Bastard. Hua Bing's expression changed. He quickly activated the formation. At the same time, he merged with the Heavenly Tao and led a group of Hua clan disciples toward the Dugu clan disciples in the distance. Boom! The square of Heaven Exalt Palace was instantly thrown into chaos. For a time, Heavenly Tao, Sword Chi, Saber Chi, and storms wreaked havoc everywhere. Inhentian and Hua Chiliang looked at the sudden change in shock. Chaos in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, in the Zhua clan district, this opportunity will not come again. Extreme in Heavenly Toad Shield. Zhuiqing shouted. Roar. Together with Zhuiqing, 10 Zhua clan experts suddenly activated a shield-shaped Dharma treasure with a toad swallowing the moon at the top. It descended from the sky and enveloped Yin Chuan and the others. Rumble. Within the shield, Yin Qi surged. A wisp of piercing coldness appeared and instantly froze the surrounding ground. The surroundings instantly turned into an ice field. Boom! Yin Chuan, Gigu Zi, and Inhentian were instantly enveloped. Haha, it's covered. brothers, take advantage of the chaos and refine the three of them here. Zhuo Qing shouted coldly. Yes, the Zhuo clan disciples shouted in response. In the distance, when the emperor saw Yin Chuan being enveloped by the shield, his expression changed. The long saber in his hand trembled unconsciously, and he quickly rushed toward the chaotic square of Heaven Exalt Palace. Chapter 1200. Heaven Revered Hall Square was in chaos. Rumble, heavenly Tao, sword chi, storm, shattered stones, formation, Heaven Revered Hall Square was in chaos. Most of the cultivators had already chased after the saints' battle. At this moment, most of the cultivators in the square were the saints' descendants and disciples, as well as the Dugu clan and Zhuo clan. In the guest area, the 16 Zhuo clan disciples all rushed out. Not only here, more and more Zhuo clan disciples rushed over to prevent any accidents. Refine, Zhuo Qing shouted. The Zhuo clan disciples quickly activated the great Yin Heaven Toad cover. The toad statue above released a dark blue light, and the great Yin Heaven Toad cover released rolling Yin Qi. Not far away, Desolation Hua's expression changed. On one side was his old ancestor. On the other side was the Saint King. For a moment, Desolation Hua did not know where to run. Looking at the direction Hua Zun Tian left in, Desolation Hua quickly analyzed that he could not catch up to the old ancestor's speed, let alone help. He could only help the Saint King in front of him. Zhuo Qing stopped. Desolation Hua rushed over. Boom! Heaven Transformation Lord instantly stopped Desolation Hua. Desolation Hua. This is a matter between Yin clan and Zhuo clan. The old ancestor is not willing to interfere. You should not interfere. Heaven Transformation Lord sneered. Scram! Desolation Hua shouted. Stop Desolation Hua. Heaven Transformation Lord shouted coldly. Immediately, a group of Hua clan disciples quickly blocked in front of Desolation Hua. Boom! Desolation Hua attacked without hesitation. However, Desolation Hua was only an ancient immortal after all. He could not break through. Not far away, at the dragon carriage, the Saint King was tricked quickly. 7 fiends shouted. Ong! Dragon Fifth replied. Ong! Torvosaurus was somewhat unwilling. Old barbarian, the Saint King is not alone. If you want to die, you can stay here. 7 fiends said. When 7 fiends said this, Torvosaurus suddenly quivered. That's right, the Saint King still had a body in the world of the living. The 3 dragons rushed into the chaotic battlefield. Inside the great Yin Heaven Toad cover, Yin Chuan, Gue Guzi, and Yin Hentian were instantly covered. The inside was like a small space. Goo 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 goo. Toad calls came from all directions. The trio could clearly see that there were 9 toads, each of them 10 zhang tall. Each one, 10 zhang tall, blew chi towards Yin. Boom! Gue Guzi raised his hand dragon, chi shield, was on the verge of Hell's shield. Not good. It's the extreme Yin Heaven Toad shield, a treasure of a sage in the past. Yin Henshin's expression changed as he cried out. Treasure, Entian great treasure. Ichicheng. That's right, Yang Qi said. In ancient times, a sage perished. Originally, it was supposed to be in the hands of the Yin clan, but now it's in the hands of the Zhuo clan. The Zhuo clan really paid a huge price this time. This is a magical treasure of a sage. Ancestor. As God. Hentian. Ancestor. The Holy King is indeed the essence of the moon, just like the cold essence of the moon in the depths of the moon. With my current yang body, I'm afraid that I won't be able to withstand it for long. Gigu Z smiled bitterly. Moonlight essence, cold moon essence. We originally wanted to make a trip to the moon, but this saves us the trouble. Yin Chuan revealed a smile. He waved his hand. What? An opening suddenly appeared in front of him. The great Yin Heaven Toad cover was broken. Yin Hentian looked at the hole in front of him in astonishment. This was a sage's magic treasure. Just how strong was the Sage King? Go out. This emperor will refine this treasure and protect Yin Hentian well. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Understood. Gue Guzi replied. He took a step forward and brought Hention out of the extreme heaven-toed shield. Boom! The opening that Yin Chuan had opened suddenly closed again. Boom! When the 9 toads opened their mouths, the surging blue energy rushed towards Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan didn't even use a protective shield. He opened his arms and allowed the blue energy to rush into his body. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Yin Chuan seemed to have been hit by 9 torrents. Roar! As Yin Chuan roared, his face became ferocious. His eyes were red, and 2 blood-red fangs slowly appeared in his mouth. On his back, a pair of huge black dragon bone wings rushed out. Roar! As he roared, the surging blue energy rushed towards Yin Chuan's mouth. Rumble! It was like the Milky Way had fallen and rushed straight into Yin Chuan's stomach. In the outside world, Zhuo Qing led the Zhuo family disciples to control the extreme heaven-toed shield. Haha, since you have entered the extreme heaven-toed shield, don't ever think of coming out. A sage's magic treasure could be refined by you. Hention, Yin Chuan, only death awaits you. Zhuo Qing said excitedly. In the distance, the dragon carriage was rushing over. In another direction, a woman holding a saber was killing her way over. Under the blade of her saber, corpses exploded instantly. What's going on? Yin Chuan's dragon carriage? Why is the 3-headed dragon so strong? Who is that woman? Why is she killing my Zhuo family people? Everyone was anxious. 3rd brother, go deal with those beasts. 5th brother, go stop that woman. Zhuo Qing said anxiously. Okay. Swoosh. The 2 figures shot off in 2 different directions. Boom. The battle between the 2 sides did not end immediately. Instead, it seemed to be getting more and more difficult. 3rd brother and 5th brother are both ancestral immortals. How can this be? Zhuo Qing's expression changed. Zhuo Qing, the extreme heaven-toed shield hasn't refined them yet. A Zhuo family disciple said anxiously. Not yet? Then let's wait a little longer. None of them will live. Zhuo Qing said coldly. No, Zhuo Qing, it seems that you've been having bad luck recently. Just now, you scolded Hention and lost. The sage was supposed to cooperate with us, but because of your question, he stopped. Now, the Zhuo family disciple frowned. Speaking of bad luck, Zhuo Qing became even more depressed. Bad luck is only temporary. There will definitely be no problem this time. Zhuo Qing said angrily. Who knows? Didn't these 2 variables come? I'm more worried that because of your bad luck, Hention might escape. That person still grumbled. Impossible. A sage treasure. How can they escape? With just them? If they escape, I'll eat this sage treasure alive. Zhuo Qing said angrily. Just as Zhuo Qing finished speaking, a crack suddenly appeared on the extreme heaven-toed shield. Whoosh! Gue Guzi and Hention stepped out. Zhuo Qing, the Zhuo family disciples. The Zhuo family disciples suddenly looked at Zhuo Qing. The disciple from before grumbled, I told you that you have bad luck, but you just had to come. Zhuo Qing was even more exasperated. Roar! Kill him! Follow me and kill him! Zhuo Qing shouted. Yin Chuan is still inside. That person said again. That's right. The extreme heaven-toed shield still needs an ancestral immortal to guard it. Old 6, stay here. Don't let Yin Chuan come out and ruin our plan. 2nd brother, Old 7, follow me to kill Hention. He must die. Zhuo Qing shouted anxiously. Gue Guzi waved his sleeve and flew toward the dragon carriage with Hention. Roar! Mr. Gue Guzi, where's the Sage King? The 7 fiends shouted. Don't worry, Sage King. Follow me. Gue Guzi shouted. Roar! The 3 dragons answered. They followed Gue Guzi and flew outside. Zhuo Qing and the 3 ancestral immortals chased after them. On the other side, a group of Zhuo family disciples blocked the Emperor's saber. Ancient immortal? She's just an ancient immortal? An ancestral immortal who was one with the heavenly Tao exclaimed. The Emperor was an ancient immortal, but this ancient immortal was too fierce. The Zwa family disciples rushed forward. Boom! The moment the saber appeared, 10 Zwa family disciples were instantly cut in half and thrown into the air. The ancestral Immortal slashed with his sword. The Emperor's face suddenly turned sinister. Supreme saber intent. The Emperor shouted. Boom! The Emperor used the power of an ancient Immortal to block the ancestral Immortal's sword. Boom! The ancestral Immortal's heavenly Tao shook, and the ancestral Immortal was sent flying by the Emperor's sword. Sent flying? An ancestral Immortal was sent flying by an ancient Immortal? No, this isn't realistic. This isn't real. The ancestral Immortal who was sent flying was extremely shocked and furious. Immediately, nearly 1,000 Zwa family disciples rushed toward the Emperor in the center. The Emperor looked at the great sky toad barrier in the distance, and his eyes were filled with anxiety. Those who stand in my way die. The Emperor roared. Screech. Wherever the saber passed, the Zwa family disciples were all cut into pieces and sent flying. The Emperor's combat strength was shocking. Other than the ancestral Immortal from before, no one else was a match for his saber. He killed his way toward the great sky toad barrier. The Zwa family disciples who were in charge of the great sky toad barrier were confused. My Zwa family sent 6 ancestral Immortals and 300 ancient Immortals. Why is it so difficult to kill Enchantment outside of Dijon? The Zwa family ancestral Immortal who was in charge of the great sky toad barrier was confused. On the other side, Hua Qiliang was fighting with the Hua family. Hua Qiliang, stop. The Zwa family wants to kill Enchantment. The old ancestor has agreed. The Hua family disciples shouted. Shut up and scram, Hua Qiliang said anxiously. On the other side, the sky-burying coffin was still in the chaotic plaza. Lord Hua Tian suddenly appeared where the sky-burying coffin was. Sky-burying coffin? Yin Chuan cares so much about it that he didn't hesitate to offend everyone. Could there be some secret? Lord Hua Tian's eyes were filled with excitement. Lord Hua Tian reached out and grabbed the sky-burying coffin. Just as he was about to pick up the sky-burying coffin, a palm pressed down on the sky-burying coffin. Lord Hua Tian's expression changed as he looked over. It was the scholarly Fu Su who was pressing down on the sky-burying coffin with one hand. This thing doesn't belong to you. Fu Su smiled. Lord Hua Tian's face twitched. In such a chaotic environment where blades flashed everywhere, Fu Su's calm smile was too out of place. It was too strange. In my revered heaven territory, it's mine. Lord Hua Tian shouted coldly. As he spoke, a powerful ancestral Immortal aura pressed down on Fu Su. However, Fu Su didn't react at all. He was still smiling. Wong. Lord Hua Tian felt a huge vibration coming from the sky-burying coffin. The vibration was so strong that even Lord Hua Tian, who had the strength of an ancestral Immortal, couldn't resist it at all. Boom! Lord Hua Tian was forced back 10 steps before stabilizing himself. Standing 10 steps away, Lord Hua Tian looked at Fu Su with a face full of shock. Fu Su was also an ancestral Immortal, and much stronger than him. Fu Su waved his sleeve and put away the sky-burying coffin. He turned around and smiled at Lord Hua Tian before leaving. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared in front of everyone. Who is this Fu Su? Lord Hua Tian's expression was extremely ugly. Chapter 1201. The heavenly Tao around the heavenly revered palace was a mess. In the distance, in a place surrounded by mountains. Boom! 4 heavenly Tao were erected in a square formation, with one person standing in each formation. They were Zwiqing and the 4 Zwa clan ancestral Immortals. Gue Guzi, Enchantment, and the 3 dragons were trapped in the center. Run? Let's see where you can run to. Zwiqing sneered arrogantly. At this moment, Gue Guzi smiled. Who said we're running? Lord En, I've never seen you in action after entering great perfection for so many years. Can you hold off one of these ancestral Immortals? Gue Guzi asked. Enchantment took a deep breath. Everything about the Zhua clan was taught by my Yin clan. I might need some time to prepare for other ancestral immortals, but I can hold off one of them. All right, too long. Hold off one. Gue Guzi ordered. Hold off? But there are 4 of them. Tu Long said worriedly. You just have to hold them back. Gue Guzi said in a low voice. Yes, Mr. Gue Guzi, Dragon 5th, and I will hold off one of them. But you have to be quick. We're just ancient immortals. We can't hold them off for long. The 7 fiends volunteered. Gue Guzi smiled at the 7 fiends and nodded. All right, 7 fiends. I'll report this to the Sage King. Roar. The 7 fiends felt energized. They had been waiting for this sentence. Ha! A bunch of ignorant fools. Brothers, don't be polite to them. Inhentian must die. Zhuqing shouted. All right. The other 3 ancestral immortals shouted. Rumble. More than 10 heavenly Tao appeared behind each of the 4 ancestral immortals. The void around them trembled as the heavenly Tao's power crushed inward. Do you know why I brought you here? Gue Guzi sneered. He waved his hand. Roar, roar. Countless dragon roars could be heard from the ground. Boom. Countless dragon veins shot into the sky and surrounded the area. For a moment, endless fog filled the area. In the blink of an eye, the sky was covered in golden light. Derivative world? You've already set up a derivative world? Zhuqing's expression changed. A derivative world of Feng, Shui? Give birth to a similar world? Not good. Quick attack. Another Jiaohu said. I still have to thank Desolation Hua for lending Hua Zuntian this saint sword. Gue Guzi smiled. Suddenly, Gigu Zi stabbed a glowing long sword into the ground. Boom! The surrounding fog suddenly spread outwards. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings turned from illusion to reality, and a huge palace appeared out of thin air. Heaven-revered palace? Zhuqing's expression changed. A palace that looked exactly the same as the heavenly revered hall suddenly appeared. Moreover, a large number of transparent palaces appeared around it. As they slowly solidified, it was as if an illusion had turned into reality. It was like a replica of the heavenly revered palace in the distance. At the entrance of the revered heaven palace, Gigu Zi's body suddenly glowed with white light as he lowered his head slightly. Slowly, Gigu Zi raised his head. At that moment, everyone realized that Gigu Zi's clothes had become exactly the same as the saints. Even Gue Guzi's face was blurred. There seemed to be a layer of mist covering Gue Guzi's face, making it impossible to see his face clearly. Only one kind of person would have such a form, and that was a saint. A saint was formless and formless. The heavenly Tao bestowed them with power, and they were the great duke of the world. At that moment, Gigu Zi's face was also blurred, his body glowing with white light. Gigu Zi suddenly shouted, in front of the heavenly revered palace, I am the Saint Hua Zuntian. Hong! A powerful aura erupted from Gigu Zi's body and spread in all directions. A saint has created a world. He actually created a saint's dojo? Zhuqing exclaimed. Kill. An ancestral immortal's 10 heavenly Tao came crushing down. Gigu Zi snorted coldly and waved his sleeve. Boom! The 10 heavenly Tao immediately collapsed and scattered. Gigu Zi took a step forward and grabbed at the ancestral immortal with his palm. Bastard, bastard! The ancestral immortal roared in shock and struck with his palm. How dare you be so impudent in front of a saint? Gigu Zi shouted angrily. Boom! The 2 palms collided and the ancestral immortal was sent flying. The heavenly Tao that he had fused with shook as if it would collapse at any moment. Impersonating a saint? Impossible. There are less than 5 feng shui masters in the world who can impersonate a saint. And how can you impersonate one so well? The ancestral immortal exclaimed. Gigu Zi swung his sleeve and shouted, I am a saint. I will destroy the heavens and destroy the earth. I will honor the merits of the heavenly revered domain. Follow my command. Rumble. For a moment, the entire heavenly revered domain began to tremble. The earth trembled as waves of energy gathered toward Gigu Zi. Giguzi's aura became more and more divine. Everyone felt that his aura was becoming more and more similar to that of Huazun Tian. A feng shui master? How can there be such a powerful feng shui master in Dijon? The ancestral immortal exclaimed. Unparalleled sovereign heaven, great might shatters the Tao. Giguzi waved his hand again. Boom! The ancestral immortal's body fused with the heavenly Tao and exploded. The ancestral immortal was slapped to the ground by the saint that Giguzi had impersonated. Puffed. The ancestral immortal spat out a mouthful of blood. Impossible, impossible. The ancestral immortal cried out in shock. As for Zhuqing and the other 3 ancestral immortals, their mouths were agape as they stared at this scene. I've seen geomancers use derivative worlds to simulate ancestral immortals, but this is the first time I've seen a simulated sage. Moreover, it was a saint that he was not familiar with. How can there be such a powerful feng shui master? Zhuqing exclaimed. The other 2 ancestral immortals grew anxious as well, and they wanted to attack Giguzi as well. Boom! Enchantment and the 3 dragons attacked at the same time. Guzi had already finished his work. At this moment, everyone naturally understood what it meant to drag things out. Rumble. In the derivative world, a raging battle broke out. In front of the revered Heaven Hall, the sovereign saber was like a meat grinder. Apart from ancestral immortals, anyone who touched it would be sliced into 2. Kill, 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 kill. Along the way, the Zhua clan's ancient immortals were no match for him. Wherever the blade passed, it was all quiet. Ah, ancestor, save me. Granduncle, save me. Countless sounds of Jiaohu could not change the killing intent of the emperor at this moment. The ancestral immortal blocking the emperor was also very anxious at this moment. Heavenly Might's sword. A sword pierced over with a vast sword energy. The emperor's face was ferocious as he twisted his saber. Roar! The mountain-like saber energy went up against the heavens and collided with the heavenly Tao. Boom! A huge gap was slashed open in the heavenly Tao, and the saber energy directly cut through the left hand of the ancestral immortal inside. Ah! The ancestral immortal screamed. The heavenly Tao, that was the heavenly Tao, was cut open by the emperor's saber. Not far away, the Zhua clan's disciple who was controlling the great Heaven-Toad shield had an ugly expression. How could this be? The ancestral immortal Jiaohu, who was controlling the great Heaven-Toad shield, said. Quick, old 6, come and help me. The ancestral immortal Jiaohu, whose hand was cut off, said. Me? Then what about the great Heaven-Toad shield? Yin Chuan is still inside. He's not dead yet. Old 6 said anxiously. As he spoke, Old 6 suddenly saw Lord Huatian not far away. Lord Huatian, go and help him deal with that woman. Old 6 said anxiously. Deal with the emperor? Lord Huatian looked at the emperor who was fighting in the distance. She was just an ancient immortal, but when he saw her strength, Lord Huatian suddenly trembled. No, I'm not going. How about I help you control the great Heaven-Toad shield? Lord Huatian immediately shook his head and refused. Fine. You come and control it with my Zhua clan's disciples. Old 6 had no other choice. Okay. Lord Huatian immediately charged towards the great Heaven-Toad shield. Lord Huatian, do you want to die? Far away, the Jiaohu who was blocked by Desolation Transformation said. Lord Huatian ignored Desolation Transformation and reached out to take over Old 6's job. Rumble. Lord Huatian activated the great Heaven-Toad shield. Desolation Transformation anxiously looked at the disciples blocking him. Bastards, get out of the way. Desolation Transformation. Lord Huatian is right. The old ancestor has already acknowledged the Zhua clan. Don't keep making mistakes. A Zhua clan disciple shouted. The ones who keep making mistakes are you guys. Lord Huatian, that idiot, it's fine if he wants to die, but he wants to take you guys with him? Desolation Transformation said anxiously. You? Desolation Transformation, quickly wake up. The ones who aren't awake are you guys. Desolation Transformation shouted anxiously. In the distance, the two ancestral immortals were fighting the Emperor at the same time. The Emperor's eyes were cold, his short hair slightly swaying. "Those who block me die." The Emperor's fighting strength seemed to increase explosively again. Rumble. The fierce battle made the two ancestral immortals tremble in fear, even though they were standing within the heavenly Tao, because every slash of the Emperor's was able to cut a hole in the heavenly Tao. This was the heavenly Tao. Ancient immortals couldn't shake it at all, but in front of the Emperor, it was full of holes. The two ancestral immortals immediately felt depressed. "Quick, have you refined Yin Chuan yet?" Old Six Jiaohu asked. "No, old ancestor hasn't refined him yet, but," a Zhua clan ancient immortal said anxiously. "But what?" Old Six shouted. "There seems to be a problem with the great Yin Heaven Toad shield. Something's not right." The ancient immortal said anxiously. "Isn't it just refining Yin Chuan? What's wrong? Could he have eaten the great Yin Heaven Toad shield?" Old Six said gloomily. He had just left for a while, and something had happened over there. Inside the great Yin Heaven Toad shield, zombie Yin Chuan opened his mouth and devoured the moonlight essence crazily. Rolling blue energy rushed into Yin Chuan's mouth. The 9 giant toads didn't even have time to spit it out and felt weak. "That's it." Humph roar. Yin Chuan's fangs grew a bit longer, and his devouring power rose again. Gu-gu-gu-gu. The 9 giant toads trembled, as if they couldn't resist at all. Bam! Yin Chuan's huge dragon bone wings flapped violently. Roar! The 9 giant toads were all pulled into Yin Chuan's mouth by Yin Chuan's great strength. Yin Chuan swallowed them together with the space inside. Rumble! To the outside world, the great Yin Heaven Toad shield trembled violently. As it trembled, Lord Huatian and the others were at a loss. Roar! Suddenly, everyone heard a soul-shaking roar. Boom! Everyone who used the great Yin Heaven Toad shield was sent flying by a huge force. Even Lord Huatian took a few steps back at this moment. As he retreated, he saw the surrounding space distort. He vaguely saw a huge monster with huge wings on its back and fangs in its mouth. It opened its mouth and swallowed the great Yin Heaven Toad shield. Buzz! Everyone was shocked to see that the great Yin Heaven Toad shield disappeared. The square was originally a mess, and at the center stood a huge zombie. Boom! The huge wings on the zombie's back slowly retracted. "Yin Chuan, Yin Chuan!" Lord Huatian exclaimed. His face was filled with endless fear. Lord Huatian knew that Yin Chuan was powerful. That day, he swallowed an ancestral immortal alive. Today, he even swallowed a saint's Dharma treasure. That was a saint's Dharma treasure. Ancestor! The Zhua family's ancient immortal roared in shock. The 2 ancestral immortals who were fighting the Emperor in the distance were also in danger. "What's wrong now?" Sixth brother shouted anxiously. Yin Chuan really ate it. The Zhua family's ancient immortal shouted in panic. "What?" The 2 ancestral immortals were slightly stunned. They turned their heads. They saw that the great Yin Heaven Toad shield had disappeared. Only Yin Chuan was standing in the center, baring his fangs. "What?" The 2 ancestral immortals cried out in shock again. While they were distracted, "Die!" the Emperor roared. A vast saber energy descended from the sky and slashed down vertically at a heavenly Tao. Boom! The Emperor's saber split the entire heavenly Tao vertically. The ancestral immortal in the center was split in half on the spot. A huge sound rang out, shaking the heavens and the earth. Instantly, the surrounding battle stopped. Even the battle between Hua Bing and the experts of the Dugu family suddenly stopped. Almost everyone looked at the heavenly Tao that was split in half in confusion. Then, they looked at the person who wielded the saber. "An ancient immortal?" Hua Bing exclaimed. The experts of the Dugu family also looked at the Emperor in confusion. After being struck by the Emperor's blade, he was also gasping for breath. However, his gasping for breath sounded like the ringing of a great bell in the ears of many people. The other ancestral immortal who was fighting the Emperor was dumbfounded. The Emperor also saw Yin Chuan in the distance. "You're fine." The emperor was slightly stunned, but a flash of joy flashed in his eyes. I'm fine. Thank you so much this time. Yin Chuan nodded. Even if Yin Chuan was not a romantic, he could understand why the emperor rushed over. An ancient immortal was willing to fight two ancestral immortals for him. How could Yin Chuan not be touched? The emperor's expression was complicated. No need to thank me. It has nothing to do with you. I only wanted to kill the ancestral immortal and remove the bloodbathing curse. The emperor's face turned cold again. Turning his head, the emperor no longer looked at Yin Chuan and flew into the distance. The ancestral immortal Laolu did not dare to stop him. Congratulations, Master. Master is mighty, the 12th disciple shouted excitedly. The emperor waved his sleeve and flew away with the 12th disciple. Almost everyone in the heavenly revered hall watched the emperor leave. Whether it was the Dugu family or the Hua family, they all remembered this woman. Yin Chuan came out. Lord Hua Tian naturally fled in panic. Yin Chuan snorted coldly. He reached out and grabbed. A huge hand grabbed Lord Hua Tian. Bastard, what are you doing? I'm the descendant of a sage. This is the heavenly revered hall. Jiahu shouted. On the other side, the remaining ancestral immortal of the Zhua family did not want to fight and fled into the distance. Where do you think you're going? Yin Chuan snorted coldly. The other hand turned into a huge hand and grabbed the ancestral immortal from behind. Let go. The ancestral immortal's face changed, but Yin Chuan was faster. The two hands joined together, and Lord Huatian and Laolu were pulled face to face. Boom! The two ancestral immortals collided face to face and were instantly smashed into pieces. Chapter 1202. Capturing two ancestral immortals with each hand. Everyone was stunned. This is the strength of a sixth firmament ancestral immortal. Yin Chuan is already a sixth firmament ancestral immortal. High up in the sky, Hua Bing's expression changed. Roar! Yin Chuan roared as the fangs in his mouth slowly retracted. After swallowing the extreme Yin Heaven Toad shield and absorbing the pure Yin essence, I finally reached the second firmament ancestral immortal. But still not enough. I still need a lot of things to recover my first life's body. Yin Chuan analyzed. Bastard, Yin Chuan, let me go. Otherwise, when my old ancestor comes back, he will definitely. Lord Hua Tian cried out in pain. If you want to kill me, you should have thought of this. Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with a ray of light. Boom! He grabbed the two ancestral immortals and slammed them into each other again. The two ancestral immortals immediately felt dizzy. Bang! After throwing the two ancestral immortals to the ground, two pitch-black chains suddenly emerged from Yin Chuan's sleeves. The chains seemed illusory. Once they came out of Yin Chuan's sleeves, they immediately drilled into the bodies of the two ancestral immortals. Boom! The two ancestral immortals suddenly trembled as they revealed a pained and fearful expression. Ka-ka-ka-ka. The chains locked the two ancestral immortals' shoulder blades. The two ancestral immortals cried out in pain. Stop! High up in the sky, Hua Bing glared. But Yin Chuan responded with a cold and fierce gaze. On the other side, the group of Hua family disciples who were blocking Desolation Hua were shocked. How could this be? Boom! Desolation Hua charged out of the group of stunned clansmen. In an instant, he arrived in front of Yin Chuan. Sage King, are you all right? Desolation Hua asked worriedly. Desolation Hua, you traitor who betrayed your master. Even now you still call him Sage King? Lord Hua Tian said in pain. Shut up. Desolation Hua shouted angrily. Yin Chuan looked at Desolation Hua and said, Don't worry. You are you. They are them. I, Great Jun, have always been clear. Yes. Thank you, Holy King. Desolation Transformation said gratefully. Haha, looks like we're not the only ones who want to destroy the Saint's dojo. Who are you? An expert from the Dugu clan laughed. Yin Chuan looked at the expert and did not reply. He did not want to talk to him at all. The face of the powerhouse from the Dugu clan stiffened, and he looked at Yin Chuan with some resentment. Great ancestor, save me. My strength has been completely sealed. Lord of Heaven Transformation shouted to Hua Bing. Hua Bing's face was gloomy. She looked at the restless experts of the Dugu clan, then looked at Yin Chuan and frowned deeply. Yin Di, Lord Hua Tian is young and insensible. Yin Di, please be magnanimous. Hua Bing said solemnly. Yin Chuan smiled coldly and said, he wanted to kill me, and you want me to let him go? Hua Bing was slightly stunned, not knowing how to answer. Roar. An excited dragon roar came from afar. Yin Chuan's dragon carriage returned once more. The 3 dragons were all injured. The 7 fiends were covered in wounds, but their eyes were filled with excitement. Giguzi was driving the dragon carriage, while Enchantment and 4 others with clan ancestral immortals who were similarly chained stood beside him. All of them were covered in wounds. They were filled with grief and indignation. In the plaza of revered Heaven Palace, the Zhua clan ancestral immortals who had been restrained by Yin Chuan saw that all the Zhua clan ancestral immortals had been restrained. They immediately cried out, no. It was not just the Zhua clan ancestral immortals. Lord Hua Tian, Hua Bing, and the Dugu clan disciples were all shocked. For ancestral immortals. How long had it been? And they had all been taken down. Even if they were low-level ancestral immortals, they were still ancestral immortals. Ancestral immortals had the heavenly Tao. Even if they could not win, they could still flee. But now, they had been restrained? This was much harder than defeating 4 ancestral immortals. There were only 3 dragons in front of them. Roar! The dragon carriage landed on the plaza. Bang! The 4 ancestral immortals were thrown in front of Yin Chuan. Holy King, none of them escaped. Giguzi laughed. Enchantment sighed. Giguzi's imitation of a sage was too shocking. Enchantment only knew about the strength of Feng Shui masters from his clan's records. This was the first time he had seen it with his own eyes. The 3 dragons were also extremely respectful towards Giguzi. Yin Chuan nodded. The 7 fiends twisted their bodies, somewhat anxious. By the way, the 7 fiends of the underworld dragon fought with all their might, charging forward without hesitation. The last ancestral immortal nearly escaped, but the 7 fiends of the underworld dragon managed to stop him despite sustaining heavy injuries. Giguzi boasted. The 7 fiends immediately looked at Giguzi with gratitude. Yin Chuan looked at the 7 fiends and nodded. Well done. Here are the ancestral immortals. Choose one to eat. Roar. Thank you, Holy King. Thank you, Mr. Giguzi. The 7 fiends shouted excitedly. The 7 fiends have been stuck at peak ancient immortal for 20,000 years. Now, they could finally become ancestral immortals. The 7 fiends did not care about the Zhua clan at all. They eagerly opened their mouths and swallowed an ancestral immortal. Bastard, how dare you? We are from the Zhua clan. If anyone dares to touch us, the Zhua clan will destroy you. Zhua Qing shouted angrily. The 7 fiends did not care and swallowed an ancient immortal. All around, whether it was the restrained ancestral immortals on the ground or the Hua clan and Dugu clan in the sky, they all felt a chill. It was not because of the 7 fiends. It was because of Yin Chuan's attitude. Ancestral immortals? Reward them as salaries? Reward them for killing ancestral immortals? Eat them? How dare you? Zhua Qing's eyes widened. The other 4 ancestral immortals who had been restrained had looks of horror on their faces as well. No, you can't eat 6, brother. You can't. One of the ancestral immortals shouted. Grand Ancestor, save me. Grand Ancestor, save me. Lord Hua was so frightened that he screamed. High up in the sky, Hua Bing could no longer hold back and flew down. Yin Di, Lord Hua Tian has offended you. Yin Di, please give me some face and let Lord Hua Tian live. Hua Bing bowed extremely respectfully. All around, countless Hua clan descendants had ugly expressions. They were the disciples of sages. How could they have to act according to others' wishes? Hua Bing was the number 1 person in the revered heaven territory apart from sages. How could he be so polite to Yin Chuan? Gui Guzi laughed coldly and said, "Your face? How can it be compared to the life and death of the Sage King?" Hua Bing looked at Gui Guzi with a dark expression. "Sage King, how should we deal with these people?" Gui Guzi looked at the 5 ancestral immortals on the ground. Inhentian, the Zhua clan has a great enmity with you. However, we can't give you all these ancestral immortals. Choose one to kill and remove your blood-bathing curse. As for the others, bring them back to the Great Qin City and reward them for meritorious service. After killing them, their corpses will be given to you. Grind their bones and scatter their ashes." Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, Inhentian naturally had no objections. When the surrounding cultivators heard Yin Chuan's words, they felt a chill down their spines. Not far away, Dragon Fifth saw the 7 fiends devouring the ancestral immortals. When he heard that Yin Chuan was really going to treat the ancestral immortals as a reward, he immediately looked at the 7 fiends with envy. Meritorious service for the ancestral immortal position? Dragon Fifth's eyes turned red with envy. Next time, he would work harder next time. TSK. Inhentian was also direct. After so many years of hatred, Inhentian wasn't willing to wait too long. A sword instantly pierced through the chest of an ancestral immortal. You. The ancestral immortal looked at Inhentian with a look of regret before he died. When the 6 Zhua clan ancestral immortals came, they were extremely aggressive and forced the sages to retreat. Now, they were captured and killed one by one. "Grand Ancestor, save me!" Lord Hua Tian cried out in horror. Yin Chuan wasn't joking. Was he serious? "Bring them to the dragon carriage. Let's go back," Yin Chuan said solemnly. "Yes," Gui Guzi and Inhentian replied. Desolation Hua frowned slightly. He looked around and finally sighed. "Yes. All right, Lord Hua, thank you for this sage's sword. I'll return it to its rightful owner," Gui Guzi said with a smile. Desolation Hua received it. His expression changed slightly as he nodded. "Grand Ancestor Hua Bing, please return the sword to the Grand Ancestor. I'll return with the Sage King." Desolation Hua shouted to Hua Bing. Hua Bing's face turned ugly. "Yin Chuan, Lord Hua Tian is a member of my Hua clan. Even if you don't give me face, you should give Desolation Hua face, right?" Hua Bing's face finally turned cold. Desolation Hua immediately said, "Grand Ancestor, don't count me in. Lord Hua Tian asked for it. I advised him many times, but he didn't listen at all." Hua Bing's face turned cold. "Bastard, Desolation Hua. Remember, your surname is Hua. Lord Hua Tian is still your clan. Grand Ancestor Hua Bing, you only know that I, Desolation Hua, am a person today? Everything I've done is worthy of the Hua clan and the Grand Ancestor." Desolation Hua's face also turned cold. As he spoke, Desolation Hua threw out the sage's sword. "Bastard, evil creature," Hua Bing shouted angrily. Boom! 50 heavenly Dao suddenly appeared around Hua Bing. The 50 heavenly Dao surrounded Hua Bing in the center. Hua Bing's body merged with the heavenly Dao. He reached out and grabbed at Lord Hua Tian on the dragon carriage. Desolation Hua's face changed. He immediately shouted to Yin Chuan, "Sage King, please calm down. The Grand Ancestor has lost his mind for a moment." Looking at the hand seal grabbing at him, Yin Chuan's eyes turned cold. He reached out and punched towards the distance. Boom! A black fist suddenly appeared and crashed into Hua Bing's palm. The 50 heavenly Dao suddenly burst out with bright light. Endless power gathered into Hua Bing's palm and met Yin Chuan's punch. Boom! With a loud bang, the void shook violently. The huge palm shattered, and the fist aura rushed towards Hua Bing's heavenly Dao like a hot knife through butter. Yin Chuan's power was not restricted by the heavenly Dao at all. He brazenly entered the heavenly Dao's interior. What? Hua Bing's face changed. Boom! With a loud bang, Hua Bing's figure retreated 10,000 feet away. The original heavenly Dao collapsed. Clutching his chest, Hua Bing's hair was messy. He looked at Yin Chuan in shock. Below the sage, the number one person in the Venerable Heaven territory was actually not a match for Yin Chuan. Countless Hua family disciples were shocked. As for the Dugu family disciples, their eyebrows twitched. Above the sixth heaven of the ancestral immortal realm. He's definitely above the sixth heaven. A Dugu family disciple said solemnly, "Thank you for showing mercy, Sage King." Desolation Hua immediately said respectfully, "Yes, he only wants to snatch Lord Hua Tian. I won't argue with him. Let's go." Yin Chuan said indifferently, "Roar." The three dragons pulled the dragon chariot towards the north with reverence. Yin Chuan, do you know that this is the sage's dojo? Today's humiliation, the sage will not let it go in the future. Hua Bing roared from afar. The dragon chariot flew towards the north. If you don't let it go, ask the sage to come to my Great Qin. I'll be waiting in the Great Qin Empire. Yin Chuan shouted. Around the venerable heaven palace, whether it was the sage's disciples or the Dugu family's experts, they were all slightly stunned. Waiting in the Great Qin city? Yin Chuan dared to provoke the sage? Where did he come from? A Dugu family disciple asked curiously. Chapter 1203. On the Dragon Carriage. Hua Desolation was guarding the four imprisoned ancestral immortals on the balcony. Hua Desolation, I was wrong. Please help me beg for mercy. I was blinded by greed. I don't want to die. It wasn't easy for me to become an ancestral immortal. Hua Tian Lord cried. Hua Desolation's face twitched. Although he knew that Hua Tian Lord was strong on the outside but weak on the inside, and that he only obtained this ancestral immortal position by currying favor with Hua Bing, he didn't expect Hua Tian Lord to be so afraid of death after being imprisoned. Hua Tian Lord was strong in the past because he had a good backer. With a sage standing behind him, he was arrogant no matter where he went. However, it was different now. Yin Chuan didn't care about his background at all. How could he kill the Zhua clan just like that? Just now, he didn't hesitate to offend the sage to take him away. Hua Desolation, I was wrong in the past. Please help me beg for mercy on the account that we're from the same clan. Hua Tian Lord said. Hua Desolation frowned and looked at Hua Tian Lord. I can't beg the sage monarch now. If you want to live, you better not say anything when you reach the Great Qin city. Your mouth is always ruining things. Okay, I won't say anything. For now on, I'll keep my mouth shut. Hua Tian Lord shouted. Zhua Qing, who was also imprisoned, said coldly, Humph, the family head will soon receive the news. Great Shun, my Zhua clan will not let anyone live. Hua Desolation smiled coldly. Not a single person will live. However, you'll never see it. If my Great Jun is destroyed, I'll definitely kill all of you before I do. You, Hua Desolation, you're the descendant of a sage. Yet, you're helping an outsider deal with a sage? Zhua Qing angrily rebuked. Ha ha ha! Hua Desolation looked at Zhua Qing and laughed mockingly. Inside the dragon carriage. Thank you, Sage Monarch. I brought a lot of trouble to Great Jin this time. In Tian smiled bitterly. Trouble? Because of trouble, Great Jun can rise so quickly. Don't worry, the officials of Dejun aren't afraid of trouble. They're only afraid of no trouble. Yin Chuan laughed. Thank you, Sage King. In Tian was touched. It's a pity that the sky-burying coffin was placed in the square, but no one knows who took it away. In Tian sighed again. Gui Guzi shook his head and said, Don't take it to heart, Lord In. The Sage King purposely put that up for a certain someone. Oh, In Tian was slightly stunned. You go out first. Check on those Zhua clan ancestral immortals and see if you can get anything out of them. Yin Chuan said. Yes. In Tian nodded. Stepping out, In Tian exited the great hall. The door of the hall was closed again, leaving only Yin Chuan and Gui Guzi in the hall. Holy King, Prince Fu Su is here, Gui Guzi said with a smile. In our first life, we entered the Purple Cloud Palace in the vast thousand realms with the great art of dreaming of heaven's secrets. Is this the place he called Earth? Earth? It's a strange place where the yuan qi of heaven and earth is so condensed that it can't be absorbed. There are only mortals there. I passed my soul down to the Ying family and all the kings of the great Qin Empire. Although I can't cultivate, I gained a lot from that place. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said, "Yes, I also gain a lot from that place." Gui Guzi nodded. Earth is also Hongjuan's training ground, the Purple Cloud Palace. At that time, you were the one who found the path to heaven that Hongjun left on earth. My son Fu Su led a few people and entered it. So that path to heaven was left by Hongjun. He had been planning to take over the weakest world for a long time. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said, "Unfortunately, Hongjun failed in the end. He failed to transcend. He was destroyed by fate." Gui Guzi sighed softly. "Haha, no, you forgot one thing." Yin Chuan shook his head and said, "Oh, how did Hongjun appear when he was about to transcend?" Yin Chuan said with a trace of light in his eyes. "Hongjun?" Gui Guzi's pupils suddenly shrank. Back then, the 7 sages of the Great Thousand World went against the heavens and died. Later, the sages came back to life. Then, the Grand Elder died, Premier died, Juni died, Jane died, and Hongjun died. However, Hongjun came back to life by possessing the body of Tong Tian. Why did Hongjun possess the body of Tong Tian? Where is Hongjun's body? Yin Chuan said seriously. Sage King, you mean? Gui Guzi said in surprise. I don't know. In an era, Hongjun was the most powerful person in the Great Thousand World. He was not only strong, but also scheming. Hongjun's scheming was rare in the Great Thousand World. Do you still remember Wu Jiong, who we met in the Sealed Realm? Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Wu Jiong should be someone from Earth at that time. Yushi said that Wu Jiong once opened my imperial mausoleum. Emperor Qin's mausoleum? He found a heavenly order inside? We have told you before. Do you still remember? Yin Chuan asked in a deep voice. Yes. Gui Guzi nodded. My imperial mausoleum seals the path to heaven that Fu Su came from. It is a path that Hongjun left behind that leads to the weakest world. However, there has never been a path to heaven, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Sage King, do you mean that Hongjun put it in before he died? Gui Guzi asked in a deep voice. Earth is also called the Purple Cloud Palace. That was Hongjun's Taoist right. Even if it was not in his hands, he might have been able to enter. This heavenly order at least created the Great Zhou Heavenly Court in Wu Jiong. I'm not sure whether Hongjun is dead or not, but at least I'm sure that Wu Jiong is related to Hongjun. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes, although this world looks weak, there are turbulent undercurrents. Gui Guzi nodded. No matter how many undercurrents there are, we must lift them up. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes, heavenly revered palace square. A group of Hua clan disciples looked at the dragon carriage, leaving with ugly expressions. Great ancestor, what should we do now? A few Hua clan disciples asked anxiously. Even Hua Bing could not stop Yin Chuan. What should they do now? Wait for the old ancestor to return. Hua Bing could only sigh. In the sky, a group of Dugu clan disciples looked at each other. Suddenly, someone revealed a bitter smile. Everyone, did you feel that you were completely ignored just now? A Dugu clan disciple smiled bitterly. It's Yin Chuan. He's so arrogant. No, Hua Bing, who can fight evenly with us, is not even a match for Yin Chuan. He can completely ignore us. Yin Chuan, one person's aura has already overshadowed all of us. Do we still want to fight? A Dugu clan disciple smiled bitterly. Destroy the sage's Dao field. Let's go. My heart is already thwarted. There's no point in destroying the Dao field. If the clan head wins, the Dao field will be destroyed. Let's go and cheer for the clan head. A Dugu clan disciple said in a deep voice. Senior brother, your state of mind has changed? A person beside him asked. I suddenly understood that too hard is easy to break. The arrogant dragon has regrets. Ha ha, the gains and losses are uncertain. Let's go. The Dugu clan expert laughed. Yes, a group of Dugu clan disciples shouted. Then, the group of Dugu clan disciples shot towards the east. There were a few Zhua clan disciples who managed to escape. At this moment, the group of Zhua clan disciples seemed to have collapsed. 6 ancestral immortals. Not a single one of our Zhua clan's ancestral immortals escaped. How could this be? A Zhua clan disciple said with a sorrowful expression. Senior Hua being the Hua clan and our Zhua clan, but the Zhua clan disciple said anxiously. Hua Bing shook his head. Your Zhua clan has already lost 3 ancestral immortals. They must have had life tablets in the Zhua clan's headquarters. The Zhua clan head, Zhua Chuanxiu, must have already known that their life tablets have been destroyed. There's no need for you lowly clan heads to worry about the matters of the upper echelons. Yes. A few Zhua clan disciples immediately responded. Hua Bing pointed at a few Hua clan disciples. Stay here and clean up the area. The rest of you, follow me to cheer for the ancestor. Yes. Netherworld. Inner South Continent. An enormous palace. The palace's name was Palace of Spring and Autumn. The doors to the palace were wide open. Within the palace, there was an azure-robed man standing with his hands behind his back. In front of the azure-robed man was a clump of azure-colored mist. The azure-robed man faced the mist, his mind seemingly immersed within it. He didn't move at all. Reporting clan head, an urgent voice suddenly sounded from outside the palace. Whoosh! The mist in front of the azure-robed man suddenly dispersed. The azure-robed man slowly turned around. It was a white-faced man. He looked extremely valiant, his long hair draped behind his back, and he looked incomparably dignified. The azure-robed man looked at the red-robed man who had rushed in from outside the palace. When the red-robed man saw the azure-robed man, especially the azure-robed man's pupils, his body suddenly trembled, and he knelt down. Pupils. The azure-robed man had 2 pupils in each eye. Polychoria. Looking at the polychoria, the red-robed man felt as if his soul had suffered a violent blow. He fell limp to the ground, his entire body trembling as he knelt down. Clan head, clan. The red-robed man said in horror. The man with polychoria was the Zhua clan's clan head, Zhua Chuanxiu. Why are you in such a panic? What happened? Zhua Chuanxiu said in a low voice. Patriarch, this is bad. 3 ancestral immortals in our clan's ancestral immortal life tablet hall suddenly exploded just now. They were 3 of the 6 ancestral immortals who had gone to the sage Taoist rite to kill the remaining members of the Yin family. Something might have happened in the sage dojo, the red-robed man said with some fear. Zhua Chuanxiu's 4 pupils contracted slightly. 6 ancestral immortals? They can't even handle such a small matter? Zhua Chuanxiu's face showed no signs of anger. Clan head, what we do now? The Yin clan? Back then, he was chosen by the heavens not only because of his sincerity to the world. Since there are remnants of the Yin clan, they must die. Immediately go to the heavenly revered hall to investigate the situation. If things are really difficult, let the saints take action and kill Enchantment. Zhua Chuanxiu said in a low voice. The saints? The saints will agree? The red-robed man said in surprise. Zhua Chuanxiu sneered and said he will agree. He has no choice. Yes, the red-robed man said respectfully. Also, I will be in seclusion for a period of time. Other than the Zhua clan survival, no one is to disturb me. Pass down the order. Anyone who dares to disturb me will die. Zhua Chuanxiu said coldly. Yes. Chapter 1204. Above a vast sea, the emperor carried a long saber on his back, and 12 disciples followed behind him. There was a huge dark cloud in the sky, and countless lightning bolts flashed violently in the dark cloud. However, the dark cloud had been split in half, and some saber chi could be vaguely seen between the 2 halves. Congratulations, Master, for killing the heavenly tribulation and becoming an ancestral immortal. The disciples immediately said, Did you see it clearly? The saber is unstoppable. When the saber intent reaches, it can cut through everything. Remember, it's everything. The emperor lectured the disciples in a deep voice. Yes, the disciples immediately nodded. However, the disciples were still somewhat repulsed. After all, who could be as fierce as their master? The heavenly Tao, that was the heavenly Tao. Fusing with the heavenly Tao was basically flawless. Ancient immortals were unable to break through the heavenly Tao. According to contemporary cultivators, an ancestral immortal who fused with the heavenly Tao could fight against 1,000 ancient immortals. However, that day in front of the heavenly hall, their master had cut the heavenly Tao vertically with his saber. A vertical slash. That wasn't just a small cut. The emperor seemed to have seen through their thoughts. I picked all of you out. You all have innate saber bones. There are no innate experts, only weaklings who do not work hard. Although your talents are high, you cannot slack off, the emperor said in a deep voice. Yes, the disciples replied. Immediately follow me to the inner North Continent. Challenge all the 36 territories, one by one. Challenge all the sects and countries. The emperor said in a deep voice. Yes, it seems that the east of the inner North Continent is the great perfection holy court, and the north is the outer North Continent of the netherworld. Yin Zizai has set up a training ground there? A female disciple said. Yin Zizai. The emperor narrowed his eyes, and a flash of light flashed in his eyes. Yes, I received news that Yin Zizai has occupied 10 territories in the outer North Continent of the netherworld. He has set up a temple in each territory. 10 Feng Shui temples, the female disciple said. The emperor squeezed his saber and frowned slightly. I know, Yin Zizai. One day, I will fight Yin Zizai with my saber. On that day, I hope that you can help me. Don't disappoint me. Yes. The 12 disciples answered loudly. Underworld 10,000 Ghost Domain, Great Qin City. The dragon carriage finally returned and landed in the Great Qin City. Great Zhen's officials quickly came forward to greet them. Welcome back, Holy King, the officials said respectfully. Yin Chuan nodded. There are also 4 prisoners on the dragon chariot. Holy King, who are these people? Yifeng looked at them curiously. Lord Huatian didn't dare to say anything. As for the 3 ancestral immortals of the Zhua clan, their faces turned ugly. We've arrived. We've arrived at Great Zhen, but the family head hasn't arrived yet? Did the patriarch not make it in time, or did the patriarch not care about us? They're all ancestral immortals, Yin Chuan said somberly. You've worked hard these past few years. Pick one and slay him to become an ancestral immortal. Yes. Yifeng nodded in surprise. The other officials were also shocked. Pick one to kill? How dare you? Yin Chuan you. Zhuoqing shouted with grief and hatred. However, their will couldn't affect Yin Chuan at all. Hua Qiliang's eyes flashed with anxiety. After all, although Lord Huatian was annoying, he was still a member of the Huatian clan. However, Hua Qiliang didn't rush to speak. Guiguzi seemed to have seen through Hua Qiliang's anxiety. He smiled and looked at Yin Chuan. Holy King, Hua Qiliang's contribution in capturing these ancestral immortals is not to be overlooked. Lord Huatian's eyes lit up with joy when he heard Guiguzi's words. However, Hua Qiliang said, I've only been in Great Zhen for a short period of time. My contributions aren't enough for you to praise me. Yin Chuan looked at Hua Qiliang. Indeed, Hua Qiliang's contributions in Great Zhen weren't as much as Yifeng's. However, since Guiguzi had spoken, Yin Chuan went with the flow. He wasn't afraid of the saints, but he didn't want to disappoint his officials. All right, Hua Qiliang, pick one of these people to deal with. Yin Chuan nodded. Yes, thank you, Holy King. Hua Qiliang said gratefully. As for the remaining 2, give one to Lu Buwei and the other to Li Si. Yifeng, you do the cursive script. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, Yifeng replied. The surrounding officials were envious. Great Zhen's benefits, bestowing ancestral immortals? This was too exaggerated. Especially the Holy King who had been persuaded by Hua Qiliang. At this moment, He was looking at the ancestral immortals being bestowed with red eyes. He was also a holy king back then. Why was he so miserable? The officials naturally didn't dare to compare their contributions with Li Si and Lu Buwei. There was no way to compare. They could only silently swear that they would work harder in the future and make the holy kings pay more attention to them. Perhaps they would get a share of the ancestral immortals next time. Yin Chuan arranged everything and returned to his palace. He left the officials looking at the prisoners in amazement. "Lordy, I choose Lord Hua Tian," Hua Qiliang said. Lord Huayan's eyes were filled with joy. He had escaped and didn't have to die. Yifeng nodded. Gigu Zi smiled and said, "Great Zhun has always been very fair. The Holy King usually doesn't favor anyone. Although your contribution is great, how is it compared to Zhang Yi? Naturally, it's not as much as the 7th Legions." Hua Qiliang said truthfully. "It's good that you know. The Holy King doesn't want to disappoint you. I hope you don't disappoint the Holy King." Gigu Zi said. Hua Qiliang bowed slightly and said, "Thank you for your advice. I naturally understand the Holy King's painstaking efforts." Gigu Zi nodded and said goodbye. The Zhua family's disciples were taken away. Only Hua Qiliang was left looking at Lord Hua Tian. "Hua Qiliang, thank you for this time. In the past, it was all my fault." Lord Hua Tian cried out with a sense of relief from escaping. Hua Qiliang shook his head and said, "Although I saved you, I don't plan to let you go. From now on, you will stay in Great Jin's prison." "What? You won't let me go?" Lord Hua Tian glared. "I saved you not because of your face, but because I don't want to cause trouble for myself or the old ancestor. You better be honest and stay in Great Jin's prison. With me here, no one will kill you." Hua Qiliang said in a deep voice. "Why? Are you so afraid of Yin Chuan? You don't even dare to let me go?" Lord Hua Tian shouted irritably. Hua Qiliang shook his head and said, "The Holy King gave you to me, so I can do whatever I want with you. However, I naturally won't cause trouble for the Holy King. How can I not know your character? If I let you go today, you will definitely cause trouble in the future. You won't be able to rest in peace." I won't. On what basis do you say that I will cause trouble?" Lord Hua Tian still argued. "Because you have no faith in life. Thus, faith is worthless to you. Although my Hua clan has the support of the old ancestor, and people say that saints are invincible in this world, saints are not the strongest compared to other clans. This is also the reason why I came to Great Jun. You, on the other hand, can only be said to be the Hua clan's misfortune. Attracting hatred everywhere is not good for the old ancestor." Hua Qiliang shook his head and said, "No, I won't." Lord Hua Tian begged. Hua Qiliang shook his head and said, "Being locked in Great Jun's prison might not be a bad thing for you. Think about your past. Your abilities aren't great, but your ability to cause trouble is not small. I hope that when you are released, you will be able to rebuild your faith in life. Don't disappoint me or the old ancestor." "Release? How long are you going to lock me up for?" Lord Hua Tian anxiously asked. "That depends on you." Hua Qiliang shook his head. "No, I don't want to go to prison. I don't want to." Lord Hua Tian angrily said. Lord Hua Tian used to be high and mighty, and was even the ancestor immortal of the world. Who would have thought that there would be a day when he would be imprisoned? At this moment, he was naturally incomparably sorrowful. Even his resentment towards Hua Qiliang was extremely deep. But how could Hua Qiliang's will change just because of Lord Hua Tian? "Don't worry. In order to give you a quiet time to comprehend, I will personally take you to the Yang Realm's prison, outside revered Heaven Hall." The earth had been restored. It had been some time since the battle between Sage Departing and Dugu Patian. Outside revered Heaven Hall Square, a red-robed man was surrounded by a group of Zhua clan disciples. The red-robed man held a broken jade slip in his hand. "It's broken. The remaining 3 life tablets are also broken. They were all killed by Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan is so ruthless," the red-robed man said with a face full of resentment. "Old ancestor, what do we do now?" a Zhua clan disciple asked with an ugly expression. Taking a deep breath, the red-robed man said, "How is Sage Departing now? He fought with Dugu Patian. In the end, both sides suffered heavy losses and went back. Sage, a Zhua clan disciple said. Both sides suffered heavy losses? Sages can mobilize the power of heaven and earth. They can be said to be invincible powerhouses. Both sides suffered heavy losses? Dugapatian? His strength can't be underestimated. The red-robed man said with a gloomy expression. Old ancestor, how strong is this sage? Sage? Only ancestral immortals have the qualifications to become sages. Huazun Tian should be at this cultivation level. However, this cultivation level is nothing. The key is that he can mobilize the power of heaven and earth. In other words, he can mobilize the power of heaven and earth. The red-robed man said with a solemn expression. The 6 old ancestors have all fallen. What does Patriarch plan to do? The red-robed man looked at the heavenly hall. At this moment, Hua Bing walked out of the heavenly hall. Zhuahong, the old ancestor wants you to go in. Zhuahong nodded. She walked towards the heavenly hall alone. After stepping into the hall, the doors of the hall slammed shut. Hua Bing stood guard outside the hall, preventing anyone from approaching. The hall was slightly dark, with only a ray of gentle white light at the center. Huazun Tian sat cross-legged on a large futon, looking at Zhuahong, who stepped into the hall. Greetings, sage, Zhuahong said respectfully. Zhuchuanxiu, why are you here? Huazun Tian said solemnly. Patriarch said that Yin Tian must die. Sage, please take action. Zhuahong said respectfully. Yin Tian has enmity with your Zhua family. Why doesn't your Zhua family appear? Why should I appear? Huazun Tian said with some displeasure. Patriarch said that you have no choice. Zhuahong said truthfully, not daring to look at the sage. After all, these words were threatening the sage. However, Huazun Tian suddenly fell silent. Zhuahong was curious. After a moment of silence, Huazun Tian sighed. Yin Tian, when my injuries are healed, I will go. Go back and tell Zhuchuanxiu that this is the last time. Okay. Zhuahong nodded blankly. That's it? Leave. Huazun Tian sighed. Yes. Zhuahong left the hall. In the hall, only Huazun Tian was left. Sage. Huazun Tian's voice was filled with bitterness. Chapter 12:05. Netherworld, in front of the revered Heaven Hall. Zhuahong walked out of the revered Heaven Hall. A group of Zhua clan members quickly gathered around her. Zhuahong did not say anything. Instead, she led the group of Zhua clan members to her own hall. Ancestor, what did the sage say? What about the vengeance of our ancestors? The group of Zhua clan members asked anxiously. Zhuahong's eyes turned cold. We must avenge Zhuqing and the others. The sage has already agreed. The sage has agreed? The sage has already agreed to personally take action. Zhuahong nodded. Everyone was shocked. Let's help the sage. Zhuahong said solemnly. What? Spread the news that the sage is recuperating. Once he recovers, he will use his heavenly might to destroy the great perfection sage court. Zhuahong said solemnly. Spread the news? That's right. Although the sage has agreed, this is just a precautionary measure. He has no choice but to go. Zhuahong said solemnly. Understood. Yang Realm, Xianyang. In an open area south of Xianyang, lightning clouds flashed in the sky. Rumble. The tribulation clouds churned as if they were shaking violently. At the foot of a mountain below, a large number of soldiers were standing guard. 3 huge dragons were circling the foot of the mountain. They were Torvosaurus, 7 fiends, and Dragon 5th. 7 fiends was covered in injuries, but his face was filled with excitement. Beside him stood great perfections officials, Li Si, Yin Tian, Lu Buwei, and Yifeng. Congratulations, you've gotten what you wanted. You've finally transcended the tribulation and become an ancestral immortal. Dragon 5th looked at 7 fiends enviously. Haha, little 5, aren't you the same? The Empress personally took action and removed your curse. Can't you speak now? 7 fiends said. Torvosaurus revealed a bitter smile. Torvosaurus, you should be content. Think about your own situation. You asked for it. The sage monarch is benevolent, and you contributed greatly. General Meng Tian, who attacked Barbarian Dragon Weave, did not kill your clansmen. If it were you, what would you have done? Seven Fiends curled his lips. Indeed, Torvosaurus nodded. The Great Perfection is strict with rewards and punishments. As long as one's contributions are good, the Sage Monarch will not be stingy. How can the other holy halls have such benefits? Now that the Seven Fiends had benefited, they began to flatter Dejun. Of course, they might also be trying to curry favor with Dejun's ministers. The two dragons did not speak. Furthermore, I feel that Dejun still has a great future ahead of it. When we were heading to the Sage Dao sect, an ancestral immortal from the Netherworld actually tried to barge into the Yellow Springs Road. In the end, he was surrounded by Jin Deyu and Bai Ditian. In the end, he was killed by Bai Ditian, who also became an ancestral immortal. I believe that as time goes on, Dejun's group will become more and more common. Dejun will also become stronger. The two of you don't look so bitter. Seven Fiends advised Erlong. Erlong thought about it and finally nodded. Boom! The tribulation cloud in the distance suddenly exploded. Roar! A loud tiger's roar rang out as Bai Ditian stood in the area where the tribulation clouds had dispersed. His eyes were filled with excitement. Congratulations, Supremacy Bai, Yifeng said with a smile. Lu Buwei, Li Si, and Enchantment also smiled and nodded. The four of you have also become ancestral immortals. Congratulations, congratulations. Bai Ditian laughed. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. All right, since all of you have become ancestral immortals, it's time for us to return and report, Yifeng said with a smile. All right, everyone nodded. Just as everyone was about to fly back to Xianyang, Lu Buwei suddenly flew in front of the three dragons. Torvosaurus, Lu Buwei said. Lord Lu, Torvosaurus said extremely politely. Did you hear what Seven Fiends said just now? Lu Buwei asked with a smile. Seven Fiends was excited. Yes, Torvosaurus nodded. Back then, when you took the lead to offend Xianyang, the Sage King did not pursue the matter and allowed you to pull the carriage. This is already a favor to you. This time, you also contributed to the Sage Dao sect. The Sage King has instructed that you will be rewarded for your contributions. You can persuade your descendants to join Dejun. Dejun will definitely treat them equally. In Dejun, at the very least, they will be protected by Dejun and you. If they wander outside, they might be used by some schemers to influence you. It's up to you whether you are willing or not. Lu Buwei said. Torvosaurus's eyes flickered. Dejun wanted to completely devour Barbarian Dragon Weave. However, when he thought about it, Torvosaurus smiled bitterly. Just as Seven Fiends said, Yin Chuan was indeed merciful to him. Yes, I will. Torvosaurus nodded. Lu Buwei nodded. Lord Lu, Little Five worked very hard that day. Seven Fiends immediately pointed at Dragon Fifth and said. Dragon Fifth looked at Seven Fiends gratefully. Lu Buwei smiled and said, Don't worry. Dejun Sage Hall will definitely reward those who have contributed and punish those who have committed mistakes. I have already asked the Sage King for Quasi-Dragon Fifth to return to the Eastern Sea to visit family for a month. You must return after a month. You want me to return? Dragon Fifth said excitedly. He was even trembling. Lu Buwei nodded and said, I have already delivered the message. Let's begin tomorrow. A month. After saying that, Lu Buwei and the other officials flew back to Xianyang. I can go back. I can go back. Dragon Fifth still felt like he was dreaming. How could this be? Would the Sage King really let him go? Since the Sage King has spoken, he will naturally keep his word. Congratulations, Little Five. Seven Fiends smiled. This, Dragon Fifth said excitedly. However, from what I can tell, Lord Lu never makes a losing deal, including me. Although my contribution this time is great, it's not enough to reward me with an ancestral immortal. The Sage King rewarded me with an ancestral immortal as a way of expressing his stance to all of you, as well as all of the subjects of Great Jun. As long as we work hard and achieve success, The Sage King will not be stingy with his rewards. As for you, the Empress has already lifted your curse. Allowing you to return to the Eastern Sea was Lord Lu's idea. Since the Sage King has agreed to it, there must be other intentions. That's right. Torvosaurus nodded. The two dragons helped Dragon 5th analyze. His excitement instantly calmed down. What does the Sage King want me to do? Dragon 5th frowned. I remember that the Sage King thinks highly of the Eastern Sea Dragon Emperor. He once invited him to become De Jun's sovereign beast. Torvosaurus analyzed. What? He wants me to persuade the Dragon Emperor? Dragon 5th raised an eyebrow. Based on what I have seen and heard, can't you see the rise of De Jun? It is not De Jun who is trying to curry favor with your Eastern Sea Dragon race. It is your Eastern Sea Dragon race who is trying to curry favor with De Jun. Don't you know the freedom of sovereign beast of De Jun? Look at Bai Ditian and Dog God. Also, I heard that De Jun has two other sovereign beasts of De Jun. They are not under De Jun's control and are roaming the world. Why can't the Dragon Emperor enter De Jun? Didn't you say that the dragon race is in trouble? Will De Jun stand by and do nothing? There is nothing to lose. 7 Fiends said earnestly. Dragon 5th's expression changed. Torvosaurus thought for a moment and said, Of course, the Sage King did not personally ask you to persuade the Dragon Emperor. It is up to you to persuade him or not. Of course, this also shows his respect for the Eastern Sea Dragon race. Respect? Dragon 5th was slightly taken aback. That's right. The Sage did not force you or the Dragon Emperor. Everything is up to you. If you go to the Eastern Sea and do not say anything, the Sage King will not blame you. However, if you can persuade the Dragon Emperor, I dare say that the Sage King will definitely remember this favor. 7 Fiends nodded. Dragon 5th fell silent. Regardless of the outcome, early the next morning, Dragon 5th impatiently left Xianyang alone and headed for the Eastern Sea. Along the way, Dragon 5th looked back at Xianyang several times as if he did not believe that it would let him go so easily. Dragon 5th arrived at the Eastern Sea a few days later, feeling lost. Roar! The excited Dragon 5th transformed into a golden dragon and rolled around the Eastern Sea several times before confirming that he had returned home. How dare you? Who is it? A group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals shouted from the Eastern Sea. Are you all blind? Can't you recognize me? Dragon 5th shouted. The 5 Dragon Kings are back. The 5 Dragon Kings are back. The group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals shouted excitedly as they rushed into the Eastern Sea. This news instantly caused a commotion in the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. The 5 Dragon Kings are back. The Eastern Sea's Dragon Kings quickly gathered at the Crystal Palace. The Dragon Emperor also came after hearing the news. The Crystal Palace was filled with excitement. Dragon 5th, how did you escape? Dragon 1 shouted excitedly. Dragon 5th is very lucky. He finally escaped. Dragon 5th, you can drink all of my 100 Immortals wine later. Congratulations on regaining your freedom. That's right. We must not return until we are drunk. Congratulations to Dragon 5th for escaping. The group of Dragon Kings shouted excitedly. The Dragon Emperor frowned slightly, but did not disturb the group of Dragon Kings. Dragon 5th, who was surrounded by a group of Dragon Kings, also smiled blissfully. However, Dragon 5th still shook his head. No, the Sage King allowed me a month's leave. After a month, I still have to go back. I came back to gather with everyone. Dragon 1, Dragon Kings, go back. Dragon 5th, did Yin Chuan cast a curse on you? If you don't go back, you'll be cursed. Dragon 1 asked in a deep voice. The Dragon Kings were filled with righteous indignation. No, there's no curse. He just allowed me a month's leave. Dragon 5th shook his head. Dragon Kings, Dragon 5th, is your brain damaged? You escaped with great difficulty. Why do you still want to go back? Yeah, Dragon 5th, are you stupid? The group of Dragon Kings could not understand Dragon 5th's thoughts. Do you think that it is honorable for a Dragon King to pull a carriage for a human? Dragon 1 shouted in disappointment. Dragon 5th did not speak, but his expression seemed to be admitting it. Dragon Kings, The group of Dragon Kings was going crazy. What was wrong with Dragon Fifth? You guys go out first. Dragon Fifth, stay. I have something to ask you. The Dragon Emperor said in a deep voice. Yes, the Dragon Kings responded. However, when they looked at Dragon Fifth, they still felt like they were looking at a retard. They were waiting for the Dragon Emperor to teach him a lesson before scolding him again. In the blink of an eye, only the Dragon Emperor and Dragon Fifth were left in the Crystal Palace. Dragon Emperor, Dragon Fifth greeted respectfully. Yes, I believe that you would not say that you were willing to go back for no reason. Many things have happened during this period, right? The Dragon Emperor asked kindly. Dragon Fifth nodded. Without hiding anything, he told the Dragon Emperor about what he had been through during the days when he was pulling the carriage. Chapter 1206. Yang Realm, Zion Yang. Zizi was holding Yin Chuan's arm, leaning on Yin Chuan as they strolled in the back garden of the palace. I didn't kill an ancestral immortal, but my cultivation has broken through to the ancestral immortal realm. Zizi frowned. Yin Chuan thought for a while and said, Meng San Shang Shadi? It seems that their strength has also increased. You're already an ancestral immortal, so they must be ancestral immortals too. Zizi nodded. I wonder what exactly your race has to say. The blood curse has been broken, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. I heard from Meng Hongying that our bloodline is very ancient, so ancient that most people in the world have never heard of it. Zizi shook her head and said, You'll know in the future. As long as you're by my side, they're not important, Yin Chuan said with a smile. Zizi leaned on Yin Chuan happily. Meow. Suddenly, a meow was heard. Bang! A kitten suddenly jumped into Zizi's arms, completely breaking the silence. Meow, meow, meow. How long have I been asleep? It was Meow, who kept meowing in Zizi's arms. You're awake? Zizi said in surprise. Yes, how long have I been asleep? Meow immediately cried. Not long. Zizi smiled and said, How's your comprehension after this nap? Yin Chuan asked. Take a guess, Meow. Meow said proudly. I can't guess. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Haha, just you wait. The next time I fight with an expert, I'll let your Lord Meow fight. Haha, you'll be scared to death. Meow cried proudly. Lord Meow? Zizi laughed disdainfully. Meow, Sister Zizi, don't always undermine me. I'm really powerful. Meow cried out gloomily. Good. You're amazing. I prepared arowana for you in that pond. Zizi smiled. Meow, Sister Zizi treats me the best, unlike someone Meow. Meow started to criticize Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan smiled. He was happy that Meow had woken up. Just as he was about to say something, Yin Chuan was slightly stunned and said, What's wrong? Zizi asked curiously. I don't know. It's that fearless person who came to Zion Yang to make trouble again. Yin Chuan said with a smile. The mortal realm has the primordial dragon vein, and the netherworld has the Yellow Springs Road. Aren't you clearly digging a hole for those ignorant people to jump in? Zizi laughed. Let's go and take a look. In the outer eastern continent, there should be very few people who would dare to snatch the primal dragon giant vein. Looks like it's someone from another continent. Yin Chuan nodded with a smile. The two of them led Meow to the entrance of the Skyward Hall. Zion Yang landed on the dragon head of the primordial dragon giant vein. At this moment, outside the dragon head, there were thousands of fiery red dragons surging in the south. Ha. Direnja told us not to step into the true dragon domain. So, it's because of this treasure. The primordial dragon giant vein. The primordial dragon giant vein. Roar. An excited roar resounded. A group of officials gathered in the plaza of the Skyward Hall. They were looking at the ecstatic dragons in the south. The dragon in the lead was thousands of feet long, the leader of the 1,000 dragons. The primordial dragon giant vein, a treasure. Roar. The dragon in the lead opened its mouth and spat out a large amount of flames. Not far from the Skyward Hall, the 7 fiends and the barbarian dragon were looking at the red dragons in the distance. The dragon in the lead was dancing with joy. Is this guy a fool? I think he's crazy and came here to show off. The 2 dragons were speechless as they looked at the red dragons in the distance. Lord Dragon King, you are wise to bring us here first. Haha, the primordial dragon giant vein, if you could swallow it, won't you be the same as Ji Zun and the others? No, even stronger, because only in ancient times did the great ancestor dragon swallow it once and become the ancestor of all dragons. A little dragon at the side laughed. Renji's army is still behind. If they know, they will not let this go. Another little dragon said, Swallow, before they come, I will swallow the primordial dragon giant vein. Can also become someone like the Dragon Emperor. Ha ha ha. The fire dragon in the lead shouted excitedly. Congratulations, Dragon King. The group of dragons shouted excitedly. Ha ha ha. I'm looking at where to start. Don't worry. If I eat it, you will also benefit. Huada shouted excitedly. Dragon King, there are still people on the dragon head. What about the city? A little dragon shouted. True dragon territory. 5,000 years ago, I came with Renjia to receive the Heavenly Emperor. I have already investigated the strongest. There's only an ancient immortal. What are you afraid of? If they dare to resist, just eat them. Huada shouted disdainfully. Dragon King is wise. The group of little dragons immediately flattered. Above Xianyang, 7 fiends and Torvosaurus looked at each other. Where did this fool come from? 7 fiends said strangely. 5,000 years ago. I might know. Back then, a large army from the west came here, and the major forces from all directions could not get close. They're here again? Torvosaurus frowned. Ha, you don't say. It is really similar to us back then. Another one to pull the carriage? 7 fiends suddenly laughed. Torvosaurus was speechless. Around Xianyang, there were also scouts from various territories in the Outer East continent. At this moment, they also saw the 1,000 red dragons in the south. For a moment, they were speechless as they looked at the red dragons in the distance. Is there something wrong with the heads of these red dragons? I don't know, but they look stupid. Ignorance is the happiest. The scouts from various major forces looked at the 1,000 red dragons flying in the south with pity. At the entrance of the Skyward Palace, Yanchuan walked over with ZZ and Meow. Sage King. The officials bowed. Yanchuan nodded. He also looked at the group of red dragons in the distance. At this moment, Hua, the leader, flew to one of the dragon horns of the proto-dragon giant vein. He opened his mouth as if he was rehearsing how to eat the dragon horn first. Meow, where did this weirdo come from? Meow looked at the ugly red dragon that was preparing to bite the dragon horn of the proto-dragon giant vein in astonishment. Uffed. ZZ also laughed. Impudent. Yin Chuan shouted coldly. The dragon head of the proto-dragon giant vein was the symbol of Xianyang. Now, a red dragon was baring his teeth and preparing to eat the dragon horn. In the distance, Hua, who was baring his teeth in the sky, suddenly quivered. That scared me. Who shouted? Who shouted? Hua shouted. The officials of Xianyang. 7 fiends and Torvosaurus. Dragon King, it's him. That emperor. A small dragon immediately said. Hua looked at Yin Chuan and said arrogantly, So it's that Sage King. All right, I'm in a good mood today. Take everyone and leave. I'll let bygones be bygones. The officials of Dejun. Sage King. Little dragon requests for battle. Take down this fool. 7 fiends shouted. Sage King. Torvosaurus requests for battle. Torvosaurus also shouted. Yin Chuan looked at the leading red dragon speechlessly and nodded. Granted. Roar, roar. 7 fiends and Torvosaurus rushed into the sky excitedly. 2 huge dragons rushed into the sky. The 1,000 red dragons were slightly stunned. Who are you? Hua shouted. You'll know who we are soon. Roar. 7 fiends shouted excitedly. You came without knowing the situation. Sigh. Torvosaurus also sighed. What did you say? Hua asked in a low voice. Roar. The 2 dragons roared and tore at Hua. Boom, boom, boom. Heavenly Tao appeared one after another. Instantly, the 3 dragons started fighting crazily. three ancestral immortals. In an instant, the sky above Xianyang was filled with raging winds. The 1,000 fire dragons looked at the Dragon King with their mouths agape. Isn't this the true dragon territory where only ancient immortals live? A small dragon looked on in confusion. The group of small dragons could not interfere in the battle between the three ancestral immortals, let alone help. By Ditian, take them all down, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. All right. Bai Ditian nodded. Roar. With a loud roar, a large number of tigers followed Bai Ditian into the sky and rushed towards the 1,000 fire dragons. The sky was filled with dragons and tigers fighting each other. Rumble. In the sky above Xianyang, there were thousands of lights and raging winds. At this moment, the tolerance of the citizens of Xianyang had reached a new height. Xianyang was protected by array formations, so the battle in front of them was extremely rare. Watching the battle often could even improve one's cultivation. Many residents of Xianyang brought out stools from their homes and sat at the door to watch the battle in the sky. There were even two families sitting together and drinking tea while watching the battle in the sky. They could even make some comments. How enjoyable! In the sky, the more Hua fought, the more strange it felt. They are all ancestral immortals. Isn't this the true dragon territory where only ancient immortals live? Did I go to the wrong place? The result was obvious. Hua was captured, and so were the small dragons. They were all tied up and thrown in the square of the Skyward Palace. At this moment, Hua still could not understand what was happening. This is not right, not right? I heard you mention Dirinjia. You are from the great Zhou Heavenly Court? Yin Chuan said in a low voice. I won't tell you. Hua said stubbornly. The 7 Banes and the dragon showed a look of disdain because the two of them were also stubborn. Yin Chuan looked at Hua and nodded. All right, I also find it troublesome to ask. Lu Gang, bring him down and let him enjoy. Prepare a report for me later. Yes, Lu Gang replied. Enjoy? Hua did not understand, but he quickly guessed something from the gazes of the people. You can't torture me. I am a Dragon King of Great Zhou Heavenly Court. The Great Zhou Heavenly Court's army is about to arrive. You can't torture prisoners, Hua said anxiously. Pitiful fellow. The 7 Banes shook their heads. They watched as Hua was brought down by Lu Gang. 5 days later, Hua was covered in wounds and had a sad expression as he was tied up in front of carriage. Beside him was the dragon and the 7 Banes. How did this happen? How did this happen? Hua said with tears in his eyes. This is the will of the heavens. Who told you to be stupid? Don't worry, I will protect you. The 7 Banes consoled him. The Torvosaurus glanced at him and then closed its eyes to rest. Chapter 1207. Yang Realm, Xianyang Upper Study Room. Lu Gang stood respectfully in front of the study table. Yin Chuan was looking at a document that had just been sorted out. 10,000 dragons attacking the East Sea Dragon Palace. Yin Chuan's expression turned serious. Dirinjia is also leading the 1,000 bull guards to the East Sea Dragon Palace. Lu Gang nodded. Wu Jiong wants to unify the Yang Realm's dragon race. Yin Chuan said, yes. Also, I just received news that the Ganyang family of the Southeast Continent is also sending experts to the East Sea Dragon Palace, Lu Gang said. The Ganyang family is also joining in the fun? It seems that this is not just a war between the dragon race. Yin Chuan pondered. Lu Gang did not say anything and let Yin Chuan think alone for a while. Prepare the carriage. I want to go to the East Sea. Yin Chuan said, yes, East Sea Dragon Palace. Ever since Dragon Fifth and the Dragon Emperor talked, the Dragon Emperor instructed that all the Dragon Kings were not to interfere with Dragon Fifth's will. After a month of vacation, Dragon Fifth would return to Xianyang. However, the Dragon Kings were not aware of the situation and continued to look at Dragon Fifth strangely for many days. On this day, the Dragon Emperor summoned all the Dragon Kings in the Crystal Palace. The Dragon Emperor's expression was extremely solemn. Dragon Emperor, what's wrong? Dragon Fifth looked at the Dragon Emperor in confusion. Dragon 5th returned to Xianyang. The Dragon Emperor shook his head. Return to Xianyang? Dragon Emperor, my 1-month vacation is not up yet. There are still a few days left. Dragon 5th exclaimed. It's going to be too late. Dragon 5th returned quickly. The Dragon Emperor said. Dragon 5th suddenly realized something. Are they coming? Dragon 5th asked worriedly. All the Dragon Kings looked solemn. The Dragon Emperor nodded. Yes, leave quickly. If something happens to us, you can also pay tribute to us. No, I'm not leaving. Dragon Emperor, I told you before that you can form an alliance with Dejun. Why are you not willing? Dragon 5th asked anxiously. The Dragon Emperor shook his head and smiled bitterly. No, if we die, we die together. If we live together, we live together. I'm not going back. Dragon 5th shouted. Little 5th, go back. The other Dragon Kings persuaded him. I'm not leaving. I'm also a member of the EC Dragon race. We brothers live and die together. Dragon 5th said sorrowfully. Reporting. Prime Minister Turtle's voice suddenly came from outside the palace. Prime Minister Turtle rushed into the main hall. Reporting to the Dragon Emperor. The North Sea Dragon Emperor requests to see you alone. The North Sea Dragon Emperor? The expressions of the Dragon Kings changed. The Dragon Emperor's heavy expression suddenly turned complicated. Why is she here? Not long after, Prime Minister Turtle brought a middle-aged woman in gorgeous clothes. Although the woman looked aged, she still retained her charm. The North Sea Dragon Emperor? The group of Dragon Kings stood by the side while the East Sea Dragon Emperor's expression turned complicated. Big brother Ao Dong. Long time no see, the middle-aged woman said with a smile. The Eastern Sea Dragon Monarch Ao Dong's expression turned gentle. Then, he revealed a bitter smile and said, How many years has it been? 500,000 years. I'm already old. Mianru, you're still the same. Are these the little dragons of the East Sea that you recruited? I heard that the East Sea Dragon Palace is very picky when it comes to recruiting dragons in the world. You even abandoned a few ancestral immortal dragons? In the end, they went to the West Sea. Mianru said with a hint of curiosity. The East Sea Dragon Palace only recruits those who are loyal and righteous. Ao Dong said in a deep voice. Those who are loyal and righteous? How many years has it been? Your stubbornness hasn't changed at all. Mianru laughed. Ao Dong took a deep breath and looked at Mianru. A hint of pain flashed in his eyes. Why are you here? Where is he? I'm here because I don't want things to be too tense. Big brother Ao Dong. Our dragon race suffered a great calamity during the ancient calamity. It was the 4 of us who supported the dragon race in the Yang world. Now, it's time for the dragon race to rise again. Big brother Ao Dong, please consider the big picture and support us to build the glory of the ancient dragon race. Mianru said solemnly. Consider the big picture? Him. Is he worthy? Ao Dong's eyes flashed with unwillingness. Mianru frowned and said, Big brother Ao Dong, he's my husband. Please don't say that anymore. Moreover, my husband is talented and strategic. You've always misunderstood him. The South Sea Dragon Palace, West Sea Dragon Palace, and North Sea Dragon Palace have already been unified. Now, only the East Sea is left. Ao Dong looked at Mianru with a look of pain in his eyes. The scattered dragon race has a chance to reunite. Big brother Ao Dong, don't you want to see the dragon race regain its glory? Mianru said in a deep voice. I just don't want to see him succeed. The dragon race is no longer the dragon race of the past. My EC Dragon Palace, Ao Dong, will never submit to him. Ao Dong's eyes flashed with determination. Big brother Ao Dong, why are you doing this? You guys were best friends back then. Mianru sighed. Looking at Mianru, Ao Dong's eyes suddenly flashed with pain. Best friends? Best friends? Ao Dong's voice was filled with endless resentment. The group of Dragon Kings looked at Ao Dong in surprise. The Dragon Emperor had never lost his composure like this. When Mianru saw Ao Dong's expression, a trace of worry flashed across her eyes. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the outside. Mianru, don't persuade him. Ao Dong is stubborn. Then let's do things according to the rules. A deep voice sounded. You're here? Ao Dong's eyes flashed with coldness. Sigh. Mianru sighed slightly. Boom. Ao Dong stepped out of the crystal palace and rushed towards the surface of the sea. Mianru and the group of dragon kings quickly followed. Not only that, but there were also other weaker dragons, prawn soldiers, and crab generals in the East Sea. Boom! Huge waves rose above the East Sea. The East Sea Dragon Emperor, Ao Dong, led the East Sea troops out of the East Sea. Standing on the surface of the sea, there were more than 100,000 dragons, prawn soldiers, and crab generals. On the other side, there were all dragons. There were 10,000 dragons floating on the surface of the sea. An extremely mighty man stood at the front. The man had a square face, and his eyes were filled with a threatening, heroic spirit. Mianru came out of the sea and flew towards the mighty man. Big brother Ao Dong. The mighty man smiled. West Sea Dragon Emperor ancestor, I'm not your big brother. Ao Dong said coldly. The mighty man's smile turned solemn, and his expression darkened. Ao Dong, I know you're jealous of me, but you have to think clearly. Mianru and I are in love with each other. It's useless for you to think too much. Please don't put your personal feelings into the development of the entire dragon race. Mianru was surprised. Mianru didn't seem to know that Ao Dong liked her. Big brother Ao Dong, you can't really. Mianru looked at Ao Dong in surprise. Ao Dong revealed a trace of pain and bitterness. He looked at Mianru and didn't know what to say. Big brother Ao Dong, don't think too much. In my heart, you've always been our big brother. Mianru shook her head. As she spoke, Mianru stood beside Chung Zhu as if she wanted Ao Dong to give up. Ao Dong clenched his fists tightly. His eyes flickered with a painful expression that no one else could understand. In the distance, Chung Zhu smiled and said, Is it painful? Ao Dong, although you're the oldest, it doesn't mean that you're the strongest. You can't beat me, whether it's feelings or strength. However, on account of how you took care of us after the great ancient calamity, how about this? We'll follow the rules of the dragon race. Whoever loses will submit to the other side. Submit? Will you? Ao Dong said disdainfully. Do you not believe me? Or do you not believe yourself? Whether you're willing or not, after today, there must only be one voice in the dragon race. The ancestral dragon fell in the great ancient calamity. The ancestral dragon's fate was divided into 4 parts, one for each of the 4 dragon emperors. Today, it must be united. The outcome is up to the will of the heavens. I'll bet 3 of my fate on one of yours. Chung Zhu said solemnly. As he spoke, Chung Zhu took out something that looked like a jade plate. The jade plate emitted a gentle white light, but there was a large hole missing, only 3/4 of it. On the round plate, it looked like a giant dragon opening its mouth to roar at the sky. From afar, a boundless domineering aura was emitted. The surrounding dragons immediately felt a huge pressure, causing all the dragons to lower their heads. The ancestral dragon's fate? Ao Dong's face sank. I've already obtained 3/4. I'm just short of yours. The ancestral dragon fell in the great ancient calamity. Otherwise, my dragon race would be the overlord of the world right now. I just want to regain my past glory, Chung Zhu said solemnly. For today, I invited the great Zhou Heavenly Court's Renjia to be our witness. How about it? Chung Zhu said with a smile as he looked at Ao Dong. Chung Zhu pointed at an island in the distance. At this moment, an army of 100,000 stood on the island. The leader was dressed in an official's robe. He was extremely handsome and had a heroic spirit between his brows. His eyes were crystal clear, as if he had seen through the world. I'm Renjia. I've long heard of the East Sea Dragon Emperor's name. How about I be your witness today? Renjia said with a faint smile. Ao Dong narrowed his eyes. However, Chung Zhu smiled faintly and said, I've thought of forcefully snatching it. However, you know that it's not good to involve these little dragons in our grudges. When I unify the dragon race, these little dragons will be inseparable. If the dragon race can avoid any losses, try not to. Ha ha ha. It's rare for you to be so considerate. Ao Dong's eyes revealed a hint of mockery. It's great that you can think like that. How about it? Take out the great ancestor dragon's fate and hand it to Di Rengia for safekeeping. Let's begin, Chung Zhu said with a smile. Oomph. Let Di Rengia safekeep it? Do you think I'm as easy to fool as I was back then? Back then, I treated you as my brother, but I didn't want you to do such a despicable thing. Chung Zhu, you're with Di Rengia. How dare you ask him to be your witness? Ao Dong sneered. The East Sea Dragon Kings also stared at Chung Zhu in the distance. Just as Chung Zhu and Ao Dong were in a stalemate, a burst of laughter came from the southwest. Ha 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 ha. It's a blessing for the dragon race to unify the world. Since it's difficult to find a witness, why don't you let my family be your witness? A voice came from the southwest. Chung Zhu, Ao Dong, and Di Rengia raised their brows. In the southwest direction, there were about 100,000 people heading towards them. However, before they could get close, 3 loud dragon roars came from the east. Roar, roar, roar. The dragon roars were so loud that everyone quickly turned to look. They saw a dragon carriage slowly flying over from the true dragon territory in the east. Nearly 100,000 soldiers were guarding it. Chapter 1208. Above the East Sea, 3 dragon roars sounded from the east. The Great Jun army slowly spread out. 100,000 experts from the Gongyang family came from the southeast. Boom! The Great Jin army and the expert from the Gongyang family stopped on the sea, creating huge waves in the East Sea. The Gongyang family. The leader was a man in a white robe. His long hair was combed back, and he had an arrogant look on his face. Ao Dong, how have you been? The white-robed man suddenly smiled. Gongyang Xian. Ao Dong asked. That's right. I heard it from afar. You need to find a witness. What do you think of me, Gongyang Xian? The white-robed man smiled. Ao Dong's eyes darkened. On the other side, Chung Zhu and Di Rengia raised their eyebrows and looked at Gongyang Xian. At that moment, Yin Chuan walked to the balcony of the dragon carriage. Behind him were Bai Qi, Gue Guzi, and Lu Gang. Ao Dong. Yin Chuan came uninvited. Yin Chuan said. Ao Dong raised his eyebrows when he saw Yin Chuan. However, he quickly relaxed and said, Yin Di, you're too serious. I've told you before that the East Sea welcomes you at any time. However, I might not be able to entertain you today. It's fine. The Great Qin Empire and the East Sea Dragon Palace are neighbors. I won't stand by and do nothing when the East Sea Dragon Palace is in trouble. Yin Chuan shook his head. As he spoke, Yin Chuan looked around. Sage King, that's Gongyang Xian, one of the ancestors of the Gongyang family. He's an expert among the ancestral immortals. According to the analysis of the guards, he might be at the 6th heaven of the ancestral immortal realm. Lu Gang explained. Gongyang Xian? Yin Chuan nodded. Those two are the West Sea Dragon Emperor and Chung Zhu. The North Sea Dragon Emperor and Mian Ro are husband and wife. Lu Gang explained. Yin Chuan nodded. Then, Lu Gang pointed at Di Rengia on the distant island. Before he could say anything, Di Rengia suddenly shouted from the distant island. Di Rengia of the Great Zhou Heavenly Court greets the first emperor. Di Rengia suddenly bowed slightly to Yin Chuan. The bow took Gongyang Xian, Chung Zhu, and Ao Dong by surprise. Di Rengia? 5,000 years ago, he had come to the true dragon territory. Everyone knew who he was. He was the prime minister of the Great Zhou Imperial Court. The prime minister of the Heavenly Court was almost on the same level as a sage king. And because he was the prime minister of the Heavenly Court, he should be even more arrogant when facing ordinary saint kings. However, Di Rengia was actually so humble, bowing in advance. This seemed to place Yin Chuan on the same level as Wu Jiong. Everyone looked at this scene with a strange expression. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. First Emperor? Supreme Martial Artist. Lord Di, save me. Roar. In front of the dragon carriage, the red dragon suddenly roared. When the red dragon roared, Chengzu, Mianru, and Di Renjia realized that it was a big fire. Fire? What's wrong with you? Chengzu said in surprise. Aye. Dahul was anxious. You only have yourself to blame. Di Renjia suddenly raised his brows and said, Big Fire was stunned. Huh? Chengzu also looked at Di Renjia in astonishment. Di Renjia looked at Yin Chuan again. The Great Zhou dynasty only received the news not long ago. It turns out that Emperor Yin is the first emperor. When the Heavenly Emperor found out, he was even more shocked. It's a pity that he couldn't talk to the first emperor in the sealed world. Before coming, he told us that the Heavenly Emperor ordered us not to set foot in the Jinlong territory. Chengzu, which sea region is this red dragon from? Di Renjia frowned. In the distance, Big Fire was suddenly speechless. This is a dragon king of the South Sea, Chengzu said solemnly. Di Renjia looked at Big Fire, and his eyes were uncertain. Big Fire, you disobeyed the Heavenly Emperor's order, which is the crime of deceiving the Emperor. According to the Great Zhou dynasty's law, you should be executed. However, since you were captured by Emperor Yin, it's your good fortune. From now on, you have nothing to do with the Great Zhou dynasty's heavenly court. Big Fire was shocked. He was abandoned by the Great Zhou dynasty? No, even if he was saved, he would be executed. Should he pull the carriage here or go back to die? Big Fire was suddenly at a loss. However, Chengzu saw Di Renjia's politeness. Big Fire was in the wrong, but a general could not obey the emperor's orders. Moreover, the dragon race was only in an alliance with the Great Zhou dynasty. Big Fire's crime did not warrant death, but Di Renjia actually gave him up. Di Renjia was too polite to this Yin Chuan, right? Yin Chuan looked at Di Renjia. He took a deep breath and said, The Great Zhou dynasty. It's the Great Zhou dynasty again. Back then, I destroyed the various countries to completely clear Zhou. I didn't expect Zhou to appear again in the later stages. Wu Jiao. 900 years later, my empress became the first female emperor in history, and the world bowed to her. Di Renjia explained. Many people around did not understand. The first female emperor in the world? 900 years? On the dragon carriage, Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. Others did not know about Earth, but Yin Chuan was very clear. During the slave era and the feudal period, it was a patriarchal society. There was no magic power, only endless wisdom in the world. For a woman to be able to become the ruler of the world, her ability was obviously extremely powerful. Wu Jiao, back then in the sealed world, I was still muddle-headed and could not do anything. What a pity. Yin Chuan nodded. Before coming, the Sky Emperor said that if the first emperor is free, the Sky Emperor will welcome her at the Taiji Palace. Di Renjia said solemnly. Chengzu, Ao Dong, Mianru, and Gong Yangxian all looked at Di Renjia in shock. Wu Jiao, she was the Sky Emperor, a person who stood at the top of the world like a saint. She actually thought so highly of Yin Chuan. Welcome her at the empty space? How grand of a gift was this? If there's a chance, I will go. Yin Chuan nodded. By the way, before coming, Lord Shangwan asked me to bring a letter to the Yin Emperor. It's a private letter. I don't know the specific content. Di Renjia said with a smile, then took out a letter and threw it to Yin Chuan. Whoosh! The letter instantly reached Yin Chuan's hands. Rip! The letter was torn open. Yin Chuan read it. After reading for a while, Yin Chuan suddenly raised his eyebrows. Under everyone's curious gazes, Yin Chuan put away the letter. Taking a deep breath, Yin Chuan nodded and said, This letter is quite important to me. This time, thank you, Mr. D. Di Renjia laughed heartily and said, It's nothing. Yin Chuan nodded. The dragon race is my great Zhou's national beast. It is indeed a bit biased for me to be the witness of two dragon emperors. Why don't you be the witness with me? Di Renjia said with a smile. From the beginning to the end, Di Renjia had excluded Gong Yangxian. In the distance, Gong Yangxian's face darkened. Yin Chuan looked at Ao Dong and said, Ao Dong, what do you think? Ao Dong frowned and finally nodded. Thank you, Emperor Yin. All right. Yin Chuan nodded. Dragon Fifth, return to your seat. Ao Dong looked at Dragon Fifth. Dragon Fifth looked at Ao Dong anxiously, but he still answered, yes. Roar. Dragon Fifth once again transformed into Bailong and flew towards Yin Chuan. Holy Monarch. Dragon Fifth bowed respectfully. Only then did he fly in front of the dragon carriage. A dragon lock immediately extended from the dragon carriage and locked onto Dragon Fifth. Roar. On the dragon carriage, the 4 dragons roared. In the distance, Cheng Zhu, Mianru, and Gong Yangxian looked at this scene in confusion. Why did Ao Dong let a dragon king pull Yin Chuan's carriage? Where was the pride of the dragon race? Whoosh! A jade slip slowly appeared in Ao Dong's palm. It also emitted a vast dragon aura. The shape was just enough to make up for the other half of Cheng Zhu. The life providence of the ancestral dragon. Ao Dong's eyes flashed with excitement. Cheng Zhu and Ao Dong waved their hands, and the 2 broken life providence slowly approached each other. Boom! Suddenly, the 2 shattered birth charts fused together in a flawless manner. Roar! On the life providence, the angry dragon, with its mouth facing the sky, seemed to let out a loud roar. Under the loud roar, the legs of the countless dragons in the eastern sea suddenly went soft. They could not help but submit. Right. Cheng Zhu's eyes were filled with excitement. Ao Dong's eyes were also filled with excitement. However, the 2 still pushed the life providence to the center of Di Renjia and Yin Chuan. It floated in the air. Neither Yin Chuan nor Di Renjia made a move to take it. Yin Di, thank you for your trouble. Ao Dong said solemnly. Lord Di, thank you for your trouble. Cheng Zhu said. All right. Yin Chuan and Di Renjia answered at the same time. In the distance, Gong Yangxian's expression was extremely unsightly. However, he did not say anything. Instead, he led his subordinates to another island and waited patiently. The dragons retreated into the distance, leaving only Cheng Zhu and Ao Dong standing in the center of the sea. Roar! Cheng Zhu roared. As he roared, the seawater under his feet suddenly surged. Strong winds blew in the surroundings. The original Cheng Zhu suddenly turned into a huge white dragon that was 10,000 meters long. Boundless seawater surrounded it, as if it moved according to Bailong's thoughts. Roar! Ao Dong also roared and turned into a huge azure dragon that was 10,000 meters long. The seawater surged in the surroundings. Rumble! 80 heavenly Dao suddenly appeared around each of the 2 dragons. The entire eastern sea's seawater seemed to tremble. The dragon monarch is actually so strong? Long E in the distance exclaimed. Roar! As the 2 dragons roared, the 160 heavenly Dao clashed with each other. Boom! The entire East Sea was spreading in all directions, and the void was instantly distorted. Then, the void was smashed into pieces by the powerful impact. Roar! Roar! The space in the battlefield of the 2 dragons instantly turned blurry. Mist and spatial tears from the seawater wrapped around the 2 dragons, blocking the vision of the people outside. Rumble! Rumble! In the battlefield, the 2 dragons attacked violently. Suddenly, Yin Chuan's clothes squirmed, and a kitten's head popped out from Yin Chuan's chest. Meow! Yin Chuan looked at Meow speechlessly and said, Didn't I tell you to stay in Xianyang? Meow, I want to see. You can't run away. I have a contract with you. Wherever you go, I can appear in front of you through the contract. Meow said proudly. The contract's rule is that you can't teleport here without my permission. Yin Chuan said strangely. Meow, this rule is ineffective against me. Meow said proudly. Yin Chuan smiled bitterly. All right, look at that fate. Didn't you give me the fate of 12 earthly branches? Isn't it the fate of the great ancient calamity and the fall of heroes? Ancestral dragon, I have one here. Why is there another one here? Yin Chuan asked curiously. Meow, how would I know? You guessed it yourself. I don't even know how these fate are in my little felt hat. Meow. Meow shook its head. Yin Chuan. Chapter 1209. On an island in the East Sea, Gong Yangxian stood with his hands behind his back. Behind him were 100,000 subordinates. His eyes were focused on the two-dragon battlefield. Behind Gong Yangxian stood a few close subordinates. Old ancestor, it seems that it will be difficult for us to intervene in the battle of the dragon race. A subordinate said with a frown. Gong Yangxian narrowed his eyes and said, "The battle of the dragon race? I don't care. I care about the results." Results? There is a secret place in the East Sea called the East Sea. The dragon race has guarded this sea, for generations. No one knows what is inside, and no one knows where it is. It is even rumored that there is an ancestral dragon mark above the sea. Other than the ancestral dragon, no one can open it. Gong Yangxian said solemnly. No one can open it. That's right, but it doesn't matter. There is the fate of the ancestral dragon. As long as the dragon race refines this fate, they will have a similar ancestral dragon mark and can open it. Gong Yangxian said solemnly. Is that so? Do you see that, Dirinjia? Did the Prime Minister of the Heavenly Court really come just to deliver a letter to Yin Chuan? I have seen Wu Jiong's arrogance with my own eyes. She must be guessing the secret of the CEI. She also instructed Dirinjia to guard the opening. Gong Yangxian said solemnly. Oh, the subordinates were surprised. Gong Yangxian looked at Yin Chuan in the distance and narrowed his eyes. The information you have collected on Yin Chuan is too little. Why does Dirinjia hold Yin Chuan in such high esteem? Even someone as arrogant as Wu Jiong holds Yin Chuan in such high esteem. Why do you have so little information? Gong Yangxian said angrily. Old ancestor, we are not sure about this. The one who knows the most should be Gong Yongbin Lei, but he was brought to the netherworld by the elders. Gong Yongbin Lei? Go back and summon him immediately. I want to ask him personally. Yes, on the island where Dirinjia was. My lord, that Yin Chuan is only a sage king. Why are you so polite to him? A subordinate asked in confusion. You don't understand. You only need to know that he is the only person in this world who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the celestial emperor. Dirinjia said solemnly. Can he stand shoulder to shoulder with the celestial emperor? Dirinjia looked at Yin Chuan in the distance, took a deep breath, and didn't say anything. Standing on the dragon carriage, Yin Chuan was chatting with Meow. How much of your memory have you recovered? Yin Chuan asked. Meow, I don't know. Anyway, there's no progress, but it's getting more powerful. Meow shook its head. I thought you would remember everything from your previous life after sleeping. Yin Chuan said with a smile. How could it be that easy? However, I feel that if I were to obtain another seal of the heavenly Tao, I might be able to recall it. Meow shook her head. All right, if there's a chance in the future, I'll help you look for it. Yin Chuan nodded. Meow, that's more like it. Meow nodded. Everyone continued to watch the battlefield. The dragons were anxious. Among the dragons, Mianru also looked worried. Rumble. This battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The huge impact killed countless creatures in the East Sea. For a time, countless corpses floated above the East Sea. Roar. In the center of the battlefield, a huge roar shot into the sky. The center of the chaos suddenly exploded. Boom! The huge impact created a huge crater in the East Sea. Seawater soared into the sky and then fell like a storm. The void that was shattered by the previous battle was restored in the blink of an eye. It was like a pool of water that had a hole in it, and the other spaces quickly flowed to fill it. The storm slowly recovered. In the center of the battlefield, Ao Dong and Cheng Zhu stood in the void. They were in a sorry state, and their clothes were tattered. Ao Dong spat out a mouthful of blood. His legs went soft, and he almost fell into the East Sea. In the distance, Cheng Zhu's face was also flushed, but he was much better. Ha! Ao Dong, the outcome has been decided. You're old after all. Also, I've said that age can't represent strength. Chengzu, am destined to become the ancestral dragon. I'm the ancestor of all dragons. Ao Dong looked at Chengzu in the distance with a pained expression, but his hatred grew. A villain intoxicated by success. Cough, cough, cough. Ao Dong said with heavy injuries. A loss is a loss. A win is a win. I've won. I want to take over everything in the dragon race. The ancestral dragon's fate belongs to me. Chengzu laughed. Ao Dong closed his eyes and revealed a sad expression. His body swayed as if he would fall into the East Sea at any moment. Dragon Emperor, are you all right? A group of East Sea Dragon Kings rushed over. In the distance, Mianru also flew towards Chengzu. I'm fine, Chengzu said excitedly. Okay. Mianru nodded. Ao Dong looked at Chengzu and Mianru's expressions and revealed a bitter expression again. The outcome had been decided. Renja suddenly said. Yindi, the outcome has been decided. The ancestral dragon's fate belongs to Chengzu. The surrounding dragon kings were unwilling. They looked at Yin Chuan together, as if hoping that Yin Chuan could stop the final outcome. The outcome has been decided. The ancestral dragon's fate belongs to Chengzu. Yin Chuan nodded. Since he wanted to be fair, Yin Chuan naturally couldn't act shamelessly because of the preferences of this group of little dragons. Yin Di is righteous, Renja said with a smile. Roar! Chengzu once again transformed into Bai Long and flew towards the ancestral dragon's fate floating in the air. Roar! In one gulp, Chengzu swallowed the ancestral dragon's fate. Buzz! Golden light suddenly shone around Chengzu, as if forming a huge cocoon of light that enveloped him. Waves of dragon might spread out in all directions. Chengzu seemed to be undergoing a transformation. Ao Dong looked at Chengzu helplessly because Ao Dong understood that from now on, the dragon race in the world was about to be unified. Ao Dong looked at Mianru and said, Mianru, Ao Dong has something to ask of you. Big brother Ao Dong, if you have anything to say, just say it. Mianru nodded. Although I'm ashamed of Chengzu as a human, and of course, I think he doesn't like me, there is indeed only one voice in the dragon race in the world of the living from today onwards. My EC dragon race has a total of 34,000 dragons, horned dragons, and flood dragons. Chengzu might be targeting them, but I hope that you can protect them in the future. They are all good children. Ao Dong said in pain. Big brother Ao Dong, can't you continue to protect them in the future? I beg my husband to give you another division. Mianru said. Another division? No, I can't be his subordinate. Never. Ao Dong shook his head. But the world is so big, and the dragon race only has one voice. Where's there a place for you? Don't worry, your husband won't make things difficult for you. Mianru persuaded. Impossible. It's impossible for me. I just hope that you can treat the East Sea dragon race well. Ao Dong shook his head. No, wherever the Dragon Emperor goes, we will go. Long, he immediately shouted. Yes, we will go with the Dragon Emperor. The group of dragon kings immediately shouted. The little dragons, horned dragons, and flood dragons below them naturally had no right to speak. At this moment, Chengzu, who was not far away, seemed to have transformed. Boom! Chengzu shattered the golden light, revealing his huge body. Previously, he was only 3,000 feet tall, but now he was 5,000 feet tall. Roar! Chengzu raised his head and roared. With a long roar, a vast dragon's aura spread out. The dragons on the surface of the East Sea couldn't help but kneel down and kowtow. Even most of the dragons on Ao Dong's side couldn't help but kneel down. This was because of their bloodline. It was a kind of inherent nobility of a high-level bloodline to a low-level bloodline. Chengzu's bloodline, after using the ancestral dragon fate, has transformed. Ao Dong said with a hint of bitterness. After a long roar of excitement, Chengzu suddenly shouted to the sky, "All dragons of the world, listen up. I, Chengzu, am the 5th-generation ancestral dragon. The dragon race will reappear in the glory of the ancient times. All dragons of the world, listen up. Those who hear this head to the West Sea and celebrate the prosperity of the dragon race. Boom! As soon as Cheng Zu's voice fell, all the dragons trembled. This voice, why did it sound in my bloodline? What's going on? Long, he asked in shock. Ao Dong smiled bitterly and said, "This is the dragon race. There's only one voice, not you, but the whole world." Cheng Zu's words just now, through the ancestral dragon bloodline, reached the ears of all the dragons in the world. This is the ancestral dragon. The ancestral dragon can command all living beings of the same race. It can make the living beings of the same race involuntarily have the thought of worshipping. This is the ancestral dragon. Ancestral dragon? Long Yi's face sank. With this ancestral dragon's voice, all dragons of the world can only bow their heads. Ao Dong said bitterly. No matter what the other dragons do, Dragon Emperor, we will follow you. Long Yi shouted. Yes, we will follow you. The group of dragon kings shouted. Roar. Cheng Zu roared and looked at Ao Dong arrogantly. Ao Dong, how is it? I am now the ancestral dragon. All dragons, come here. Cheng Zu shouted to the dragons behind Ao Dong. Roar, roar, roar. Instantly, more than half of the dragons gave up on Ao Dong because of the ancestral dragon's might. Behind Ao Dong, only 3,000 dragons resisted the ancestral dragon's might and stood beside Ao Dong. None of the 11 dragon kings left. Ha, Ao Dong, I am the ancestral dragon. As long as you submit to me, I will make you an elder of the dragon race. I will be under 1 dragon and above 10,000 dragons. How about it? Ao Dong laughed. What a joke. Even if I enter the netherworld, I will not submit to you. Ao Dong said coldly. Enter the netherworld? Ha ha. The netherworld is not a place for you to live. There are only a few kinds of dragons in the netherworld. If you go there, you will be suppressed by the endless Yin Shi and submit to me. Cheng Zu laughed. You want me to submit to you? Why don't you let me die? Don't be delusional. Ao Dong said coldly. I'm the ancestral dragon. Not to mention that I am several times stronger than you. Just the might of my bloodline can suppress you. Do you believe it? What if I want you to submit today? Cheng Zu said coldly. Husband? Mianru persuaded. Mianru, don't try to persuade me. I have already made up my mind. Ao Dong must submit to me. Cheng Zu shouted. You cough, cough, cough. Ao Dong was so angry that he coughed. Ao Dong. Yin Chuan's voice interrupted the battle between the dragons. Everyone looked over. The agreement between Dezhun and Dezhun is still in effect. You will become a supreme in Dezhun, and I will send you to the netherworld. Yin Chuan said. Huh? Ao Dong was slightly stunned. Bastard, this is my dragon race's matter. You want to interfere? Cheng Zu glared. Yin Chuan ignored him and stared at Ao Dong. I will bring trouble to Dezhun. I am already satisfied that you can take care of Dragon 5th. Ao Dong shook his head and smiled bitterly. Trouble? I, Dezhun, am least afraid of trouble. Everything is up to you, Yin Chuan said with a smile. Dragon Emperor, agree. Dragon 5th shouted from afar. Dragon Emperor, I will go with you. The group of dragon kings shouted. Ao Dong looked at the 3,000 dragons following him. Ao Dong understood that these dragons were under the ancestral dragon's authority. If he could not protect them and they were scattered, they would definitely die miserably given Cheng Zu's personality. When the dragons of the EC were at their most helpless, Yin Chuan actually wanted to accept him despite the ancestral dragon's pressure and the Great Zhou Heavenly Court's pressure. Thank you, Emperor Yin. I am willing to join Dezhun's Heavenly Court. Thank you for taking me in. Ao Dong was touched. Good. You don't have to thank me, but I have to thank you. With your help, Dezhun will climb to another peak. From now on, Ao Dong's dragon race will be Dezhun's national beast, and Ao Dong will be the supreme of Dezhun's dragon race. Yin Chuan smiled. Boom. The Providence clouds in the true dragon territory churned. Then, a surge of Providence rushed toward Ao Dong from hundreds of millions of miles away. It instantly rushed into Ao Dong's body. All of a sudden, His injuries were much better. How dare you? Yin Chuan, how can you interfere in the affairs of my dragon race? Cheng Zhu rebuked angrily. Ancestor Ascension, Di Renjia suddenly shouted. Cheng Zhu frowned and looked at Di Renjia. Quit while you're ahead. Once you become the ancestral dragon, the scattered mountain dragons, river dragons, sea dragons, well dragons, and lake dragons in the world will all be under your command. Since Yin Di has spoken, you don't have to say anything more about these 3,000 dragons, Di Renjia said in a deep voice. Lord Di, Cheng Zhu's expression changed. I can represent the Heavenly Emperor. Di Renjia's expression darkened. Represent the Heavenly Emperor. At the thought of Wu Jiong, Cheng Zhu's anger immediately subsided. He suppressed the anger in his heart and nodded. Humph! Cheng Zhu snorted coldly at Ao Dong. Ao Dong smiled and flew toward Yin Chuan with the 3,000 dragons. Thank you, Emperor Yin. Ao Dong bowed again. Yin Chuan nodded and turned to look at Di Renjia not far away and said, Mr. Di, thank you very much this time. Di Renjia smiled slightly and bowed slightly. He did not say anything else. In the distance, Gong Yangxian revealed a trace of strangeness. Since the ancestral dragon has appeared, the dragon race in the world will only have one voice. What use does Yin Chuan have for these 3,000 dragons? Under the ancestral dragon's bloodline, these 3,000 dragons can be said to be all crippled. On the other side, Di Renjia looked at Cheng Zhu and said, Cheng Zhu, let's begin. Open the East Ci. Cheng Zhu nodded. Open the Ci? No. In the past, the ancestral dragon had instructed that no dragon race is allowed to have any ideas about the Ci. Ao Dong exclaimed. Ao Dong, remember, I'm the ancestral dragon. Only the ancestral dragon has the qualifications to open the East Ci. You no longer have the qualifications to interfere. Don't seek trouble for yourself. Cheng Zhu said coldly. Ao Dong was furious, but he did not stop it. He could not stop it at all, nor did he have the qualifications to stop it. Chapter 12:10. Above the East Sea, Cheng Zhu stood on the surface of the sea. He suddenly roared at the East Sea. Roar! The seawater suddenly parted in all directions. It was as if a huge basin had formed on the surface of the sea. Yin Chuan led the 100,000 troops and waited solemnly. Di Renjia led the 100,000 ox guards and flew into the sky. Gong Yangxian also led the 100,000 subordinates and flew into the sky. Ci? Others might not know where the Ci was, but the dragon emperors of the four seas knew. Ao Dong sighed. However, there was nothing he could do. The seawater continued to be pushed away. Slowly, the Ci appeared in front of everyone. Rumble! It was a huge vortex in the depths of the sea. This vortex crazily sucked the seawater in all directions, and the seawater was sucked into it. This is the East Ci, the bottomless pit? Gue Guzi said with a slightly gloomy expression. The bottomless pit. Ao Dong was slightly stunned. Ao Dong did not know too much about the East Ci. He had only guarded it for countless years. Gue Guzi nodded and said, That's right, the land of the bottomless pit. The Holy King and I have seen one before. We didn't step in for long before we came out. This is a bottomless pit that returns to the void. We guessed that this might be the loophole of heaven and earth, also known as the loophole of Tai Chi. It should be connected to the void, connected to the infinite. If you enter, everything will disappear. You've seen it before? Where is it? Ao Dong asked in surprise. Was there another Ci? Gue Guzi shook his head and did not explain. After all, he had seen it when he was in the great wide world. This was no longer the great wide world. If the land of the bottomless pit is at the bottom of the sea, it will draw endless seawater and stir up all the seas in the world. It will not be stagnant water, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Will there be a day when all the seawater will leak out? Ao Dong asked worriedly. No, Gue Guzi shook his head. The infinite gives birth to Tai Chi nothingness and reality should be in a stalemate. This is a balance. A lot of seawater will disappear, but at the same time, it will continue to produce seawater. We don't know the details. There are too many mysteries of heaven and earth. Guzi shook his head. Buzz. At that moment, a dragon-shaped halo of light suddenly appeared from the sea eye. It was a huge seal that sealed the sea eye. However, the seal was extremely strange. It was like a filter that prevented any creature from entering. Only seawater could enter. The seal of the ancestral dragon? Ao Dong's face sank. No, Guzi, this sea eye is different from the one we had before. Yin Chuan raised his eyebrows. Guzi's expression changed as he looked over with a grave expression. He saw 4 rays of blue light under the ancestral dragon seal. 1 heavenly primordial water? Absolute frost? Guzi's face darkened. Meow? What is absolute frost? Meow asked curiously. Absolute frost refers to the temperature. There is no limit to high temperature, but there is a limit to low temperature. Any temperature can approach this low temperature limit infinitely, but it can never reach it. This limit is absolute frost, and the temperature of the 1 heavenly primordial water is infinitely close to this absolute frost. Guzi said. Meow? Then it must be very cold down there, Meow said in surprise. Ancestral dragon seal? I understand now. This is not to filter living beings, but to condense the 1 heavenly primordial water. It takes the water of the 4 seas to condense the 1 heavenly primordial water, and now it has condensed 4 drops? Guzi's expression changed. Meow? Only 4 drops of the water of the 4 seas. How long has it been condensing? Meow asked curiously. At least a few million years, maybe even longer, Ao Dong said with a strange expression. Meow? Only 4 drops? Meow's eyes widened. Maybe there are other reasons. We'll see when Cheng Zhu breaks the seal. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Oh, Meow nodded. 1 heavenly primordial water. In the distance, Gong Yangxian's expression changed. He then revealed a look of ecstasy. Di Renji's expression also changed. Cheng Zhu stood at the sea eye and was also surprised. Haha, 1 heavenly primordial water? Ancestral dragon seal? Break! Roar! Cheng Zhu roared and opened his mouth to swallow the ancestral dragon seal. The dragon chi of the seal rolled towards Cheng Zhu's mouth. Rumble! Cheng Zhu seemed to be enjoying it. This swallow took about 2 hours. Crack! A crack suddenly appeared on the seal. It's going to break, Meow said excitedly. As soon as the crack appeared, a gust of cold air suddenly spread out. Rumble! Above the sea, where the cold air passed, hundreds of icebergs were immediately frozen. What a strong cold air. Just a wisp, and it's already like this? Ao Dong's face sank. Crack, 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 crack. On the seal, more and more cracks appeared, and more cold air penetrated through. Rumble. For a time, more and more icebergs appeared above the East Sea, and many of the underwater creatures here were instantly frozen to death. The seal exploded with a loud bang. Boom! In the sea eye, rolling cold air suddenly spewed out, like a storm, quickly raging in all directions. At the mouth of the sea eye, even Cheng Zhu was instantly frozen into ice, as if he was sealed in an iceberg. The cold air swept in all directions, and the surrounding seawater was instantly frozen. Hundreds of millions of miles of sea was instantly frozen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Heavy snow fell from the sky. Endless cold air turned the originally scorching sun into a world of ice and snow in the blink of an eye. It's so cold. Countless dragons trembled. The ancestral dragon's seal was broken, and cold air rushed out, sweeping across the entire East Sea. The 4 drops of 1 heavenly primordial water floated at the mouth of the sea eye. At this moment, there seemed to be a force inside the sea eye that repelled the 4 drops of 1 heavenly primordial water. The 4 drops of 1 heavenly primordial water shot up into the sky. Each drop was the size of a watermelon, and wherever it passed, the void was frozen and distorted. Seeing the 4 drops of one heavenly primordial water fly out, the experts from all sides attacked at the same time. Roar! Chung Zhu, who was in the iceberg, roared. Boom! The iceberg exploded. It's mine. Chung Zhu roared and rushed towards the one heavenly primordial water. Yin Chuan took a step and appeared in front of the one heavenly primordial water. Di Renjia and Gong Yangxian each took out a Dharma treasure and rushed towards a drop of one heavenly primordial water. Keep! The 2 of them shouted at the same time. The one heavenly primordial water seemed to be extremely thick, and the suction force of the 2 bottles actually made the movement of the one heavenly primordial water extremely slow. The 2 of them had no choice but to grab their bottles and rush towards the one heavenly primordial water. The surrounding space was extremely cold. Chung Zhu rushed towards one of the drops. He opened his mouth and swallowed it. Ka. In an instant, Chung Zhu was frozen into an iceberg again. Husband, Mianru exclaimed. Puke! Chung Zhu shuddered and spat out again. He couldn't swallow it. It was too cold. He opened his mouth and spat out a bottle to store the one heavenly primordial water. Yin Chuan, on the other hand, reached out with the universe in palm. He grabbed the last drop of one heavenly primordial water into his palm. Ka. In the universe in palm, countless stars were quickly frozen into ice. Yin Chuan flew back to the dragon chariot. As he activated the universe in palm, he opened his mouth and the one heavenly primordial water was forcefully broken down by the universe in palm. Waves of blue energy quickly flowed into Yin Chuan's mouth. Wong! Cold air radiated around Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan's hair slowly turned red, and a sea of blood wrapped around him. The sea of blood was burning and constantly counteracted the cold air. In the distance, Gong Yangxian, Di Renjia, and Chung Zhu each collected a drop of one heavenly primordial water. However, the one heavenly primordial water was ultimately a top-notch treasure. Ordinary Dharma treasures couldn't store it. The 3 of them could only constantly create seals to seal the one heavenly primordial water. Only Yin Chuan was using the universe in palm to quickly refine the one heavenly primordial water. As the one heavenly primordial water was continuously refined, the universe in palm became more and more powerful. The billowing cold air was swallowed into Yin Chuan's stomach. Boom! 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 After Yin Chuan completely swallowed the one heavenly primordial water, loud sounds came from Yin Chuan's body. Whoosh! With Yin Chuan as the center, a huge storm was forced out in all directions. Meow? Yin Chuan, you broke through? Meow exclaimed. There was still some frost on Yin Chuan's hair, but his eyes flashed with excitement. Second firmament, ancestral, immortal. It was the same as the zombie body. Not bad. What a treasure. Yin Chuan nodded. However, Gue Guzi said in a low voice, Sage King, there's something wrong with this CEI. It actually forced out the cold air. Yin Chuan's expression turned serious as he looked at the CEI. Indeed, other than the 4 drops of one heavenly primordial water, the CEI was still spewing out cold air. Returning to ruins should return everything to nothingness. Why is it still spewing out cold air? No matter what it is, it shouldn't be spewing out, because there should be nothing inside. But why is it able to store cold air? Or were we wrong back then? Gue Guzi's face sank. Just as Gue Guzi was extremely surprised, another CEI appeared. The CEI spat out another item, a huge ice mountain. Something seemed to be sealed inside the ice mountain. That is, everyone looked at the ice mountain flying out of the sea, in surprise. Crack, 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 crack. The ice mountain landed on the sea ice and quickly cracked. Boom! The ice mountain exploded, revealing a 300-meter-long monster. Ugh, how disgusting, Meow said in disgust. That monster looked like a huge slug. Its entire body shone with an incredibly bright light as it quickly forced out the cold air from its body. After the cold air was forced out, its body went limp, looking like a pile of boneless flesh. It looked extremely disgusting. Its eyes sunk into its flesh, looking very chilling. When a monster opened its eyes, it suddenly opened its mouth and roared. There were 8 rings of teeth in its mouth, making one's scalp tingle. How ugly! How disgusting! Meow said with a disgusted expression. The 300-meter-long monster wriggled its body on the ice in the distance as it looked at the surrounding cultivators. The surrounding cultivators were also confused. The depths of the sea are not connected to nothingness. Otherwise, how could there be such a monster? Guzi's expression changed. What is that? Why have I never seen it before? Ao Dong asked out of curiosity. Take it down, Gong Yangxian shouted in the distance. No matter what kind of monster it was, they had to take it down first. Chengzu, I'll block the others. You take down that monster. Di Renjia shouted. All right, Chengzu shouted. Holy Sovereign, I'll go and take it down. Bai Qi shouted. No, Yinchuan glared. Then, he exchanged glances with Guzi. It's true? The former 9th divine beast of the Great Thousand Realms? The exploding beast? Guzi exclaimed in shock. Chapter 12:11. Gong Yangxian, Di Renjia, Chengzu, and all the other experts pounced on the monster. Chengzu, I'll block the others. You take down the monster. Di Renjia shouted. All right, Chengzu shouted. Take me down? Hee hee. The monster suddenly opened its mouth and let out a creepy laugh. The experts flying in the sky were slightly stunned. The monster can talk? The monster slowly wriggled its disgusting body. Its eyes that were sunken into its flesh revealed a strange look. In the sky, Yin Chuan and Guzi frowned. The explosive beast has the strength of an ancestral immortal. As for how strong an ancestral immortal is, it depends on its maturity. Guzi said, Explosive beast? What's an explosive beast? Ao Dong asked in confusion. Not only Ao Dong, but the other Dragon Kings also looked at Guzi in confusion. After all, the name sounded too lame. Because it can explode, Guzi said. Everyone was confused. In the distance, the experts were stunned for a moment before they charged at the explosive beast again. Get out of the way. Gong Yangxian was anxious. Di Renjia led 100,000 ox guards and blocked in front of Gong Yangxian's 100,000 subordinates. Mr. Gong Yangxian, this monster is fated with our great Zhou dynasty. Don't force it. Di Renjia smiled. He held a giant mace in his hand and clashed with Gong Yangxian's longsword. Boom! The 1,000 ox guards and the Gong Yangxian disciples started fighting. Chengzu, on the other hand, pounced on the explosive beast. Monster, be obedient and wait for the heavenly emperor to punish you. Chengzu laughed and pounced. As he spoke, Chengzu stretched out his huge dragon claw and grabbed at the monster from the sky. Creak! Chengzu caught the monster with one claw. This monster doesn't have a shield? Isn't it too easy to catch it? Gong Yangxian, who was fighting in the distance, was also slightly stunned. He thought that the monster was incredible. How could it be caught so easily? The dragon claw squeezed, and the entire monster seemed to be deformed. It really looked like a pile of meat. Even its eyeballs were squeezed out by the dragon claw. Bam! The monster's body suddenly emitted a rebounding force, and the dragon claw was bounced away. Chengzu was slightly stunned. The rebounding force was not small. A mere 4-legged snake wants to catch me? Keek, keek, keek. The monster's voice was extremely terrifying. 4-legged snake? How could an ancestor who had just become an ancestral dragon endure such humiliation? The massive dragon tail swung violently, causing the void to distort as it swung towards the monster. The monster still did not have a protective shield and used its body to block the attack. Boom! The monster was flattened, but bounced back instantly. Boom! Chengzu's tail suddenly twisted and was almost broken by the rebounding force. Chengzu flew into a rage out of humiliation. Ha! Come at me together, The monster cried out in disgust. Attacked together, 3,000 dragons heaven-binding chains. Ancestor Chung shouted. Roar! Instantly, the 3,000 dragons charged towards the monster. In the blink of an eye, the 3,000 dragons formed a huge formation and covered the monster like a huge net. At the center of the array, Ancestor Chung pressed down. Boom! The great formation net fell from the sky, and the terrifying aura caused countless cracks to appear on the original ice surface. Ha 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 ha! Explode! The monster shouted excitedly. Explosion? While the surrounding Shioja were at a loss. All of a sudden, the space around the 3,000 dragons exploded in a bizarre manner. Boom! A huge black hole suddenly appeared in the void. Ah! 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 The 3,000 dragons in the formation were instantly blasted away. Chengzu! Di Renjie! Gongyang Xian! A black hole appeared out of nowhere. This is a divine ability? What a strange divine ability! Ao Dong exclaimed. Is it strange? It's still early. Gue Guzi said with a strange expression. Huh? Ao Dong did not understand. Ha ha ha! Explode, explode, explode. The monster cried out excitedly. Boom, 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 boom. The void around the monster kept exploding, and black holes appeared one after another. Countless dragons were blasted into the sky, and countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals who betrayed Ao Dong were blown to pieces. The monster made the void explode as if it was playing a game. Horn dragon, flood dragon, back off! Chengzu shouted gloomily. Roar! The weaker dragons quickly retreated. They could not withstand the power of the explosion at all. The remaining dragons who could use the heavenly Tao quickly used the heavenly Tao to resist the strange void explosion. What a powerful monster! If this monster is used on the battlefield, it can fight against hundreds of millions of troops. Di Renjie's eyes lit up. Indeed, if this monster was the vanguard on the battlefield, what was the point of fighting? They would blow up as many as they came. Chengzu, capture this beast. Di Renjie shouted. All right. Chengzu replied gloomily. They did not know where to attack this monster. It could make the void explode. How could they get close to it? Form the formation. Form the formation. 10,000 dragons, heavenly might formation. Chengzu shouted again. Roar! The 10,000 dragons roared and immediately formed the formation again. This time, the 10,000 dragons formed a huge shield from a great distance, a shield of origin. Explode. Boom! The void exploded, and the explosion hit the cover. The cover trembled violently, but it still continued to move downwards. Gong Yangxian was naturally dissatisfied with Di Renjie. Get out of the way. This divine beast belongs to the east. Di Renjie, get out of the way. Gong Yangxian shouted. The long sword in his hand slashed down again. A vast energy sword shot toward Di Renjie. If he could subdue this divine beast, it would be much better than his family obtaining a mid-level ancestral immortal. Don't even think about it. Di Renjie blocked with his giant mace. Boom! The void trembled violently. On the other side, the 10,000 dragons' heavenly might formation covered the exploding beast. In an instant, the 10,000 dragons seemed to have intertwined, trapping the exploding beast in the center. Ha! I caught it! I caught it! You think a monster like you can fight us? Chengzu shouted excitedly. In the distance, Gong Yangxian was getting more and more anxious. Di Renjie, on the other hand, smiled. However, in the next moment, Di Renjie's smile froze. Di Renjie noticed that Yin Chuan was standing in the distance with his hands behind his back, motionless. The army that Yin Chuan brought with him did not go to capture the monster at all. Why? Business was business, and private was private. Although he had done Yin Chuan a favor just now, how could Yin Chuan let go of such a monster? Why was Yin Chuan not making a move? For a moment, Di Renjie had a bad feeling. It's trapped. It's trapped. This monster is really strong. Don't let it escape. Ha ha ha. Chengzu shouted excitedly. Explode. Boom. The void around them kept exploding. However, the 10,000 dragons' heavenly might formation was extremely powerful. It was not damaged by the explosions. At this moment, not far away in the eye of the sea, bang, another iceberg was spat out. Crack, crack, crack. The iceberg exploded, and suddenly, another disgusting monster appeared. There's another exploding beast? Guzi said in surprise. There's another one? In the distance, Gong Yangxian and Di Renjia were slightly stunned. Disciple of the Gong Yangxian, follow me to capture the second monster. Gong Yangxian immediately gave up on Di Renjia and flew toward the second exploding beast. Stop! Di Renjia shouted. He actually did not stop him. Di Renjia looked at Yin Chuan in the distance. Yin Chuan nodded at Di Renjia. This nod made Di Renjia suspicious. Is Yin Chuan hinting to me that I did the right thing? My lord, that monster is going to be captured by Gong Yangxian. A general shouted. Di Renjia shook his head. He stopped the Qinyo guards from going forward. Explode. Boom. The second monster was still an exploding beast. It used the same move again. Immediately, a large number of disciples of the Gong Yangxian were blasted into the sky. Many of them died on the spot. 100,000 gongs formation. Gong Yangxian shouted. Yes. Rumble. Like the dragon clan, they quickly formed a formation, forming a huge light shield that enveloped the monster. Ha 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 ha. The monster let out a chilling laugh. Boom. The light barrier covered the second exploding beast. Ha ha. Monster, follow me back to the Gong Yangxian. The Gong Yangxian will not mistreat you. Gong Yangxian laughed loudly. On the surface of the East Sea, two groups of formations were formed, trapping the two exploding beasts in the middle. The explosions in the void did not seem to affect them at all. The exploding beasts are restrained? Meow. Meow's eyes widened. Restrained? These two exploding beasts are too evil. Guzi said with a smile. Meow? Meow did not understand. The two exploding beasts in the distance were once again crushed by the formation. Explode. The two exploding beasts shouted at almost the same time. The two exploding beasts suddenly exploded. Hong! Hong! The void above the East Sea shook violently. The previous explosion in the void was at most 100 feet wide. Now it was a 100,000 feet wide black hole. The two huge explosions and the huge impact caused endless cracks to appear on the surface of the East Sea. The wind raged, and countless broken limbs were thrown in all directions of the East Sea. Arg! Arg! Amidst the screams, countless members of the Gong Yang family and the Dragon clan died in the two super explosions. In the distance, Di Renjia, who was watching the exploding beasts, also shuddered. The sky was filled with corpses, and blood rained down. This scene was too spectacular. Even Gong Yangxian and Chengzu, who had used the heavenly Tao to protect their subordinates in that instant, were heavily injured and blasted away. Self-detonation? Self-detonation? It wants to die? How can this be? This monster's mental fortitude is too weak. It's self-detonated just like that? Gong Yangxian and Chengzu, who were sent flying, wanted to cry but had no tears. They did not expect the captured monster to be so unyielding. It actually chose to self-detonate? The self-detonation of an ancestral immortal was no small matter. The explosion of this monster was stronger than 10 ancestral immortals. No, 20 ancestral immortals. In this round of explosion, half of his subordinates died instantly. The rest were seriously injured, and many were on the verge of death. Out! My arm is broken. Monster! Give me back my brother. Arg! My place is gone. I'm going to kill you. My tail! Give me back my tail. Wails filled the air. How could there be such a monster that did not want to live in this world? The 100,000 ox guards trembled and looked at Di Renjia gratefully. If he had not stopped them, this scene would have happened to them too. In the distance, Ao Dong opened his mouth in shock. At the same time, he quivered. This monster was too fierce. Self-detonation? Meow? This is it. Meow opened her eyes wide. Within the 200,000 Zhong black holes, the exploding beast was instantly turned into countless fragments. Countless fragments? The countless fragments suddenly twisted and then gathered together at an extremely fast speed. All the fragments moved quickly and gathered into two huge balls of flesh. The countless pieces of flesh gathered together, looking even more disgusting than before. Two piles of flesh. However, the gathering of these two piles of minced meat caused the originally wailing cultivators to suddenly stop. Within the slowly recovering black holes, the two piles of flesh wriggled and wriggled. Gradually, the two piles of flesh wriggled and merged into one. Whoosh, whoosh. As the two piles of minced meat merged, a unique silhouette slowly appeared. The silhouette became clearer and clearer, gradually forming a formal form. Monsters, have they revived? It's not dead. They can be resurrected. Can he be resurrected? Countless cultivators roared in shock. The two piles of minced meat fused together again, turning into two huge monsters, exactly the same as before. It was as if the explosion had never happened. Self-detonation? Didn't it self-destruct? How could it be restored? The monster is fine? Chung Zhu was stunned. You can recover from the explosion? As if there was no explosion? Gong Yangxian felt his scalp go numb. How were they supposed to fight? This monster was invincible. How could he recover after exploding into pieces? Why was the most tragic self-destruction of a Xiuzhe like drinking water and eating food in its eyes? Ha 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 ha! The two monsters laughed creepily once again. Again, an explosive beast said proudly, Chung Zhu, Gong Yangxian, meow. Again my ass. Everyone was speechless. Indeed, you know this beast? Direnjia looked at Yin Chuan and asked. Everyone looked at him doubtfully. Yin Chuan nodded. That's right, this divine beast is called Explosive Beast. It can self-destruct infinitely and resurrect infinitely. Hearing Yin Chuan's explanation, Direnjia was speechless again. Self-destruct infinitely? Resurrect infinitely? Such an invincible monster? Wouldn't it be a headache for a saint? Self-destruct infinitely? Resurrect infinitely? Gong Yangxian looked at the remaining disciples, not knowing how to comfort them. Encountering such a monster, how could it be just bad luck? Explosive beast? Wasn't its ability too exaggerated? Self-destruct like a game? Ha 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 ha. You actually recognize us? An explosive beast wriggled its body and looked at Yin Chuan. Direnjia's eyes were uncertain. Chung Zhu, 1,000 bull guards, follow me to capture the explosive beast. Hearing the attributes of the explosive beast, although Direnjia was surprised, he analyzed that if the Zhou had such a divine beast, their foundation would be much stronger. Without hesitation, Direnjia wanted to capture the explosive beast. Gong Yangxian also reacted instantly. Those who were alive, attack again and capture the explosive beast. Chapter 12:12. Following Direnjia and Gong Yangxian's orders, almost all the living cultivators, except for those who could not move, pounced on the two explosive beasts. Boom! Boom! The explosions continued. However, at this moment, after knowing the strength of the explosive beasts, everyone was more cautious. However, it was still difficult to subdue the explosive beasts. How could they subdue them? Tie them up? They would self-detonate. Everyone would die. Surround them? They would die even more miserably. They could not escape. Even if they had the bloodline of the ancestral dragon, their strength had not reached the level of the ancient ancestral dragon, so they could not take down the explosive beasts. When there were too many people, they would self-detonate. The two explosive beasts were fighting shamelessly, but there was nothing they could do. In the sky, Yin Chuan looked at the cultivators who kept exploding in the sky. Holy King, although these explosive beasts are strange, they are extremely valuable if we can subdue them. Should we do it? Lu Gang asked curiously. Yin Chuan shook his head. Now is not the time. Yin Chuan looked at the eye of the sea. Something is wrong, Holy King. In the Great Thousand World, this kind of divine beast can only be born once every 1,000,000 years. Most of the time, a new one will be born after the death of one. Gi Guzi frowned. What if these two explosive beasts were not born in the same era? Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Gigu Z's eyes narrowed. Holy King, are you saying that the Eye of the East Sea is used to seal the explosive beasts, and it is not sealed regularly? In other words, there may be a third one in the Eye of the Sea? Meow? There are more explosive beasts? Meow said in surprise. Boom. Sure enough, two more icebergs flew out of the Eye of the Sea. These two icebergs exploded in the air before they landed. Bang! Another two explosive beasts fell from the sky and landed on the ice. Two more? Two more? The surrounding cultivators were all shocked. Gong Yangxian and Di Renjia raised their eyebrows. There are more. Retreat! Di Renjia shouted. Rumble! The 1,000 bull guards and the dragons quickly retreated. When Di Renjia retreated, Gong Yangxian also understood that the situation was not right. He also shouted loudly and quickly retreated with the Gong Yangxian disciples. However, there were only about 40,000 of the 100,000 experts left, and many of them were severely injured. The 1,000 bull guards did not suffer many casualties, but the Dragon Clan suffered close to 10,000 casualties. Everyone looked at the exploding beast with complicated expressions. Among them, Gong Yangxian and Cheng Zhu were the most depressed. So many of their subordinates had died. High up in the sky, there were three groups. Yin Chuan's group, Di Renjia's group, and Gong Yangxian's group. The three groups stared at the four gigantic explosive beasts on the ice. Keek, keek, keek. The four explosive beasts didn't seem to know each other. They laughed and looked at each other. I was born in the third era, an explosive beast said in a deep voice. I'm also from the third era. Me too. I was born in the second era. The four explosive beasts were interacting and getting to know each other. Even so, the four explosive beasts did not look at each other in a friendly manner, as if they were repelling each other. Bang! 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 Another three icebergs gushed out. The icebergs exploded in midair. Then, another three explosive beasts landed on the ice. 7 explosive beasts? Whether it was Gong Yangxian, Cheng Zhu, Di Renjia, or even Yin Chuan, they were all speechless. 7? Could there be more? How was this the Eye of the Sea? This is the nest of the monsters. Ao Dong, when did the seal of the Eye of the Sea start? Yin Chuan asked with a frown. I don't know. It has been here since the time of the great dragon ancestor. The great dragon ancestor has never told anyone about it, nor did he let anyone get close to it. I don't know. I only know that the Dragon Clan has been guarding the Eye of the Sea for generations. Ao Dong shook his head. Rumble. Suddenly, a powerful aura was emitted from the Eye of the Sea. When the terrifying aura came, the expressions of the experts changed. There are more experts in the Eye of the Sea. Cheng Zhu was shocked. Ka ka, ka ka ka. Under the powerful aura, the sea ice that was already shattered even more. Some even turned into powder and slowly poured into the Eye of the Sea. The 7 explosive beasts also stared at the Eye of the Sea. Gulialu, the sound of something crawling could be heard. A scarlet horn slowly emerged from the sea eye's mouth. Following the appearance of the horn, another explosive beast that was twice the size crawled out. The explosive beast that was twice as big had a huge horn on its head. The shape of the horn was like a crown, and it looked very domineering. Roar! The explosive beast with the horn suddenly roared towards the sky, and the void shook violently. Explosive beast? Such a rare divine beast can have a king? Gue Guzi frowned. The 7 explosive beasts stared at it together, and each of them showed a cautious attitude. Roar! The 7 explosive beasts growled at it. The explosive beast with the horn did not care and looked at the Eye of the Sea. You have been sealed for too long. Come out together. The explosive beast with the horn roared. Whoosh! 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 Another 5 icebergs flew out and exploded, landing on the ice surface. A total of 12 explosive beasts looked at the explosive beast with the horn. Roar, who are you? Why are you different from us? One of the explosive beasts asked. I was born in the first era. From now on, you all must listen to me. Roar. The explosive beast with the horn roared. Boom, boom, boom. The void around the explosive beast with the horn suddenly exploded in all directions. The powerful aura was much stronger than the previous two explosive beasts. Roar. The explosive beasts were somewhat unwilling. Roar. The explosive beast with the horn roared, trying to suppress the explosive beasts with its roar. The sky above the eastern sea suddenly became strange. The original protagonists could only watch from the sidelines, and they could not interfere with the fight for dominance between the 13 explosive beasts. Interfere? Di Rinjia and Gong Yangxian wanted to capture an explosive beast and bring it back. But at this time, even a fool knew that they would die if they rushed up. They could only watch helplessly, just when everyone was frowning. Huh? Yin Chuan raised his eyebrows and looked at the sky. The heavy snow in the sky had disappeared. Instead, it was covered by countless white lights. Boom! A pure white beam of light shot straight to the surface of the East Sea. Whoosh! Wherever the light beam passed, the glaciers melted quickly. An extremely powerful aura was emitted. Along with this aura, plum blossoms floated in the void. The fragrance of the flowers spread everywhere, and the scene was extremely beautiful. The 13 explosive beasts that were arguing suddenly stopped. They all turned their heads to look. They saw a man in white standing in the middle of the white light beam. The man's clothes seemed to be embroidered with plum blossoms, and it was extremely clean. The man's hair was tied behind his head, and there seemed to be a layer of mist on his face, making it hard to see his face. Sage? Gong Yangxian raised his eyebrows. Sage Shiman? Di Rinji's expression changed. Yin Chuan also recognized him. He was the Sage Shiman who fought against Old Demon by Xie before he left the Inspiration Weave. The sage stood in the sky and looked down at the group of explosive beasts. Explosive beasts? Sage Shiman's voice was filled with surprise. Sage? The one-horned explosive beast walked to the front, and there was no fear in its eyes. Is this the eye of the Eastern Sea? So, it's a group of divine beasts like you that is sealed there? I am the sage of heaven and earth, and you can call me Shiman. Now, let me ask you, who is willing to follow me? Sage Shiman asked. Roar. You want my explosive beast to be your slave? So what if you were a sage? The one-horned explosive beast said coldly. Oh, seems like you're the strongest among this group of explosive beasts. How about following me? Let's establish a contract, and it will be an equal contract. How about that? Sage Shiman said in a deep voice. Roar. The one-horned explosive beast roared. Suddenly, the void around Sage Shiman exploded. Sage Shiman waved his hand, and the explosion calmed down. You know that I can use the power of heaven and earth. This is useless against me, Sage Shiman said in a deep voice. Useless? So what if you are a sage? My view of heaven and earth is already incomplete. Do you think you are still a sage? The one-horned explosive beast snorted and flew into the sky. Whoosh! In an instant, the one-horned explosive beast was right in front of Sage Shiman. Explode. Boom! The one-horned explosive beast exploded, and the power was more than 10 times stronger than before. The terrifying explosion formed a huge black hole. The black hole swallowed the power in all directions and instantly affected the spectators. Yin Chuan's face changed, and his hair turned blood red. Blood sea. Boom! The endless blood sea enveloped Yin Chuan's army, but even so, the huge impact of the explosion still caused the blood sea to churn. On the other side, Di Rinjia also took out a treasure. A huge tortoise shell instantly enlarged and covered the Qinyo Wei and the dragons. The tortoise shell shook violently. Gong Yangxian also took out a huge shield, and the shield blocked the aftermath of the explosion. However, the power of the shield was not as strong as Di Rinjia's tortoise shell, and it was even weaker than Yin Chuan's blood sea. In an instant, there were still some disciples of the Gong Yangxian that died in the explosion. Roar! What a beast! The one-horned explosive beast and Sage roared in the void. Boom! The two experts soared into the sky, and in a short while, they reached the distant starry sky. Boom! 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 Huge black holes appeared in the starry sky. The black holes were surrounded by holy light, and the sage was fiercely suppressing the one-horned explosive beast. Everyone looked at the sky, and even the 12 explosive beasts on the East Sea stared at the sky. This opportunity will not come again. Gui Guzi, Bai Qi attack. Yin Chuan shouted coldly. Yes, Gui Guzi replied. Gui Guzi waved his hand. Suddenly, a deafening dragon roar came from the bottom of the East Sea. The dragon vein at the bottom of the sea? Ao Dong was slightly surprised. 2 Shijun, Sky Sealing Blade Formation. Bai Qi shouted. Roar! The army of 100,000 roared in unison. Even Yin Chuan flew out of the dragon carriage and flew toward the explosive beast below. Chapter 12-13. It's now or never. Gui Guzi, Bai Qi attack. Yin Chuan shouted coldly. Yes, Gui Guzi replied. Gui Guzi waved his hand. A deafening dragon roar came from the bottom of the East Sea. Dragon veins at the bottom of the sea? Ao Dong was slightly shocked. 2 Shijun, Sky Sealing Blade Formation. Bai Qi shouted. Roar! The army of 100,000 roared in unison. Even Yin Chuan flew out of the dragon carriage and headed toward the group of explosive beasts below. Miao stood on the dragon carriage and looked at the starry sky. She frowned. Miao? Saint? That sounds familiar. As she spoke, Miao shook her head and looked at Yin Chuan below. Roar! Below, at the bottom of the icy sea, thousands of ocean dragon veins soared into the sky and rushed towards the 12 explosive beasts. The 12 explosive beasts were slightly shocked and looked down. Boom! The 12 explosive beasts were sent flying by the force of the thousands of dragon veins. Explode! Some of the explosive beasts instinctively chose to self-detonate. In the sky, Ao Dong was speechless. Explosive beasts? Self-detonate to protect themselves? Self-detonate? The group of dragon kings did not know how to express their feelings. Suddenly, 5 to 6 explosive beasts exploded. However, there were still a few that did not explode. One of them was even possessed by thousands of dragon veins and turned yellow in the blink of an eye. Bastard! The explosive beast that was enveloped by thousands of dragon veins shouted angrily. Sky Sealing Blade Formation. The 100,000 soldiers attacked at the same time, slashing at the exploding beast. The 100,000 slashes seemed to follow some kind of pattern. There were no astral sabers, only ripples in the void, squeezing towards the exploding beast. Boom! The void instantly froze. Self-detonate. The explosive beast barely managed to shout. However, under the solidified void of the heaven-sealing saber formation and the defense of the thousands of dragon veins, the explosive beast's body suddenly deformed, but it did not explode. It seemed to be colliding with the solidified void and the aura of the dragon veins. When the solidified void was broken, an even more powerful explosion would occur. But at this moment, he was temporarily imprisoned. At this time, Yin Chuan swooped down, and a huge heaven-burying coffin appeared in his palm. The sky-burying coffin opened, and the huge coffin mouth flew towards the exploding beast. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the exploding beasts were enveloped and disappeared. Quang! Yin Chuan closed the coffin lid. This series of actions was done in one go, suppressing it for a short period of time before putting it into the heaven-burying coffin. In the distance, Gong Yangxian and Di Renjia were slightly stunned. The explosive beast didn't self-destruct. Gong Yangxian was shocked. I understand. I have an idea. Di Renjia's eyes lit up. What method? Ancestor Chung asked in surprise. Everyone, the 13 explosive beasts obviously don't know each other and are fighting on their own. Now, we will attack one explosive beast. We will use the Space Divine Talisman given by the Heavenly Emperor to teleport one of the explosive beasts back to Great Zhou, and the Heavenly Emperor will capture it. Di Renjia's face showed a trace of ecstasy. Ah, Lord D, that Space Divine Talisman was given to you by the Heavenly Emperor to save your life. Ancestor Chung said, in surprise. I'm fine now. I don't need to save my life. Listen to my command. We must get one explosive beast. D. Rinja shouted. All right, rumble. D. Rinja's army also swooped down and rushed towards another explosive beast. Gong Yongxian stared fixedly at Yin Chuan's coffin, only to see that the coffin didn't explode. Instead, it was safely kept by Yin Chuan. Magic treasure? Using a magic treasure to store the explosive beast? Seal it? Haha. All Gong Yang family disciples, come with me again. I will use the big sealing ball to capture the explosion beast and bring it back to the family for the patriarch to deal with. Gong Yongxian thought that he had found a solution and shouted, Yes. At the same time, west of the Thousand Ghost Domain, in the depths of a vast ocean, Zombie Yin Chuan also held a sky-burying coffin in his hand. The sky-burying coffin opened. Zombie Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Whoosh! An explosive beast suddenly spat out from the sky-burying coffin. Bastard! The explosive beast roared. Self-destruct. Boom! The seabed suddenly exploded, and a vast black hole appeared. The entire seabed instantly exploded. The seawater exploded, and the entire surface of the sea was filled with endless waves. Zombie Yin Chuan stood not far away, and the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. I did not have the chance to see an explosive beast in the boundless universe, but I actually saw one here. Good. Zombie Yin Chuan laughed. Yang Realm, above the East Sea. After Yin Chuan and his army dealt with the explosive beast, they did not continue fighting. Yin Chuan flew onto the dragon carriage, and the army of 100,000 followed closely behind. Meow, an explosive beast. You caught an explosive beast? Meow said excitedly. Yes, we cannot stay here for long. Let's return to Xianyang first. Yin Chuan said. Oh. Meow nodded. Set off. Let's return to the capital. Bai Qi shouted. Roar. The 4 huge dragons roared and pulled the dragon carriage back. Ao Dong and the East Sea Dragon race were also stunned. Supreme Ao, do you have something to take away from the East Sea? Hurry up. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Okay. Ao Dong replied. Ao Dong stretched out his hand and waved downwards. Rumble. The vast crystal palace broke through the ice and arrived at Ao Dong in the blink of an eye. Ao Dong stretched out his hand and kept it in his sleeve. The dragon race also quickly packed up. Roar. After everything was done, the dragon carriage pulled Yin Chuan back to the Jinlong territory. Before leaving, Yin Chuan looked into the distance again. Mian Ro, go back with the explosive beast and inform the Sky Emperor about the explosive beast's attributes. Tell him to be careful. D. Rinja shouted. Wong. In a huge bubble-like sphere, an explosive beast and a fully armed Mian Ro were wrapped. Got it, Mian Ro shouted. Swoosh. The bubble suddenly shrank and disappeared in an instant. Huff. D. Rinja revealed a look of excitement. Return. D. Rinja shouted excitedly. Roar. Thousands of dragons roared as D. Rinja led the army to the west. On the other side, Gong Yongxian also succeeded. The remaining disciples of the Gong Yongxian activated a huge metal ball together. There were countless runes on the metal ball. Caught it. Ha. Gong Yongxian said excitedly. The disciples of the Gong Yongxian who activated the metal ball were also relieved. After sacrificing so much, they finally succeeded. However, just as everyone was getting excited, the metal ball exploded with a bang, and its power was several times greater than before. The metal ball turned into countless fragments and shot out like countless sharp blades, cutting towards everyone. Under the huge explosion, there were miserable cries. The remaining disciples were wiped out in the blink of an eye. Countless broken limbs were scattered in all directions. Only about 1,000 people were left alive with serious injuries. Gong Yongxian was also covered in blood. Even with the protection of the heavenly law, he was still severely injured. He watched as the pieces of flesh slowly recovered into the explosive beast. Gong Yongxian could not help but spit out another mouthful of blood. Renjia succeeded. Yin Chuan succeeded. Why did he fail? Only 1,000 people were left out of 100,000 people? Unlimited self-destruction and unlimited resurrection? No! Gong Yongxian shouted with hatred. Bastard, you want to catch me? Keek self-destruct. Boom! Another huge explosion. 1,000 disciples of the Gong Yongxian were wiped out. In a panic, Gong Yongxian brought the remaining survivors and fled towards the southwest with a face full of grief and anger. In the blink of an eye, there were only 10 explosive beasts left on the East Ocean. The 10 explosive beasts looked at each other. The explosive beasts of the first era were right. Our lonely lives will definitely be coveted by the experts of the world and be taken in as slaves. One of the explosive beasts said, "Submit to it? It's better than becoming a slave of another race." Another explosive beast said, "As long as it is strong enough, so what if we listen to it?" After experiencing the previous scene, the attitude of the 10 explosive beasts seemed to have changed. He was no longer against submitting to the explosive unicorn beast. Keek. A type of explosive beast let out a strange sound as it watched the battle in the starry sky. Half a month later, the underworld, the sea beside the myriad ghost domain. Giguzi, activate the 4 secluded springs and the lunar formation. Simulate absolute ice. Only then can we suppress the exploding beasts. Yin Chuan stood on the sea and shouted. After saying that, he dived into the sea. All right, rumble. Countless glaciers appeared on the surface of the sea in the blink of an eye. On the surface of the sea, there were also countless soldiers from the Great Jin Empire. Bai Qi, Ming Yi, and the others took up positions in the 4 directions. Any living beings or undead spirits that tried to get close were blocked outside. Hundreds of millions of miles of the sea were frozen. In the depths of the sea, boom, 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 the explosions continued, but the frequency of the explosions was getting smaller and smaller. Deep at the bottom of the sea, there was a huge, round pool that glowed with silver light. Endless cold air emanated from the pool. This was the lunar formation, formed by Giguzi's countless nether springs. The frozen seawater came from the cold air of this huge pool. In the huge pool, there was an exploding beast. The exploding beast seemed to be unable to move in the pool. Beside the pool, there were 2 figures. Yin Chuan in human form, and Yin Chuan in zombie form. Both Yin Chuan came forward. At this moment, they were staring at the exploding beast in the pool. Keek. The exploding beast was shivering from the cold. "What do you want?" I will sign a contract with you," the exploding beast said while shivering. Yin Chuan in human form smiled and said, "Contract? No need. I don't need it." "Then why did you capture me?" the exploding beast roared. The 2 Yin Chuan attacked at the same time. Suddenly, countless stars surrounded the 2 of them. The stars were bright and dazzling, and a huge pressure was exerted on the exploding beast. The 2 Yin Chuans revealed a ferocious expression, their eyes shining with cold light. "Refine? You want to refine me? Roar, no roar." The exploding beast roared. Rumble. Countless stars flew towards the exploding beast. No. Chapter 12:14. A few days later, at the bottom of the sea, west of the myriad ghost domain. Inside the lunar formation, the explosive beast had turned into a stone statue. Outside the lunar formation, 2 Yin Chuan sat cross-legged. Their backs were against each other. One Yin Chuan exuded vitality, while the other Yin Chuan exuded a blue-black aura. The power of 2 different birth charts was clearly separated from each other. Boom! The 2 of them trembled violently. The 2 Yin Chuan opened their eyes at the same time. The zombie Yin Chuan said, "Gue Guzi, withdraw the formation." "Yes." Gue Guzi's voice sounded from the sea. Boom! The lunar formation was withdrawn. Not far away from the 2 of them, the explosive beast's stiff body was left alone. The two bodies stared at the explosive beast at the same time. The zombie Yin Chuan had a cold expression on his face, but the human Yin Chuan had a sinister smile on his face. Boom! The human Yin Chuan waved his hand, and the explosive beast body suddenly turned into a cloud of sand and exploded. This time, the explosive beast could no longer recover. The two zombies looked at each other and smiled in satisfaction. Whoosh! At the same time, they flew to the surface of the sea. At this moment, countless soldiers were standing on the surface of the sea. When the two Yin Chuan flew out, they immediately said respectfully, "Holy King." Meow. Yin Chuan, where's the explosive beast? Meow jumped onto the human Yin Chuan. At the same time, it looked curiously at the zombie Yin Chuan. Let's go back. The explosive beast is completely dead, Yin Chuan said with a faint smile. Meow? Then what were you doing just now? Meow asked in confusion. You'll know in the future. Yin Chuan smiled. The zombie Yin Chuan returned to the Great Qin City, and the human Yin Chuan returned to Xianyang City in the Yang Realm. Xianyang City in the Yang Realm. Yin Chuan and Ao Dong stood in the square of the Skyward Hall and looked at the commoners. How's your exploding beast? Ao Dong asked curiously. I've already gone to where I should go. Yin Chuan smiled and didn't explain. How is Dezhun? Yin Chuan asked again. It's okay now, but it might be difficult in the future. Moreover, the Eastern Sea is now occupied by the explosive Beast King. Ao Dong smiled bitterly. Even Shiman Sage couldn't do anything to the explosive Beast King? Yin Chuan said solemnly. I'm not sure. Anyway, the Western Gate Sage retreated in the end, and the explosive Beast King took over the Eastern Sea. When you were in the Netherworld, the explosive Beast King's voice spread to all the territories. The Eastern Sea became his territory, and no one was allowed to enter. Ao Dong said in a deep voice. Oh, 11 explosive beasts, all willing to stay dormant in the East Sea? Is there something else in the East Sea? Yin Chuan showed a hint of surprise. Impossible. I've been in the East Sea for so long. Other than the sea, eye of the East Sea, there are no other secrets. Maybe the explosive beast like that place? Ao Dong said strangely. Yin Chuan frowned and pondered for a while. No? Then maybe the sea, eye of the East Sea has other secrets? Yeah. Ao Dong was slightly stunned. After taking a deep breath, Yin Chuan shook his head and said, no matter what, since the explosive beasts are willing to stay in the East Sea, it's good. Ao Dong nodded. You've seen the Yellow Springs Road. Take the Dragon Clan and enter the Netherworld. I'll give you a place in the Thousand Ghost Domain so that you can integrate the Dragon Clan in the Netherworld. Return to your glory, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Hey, return to glory? I'm a young dragon. In the Netherworld, my strength will be suppressed. How can I return to glory? I'll just drag out my feeble existence. Ao Dong smiled bitterly. Yin Chuan didn't comfort him. Instead, he took out a jade box and said, this is for you. What happens in the end will depend on your luck. Oh, Ao Dong took it curiously. The moment he took the jade box, Ao Dong's pupils suddenly constricted. Impossible! Ao Dong exclaimed as he opened the jade box. Countless dazzling green lights surged out of the jade box. This is the life providence of the ancestral dragon? How is that possible? Didn't Chengzu swallow it? Did you kill Chengzu? Ao Dong asked in surprise. No, Yin Chuan shook his head. No, then how can there be such a life providence? This, Ao Dong said in disbelief. Who said that this is the life providence of the ancestral dragon? Yin Chuan laughed. Ao Dong's pupils suddenly constricted. The ancestral dragon is the 4th generation of the ancestral dragon of the Dragon Clan. You're one of the first 3 generations? Ao Dong said in surprise. I didn't want to give it to you so early, but I believe in your character, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Ao Dong held the jade box and wanted to say that it was too precious to accept. However, when he looked at the ancestral dragon life providence, Ao Dong was unable to say anything. Looking at Yin Chuan, Ao Dong revealed a bitter smile and finally carefully put away the ancestral dragon life providence. Dejun will not let Ao Dong down. Ao Dong will never let Dejun down. Ao Dong bowed solemnly. Ao Dong knew that this life providence didn't just give him strength, but also dignity. Chengzu, Ao Dong originally didn't have the confidence to continue fighting. Not only was he lacking in strength, but the betrayal of the dragons had also trampled on Ao Dong's dignity. But at that moment, the ancestral dragon life providence gave him unprecedented encouragement and confidence. Ao Dong was extremely touched. Become stronger first. In the future, Dejun will need your help, Yin Chuan said with a smile. Okay. Ao Dong nodded. When will you enter the netherworld? In the afternoon. All right. Gonyang family. Gonyang Xian led more than 300 disciples back to the Gonyang family in a sorry state. Along the way, Gonyang Xian's heart was filled with depression. 100,000 disciples were almost wiped out. Harvest? A drop of one heavenly primordial water? Just this drop? Roar. Even after more than 10 days, Gonyang Xian's angry voice could still be heard from the Gonyang residents. There had never been such a failure, such an unlucky battle. Renjia and Yin Chuan both had gains, but Renjia, Yin Chuan. Gonyang Xian roared angrily. Old ancestor, Gonyang Benlei is back. A descendant walked into the hall and said with some fear, Gonyang Benlei, bring him to see me. Gonyang Xian said with an unhappy tone. Yes. Soon, Gonyang Benlei was brought over. Old ancestor, bad news. Elder was eaten by Yin Chuan. Gonyang Benlei immediately shouted as soon as he entered the hall, trying to reduce his sins. Eaten? Gonyang Xian was stunned. He seemed to have not reacted. It's true. He ate him. Poor elder. That Yin Chuan is too barbaric and inhumane. Gonyang Benlei scolded. What happened? Tell me clearly. Gonyang Xian shouted. Yes. Then, Gonyang Benlei recounted the scene of zombie Yin Chuan eating the ancestor Immortal in the Sky Human Palace. Old monster Shui was eaten by Yin Chuan? Gonyang Xian was stunned. Yes. Gonyang Benlei nodded. You jinx. Why are all the people who were with you dead? You even killed old monster Shui this time? Gonyang Xian immediately reprimanded. Indeed, Gonyang Benlei had brought people to chase after Yin Chuan 3 times. Each time he died. This time, even the ancestor Immortal was killed. It has nothing to do with me. Old ancestor is wise and observant. It's Yin Chuan. Those who are related to Yin Chuan are unlucky. Benlei and many of my cousins have done all kinds of missions and have never made a mistake. It's Yin Chuan who is the jinx. Old ancestor, those who are related to Yin Chuan are unlucky. Gonyang Benlei shouted. Yin Chuan? Gonyang Xian's brows twitched. Indeed, Yin Chuan was also involved in the EC battle. At that time, he had also seen Yin Chuan capture the exploding beasts and learn from him. It's not my fault. It's Yin Chuan's fault? Gonyang Xian immediately blamed all his mistakes on Yin Chuan. He found an excuse for himself. Yes, it's Yin Chuan. Gonyang Xian's expression froze. How many times has it been? Oh no, I remember now. Back then in the sealed world, when my Gonyang family entered, we were also crippled by Yin Chuan. Regardless of whether he was the one who did it or not, according to legend, Yin Chuan was always by our side. Gonyang Benlei suddenly recalled. Indeed, Yin Chuan is always there. With Yin Chuan, the strength of our Gonyang family will immediately weaken. Could it be? Could it be? Gonyang Xian's expression suddenly changed. Could it be what? Yin Chuan is the karmic disaster of our Gonyang family? Gonyang Xian suddenly stood up from his chair in shock. Karmic disaster? In the karmic disaster, everything has its nemesis. Yin Chuan is the nemesis of our Gonyang family? Is this karmic disaster? Gonyang Benlei was also frightened. Gonyang Xian paced back and forth in the main hall. If it's not, then Yin Chuan has caused our Gonyang family to suffer heavy losses. If it's true, then it's too terrible. Yin Chuan must die. If Yin Chuan doesn't die, Our Gonyang family will never have peace, Gonyang Xian said in a deep voice. Ah, then, then gather all the ancestral immortals of the family and inform the family head. We will go and kill Yin Chuan together. Gonyang Benlei immediately said, No, if it's really karmic disaster, then we can't kill him at all. There will be many accidents. No matter how many people we send, different things will happen. It may even cause our Gonyang family to suffer heavy losses. Gonyang Xian said solemnly. Ah, Yin Chuan can't be that strong. Gonyang Benlei said in a strange tone. No, you haven't deeply understood what karmic disaster is. Even if he's immortal, he can still kill ancestral immortals. This is karmic disaster. No one can escape from karmic disaster. Then what should we do? Wait for death? Of course not. First of all, we can't be sure if Yin Chuan is our Gonyang family's karmic disaster. Even if he is, we can't just sit and wait for death. We can't do anything, but we can find a way to borrow the hands of others to kill Yin Chuan. Yes, borrow a knife to kill him. Gonyang Xian's eyes narrowed. Xianying. In the harem, Yin Chuan was picking fruits with ZZ. The two were silent. After a while, ZZ said, You go. Yin Chuan looked at ZZ and smiled bitterly. Thank you. I know. If I don't agree, you still have to go. No one can stop you. ZZ pouted. Yin Chuan was silent for a while. ZZ walked over and looked at Yin Chuan. She tidied up Yin Chuan's clothes and said, Be careful on the way. Bring the crown prince back. Holding ZZ's hand, Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with deep tenderness. He held ZZ tightly in his arms. Chapter 12:15. In front of the heavenly palace in Xianying, in the Yang realm, the four-dragon palanquin waited quietly as Yin Chuan gave instructions to the officials. Gue Guzi frowned and said, Something seems to have happened to the divine Sword Mountain Manor, one of the outer eastern continent's three major factions. The enemy of the Holy King's previous life, Zhan Xiong, seems to have had a fortuitous encounter again. Zhan Xiong? Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Holy King, do you want to... A light flashed in Gue Guzi's eyes. There's no need. A fortuitous encounter? That's good as well. That way, the difference will be even greater. I will take revenge for this, but not now. This is not just me. Gue Guzi, you are responsible for keeping an eye on the divine Sword Mountain Manor and waiting for me to return. Yin Chuan said seriously. Yes. Gue Guzi nodded. Yin Chuan looked at Yifeng again and said, Tell Wang Jian, Meng Tian, and the others not to be too hasty in the purple azure weave and the barbarian dragon weave. Not only do I want the weaves, but I also want the hearts of the people. Yes. Yifeng nodded. Yin Chuan looked at Bai Qi, who was beside him. Holy King, rest assured, there is no need to worry about the heavenly saber weave. With Song Tianzong holding down the fort, the entire heavenly saber weave is continuously assimilating to the great perfection. Bai Qi said, Right? Follow me then. Yin Chuan nodded. Yes. Bai Qi said excitedly. Lu Buwei, don't stop for even a moment. Quickly gather all the talents in the world. The great perfection will not stop. Yin Chuan ordered. Holy King, rest assured. Lu Buwei nodded. This time, Bai Qi, In Hentian, and Jin Deyu will follow me to the west. Yin Chuan said again. Yes. The three answered. Meow. Meow. I want to go too. Meow immediately jumped over. Meow Meow grabbed Yin Chuan's sleeve and refused to let go. Meow 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 seemed to be swinging on Yin Chuan's arm. When we reach the place, I'll summon you, and you can teleport over. Yin Chuan smiled. No, I want to go with you. Meow shook her head. This journey will take more than a year. Most of the time, I will be in seclusion in the carriage. You will be bored if you come. Yin Chuan advised. Is that so? Meow was a little conflicted. Meow couldn't stay idle. Seeing that Yin Chuan went out again, she immediately became interested. But to stay in a small house for more than a year, Meow couldn't bear it. Of course, if you stay in Xianying, ZZ will play with you. Don't worry, once we reach the Western Outer Continent, I will summon you. You can use the contract to teleport here. You know, you can only teleport to my side. You can't teleport anywhere else. Yin Chuan laughed. Meow. Meow twisted its head. All right. When he left, ZZ did not come to see him off. Looking around, Yin Chuan sighed. Let's go. Bai Qi shouted. Roar. The 4 dragons roared and pulled the carriage into the sky. They flew slowly towards the west. On the dragon carriage, Yin Chuan took out a letter. It was the letter from Shangwan Wan, that D. Renja brought. There was not much content in the letter. Mou she obtained the inheritance of the Dark Phoenix, and a 3rd prince of the Phoenix clan proposed marriage to Mou she. The Sky Emperor knew that you were the first emperor, so he did not agree. However, the Sky Emperor wanted the support of the Phoenix clan, so he did not agree. He might not be able to hold on for long, but since the Sky Emperor has spoken, within 3 years, no one will dare to oppose this matter. 3 years later, this matter may be brought up again. Yushi's fate is in your hands. I have asked the Sky Emperor for permission to inform you. 3 years? Yin Chuan let out a long sigh. These 3 years included the time D. Renja spent on the journey. It should be said that there was more than a year left. Standing at the front of the carriage, Yin Chuan frowned and pondered. Wu Jiong. Yin Chuan frowned and pondered. Bai Qi, Jin Diyu, and In Hentian stood behind and waited. In Hentian is the Phoenix clan in the southern outer continent. Yin Chuan asked. In Hentian nodded and said, yes, there are 2 major powers in the southern outer continent, the Dugu clan and the Phoenix clan. The Dugu clan is in the east of the southern outer continent, while the Phoenix clan is in the west. They are connected to the western outer continent, and the Great Zhou Imperial Court is in the western outer continent. Saint King, on our way to the Great Zhou Imperial Court, we will pass by the Phoenix clan. The Phoenix clan rules over a large number of bird clans, and one of them is the Pheasant clan. Not long ago, news came from the Eastern faction that the Eastern Orthodox faction and the Ninth Rat clan found another descendant of the earthly branch ancestor, the Pheasant Queen. Said In Hentian, Pheasant Queen? That's good, let's go there. Yin Chuan said. Yes. The 3 nodded. Yin Chuan stepped into the hall and went into seclusion. The 3 of them stood guard outside the hall. The dragon carriage flew towards the southwest, passing by the southeastern continent. Although it was very fast and flew high, it was still discovered by some experts. Gongyang clan. Gongyang Xian's residence. Old ancestor, Yin Chuan went there. A Gongyang clan disciple rushed into the residence and shouted, What? He went there? Are you sure? Gongyang Xian raised his eyebrows. Absolutely. Yin Chuan's dragon carriage is too special. For dragons pulling a carriage, who else in the world can do that? Looking at the direction, it seems to be going to the southern outer continent. Gongyang Xian frowned and thought for a while. Go and inform Gongyang Benlei. I will inform a few elders. Gather in my residence in 2 hours. Yes, Yin Chuan. Pray for good luck. Gongyang Xian's face revealed a trace of malevolence. Half a year later, southern outer continent, shattered sun territory. In a huge manor, Yin Chuan's dragon carriage landed in the manor's plaza. Yin Chuan, Bai Qi, Jin Diyu, and In Hentian stepped out of the dragon carriage. A fat man in front of him bowed respectfully. The 1,000 households of the Eastern faction in Shattered Sun territory greets the Sage King. The man's attire was very ordinary. It was obvious that he was trying to fool others. You may rise. Yin Chuan nodded. Thank you, Sage King. The 1,000 households stood up excitedly. This is the territory of the Pheasant tribe? Did the Eastern faction ask you to send the news back? Yin Chuan looked at the 1,000 households and asked. Yes, Sage King. However, that was a long time ago. The Eastern faction did not want to wait, so they went to the Western Outer Continent first. They asked us to receive the Heavenly Emperor. The 1,000 households said, Yin Chuan nodded. Actually, Sage King came at the right time. A new divine sun pearl has been produced in shattered sun territory. A large number of forces have come. In fact, a sage came 10 days ago. The 1,000 households said respectfully. A sage. Yin Chuan's expression changed slightly. I heard that the Western Gate sage also came for the divine sun pearl. At this moment, he is outside the shattered sun palace, playing chess with the pheasant queen. The pheasant queen said that if the sage can defeat her, the divine sun pearl will belong to the sage. The 1,000 households said respectfully. Let's go and take a look. Yin Chuan nodded. Yes. The 1,000 households quickly changed into a black robe. They covered their faces. They left the dragon carriage there, and the group of 4 followed the 1,000 households into the distance. Not long after, they stopped at the peak of a mountain. Countless pheasants were flying around. They were of different shapes. Although they were not as beautiful as the phoenix, it was obvious that the pheasant tribe was prosperous. There were many mountains in the surroundings. There were cultivators standing at the peak of each mountain. Everyone stared at the center of the hall. There was a huge palace in the center. The words Shattered Sun Palace were written on it. A large number of cultivators stood respectfully in the square in front of the palace. There was a stone table in the square. 2 white-clothed figures sat on both sides of the stone table. One was the Western Gate sage who had fought with the explosive Beast King in the EC not long ago. The other was an old woman who was dressed neatly. The 2 of them sat in front of the stone table, each holding a chess piece and staring at the chessboard on the stone table. They were playing chess. That old woman is the pheasant queen, Bai Qi said in surprise. In Hentian nodded and said, It should be her. It has been 1,000,000 years. It seems that she is the same as Ao Dong. Her cultivation has not improved for a long time, and she looks older by the day. Jin Dayu frowned at the side. Sage King, I feel that there is a strong, burning aura in the Shattered Sun Palace. Jin Dayu said with a frown. I feel it too. The divine sun pearl? Is it nurtured in this territory? Yin Chuan frowned. I don't know, but everyone says so. The 1,000 households said respectfully. In Hentian shook his head and said, Sky Emperor, perhaps I know the situation. Oh, after the ancient great calamities, underworld sun was shattered by the lotus god. The fragments of the sun were collected and brought into this territory. Therefore, this territory is called the Shattered Sun Territory. The pheasant race was the only race that could keep the shattered sun from being destroyed. Therefore, the pheasant race guarded the fragments of the sun. In Hentian said, The pheasant race can keep the sun from being destroyed? Bai Qi was surprised. Yes, our family has records that the pheasant race can match the sun. When the sun was shattered, the heat dissipated and was about to turn into a pile of minerals. Back then, 10,000 pheasants crowed together and sealed the heat of the sun. In Hentian explained, Pheasants? But the pheasant queen, Bai Qi said with a strange expression. At this moment, the pheasant queen suddenly said, Sage, it is your turn. When the pheasant queen spoke, everyone was speechless. This was because the pheasant queen's voice was male. Is a pheasant queen male or female? Everyone looked at the 1,000 households. I don't know. The 1,000 households said with a strange expression. Everyone immediately chose to ignore this question. They looked at the 2 people playing chess in the distance, speechlessly. Not far away, in a valley, a group of black-robed figures stood in the valley. The leader was a woman who did not wear a hat. If Yin Chuan saw her, he would recognize her. She was Shangwan from the Great Zhou Heavenly Court. Shangwan frowned and looked at Yin Chuan in surprise. Yin Chuan is here. My lord, should we change our plan? A black-robed figure behind her asked. No. Shangwan shook her head. She gently put on the hat so that no one could see who she was. In another valley, there was another person that Yin Chuan recognized. A yellow-robed man carried a huge yellow gourd that was almost as tall as a person. His forehead was protruding, and he looked fierce. He was the Shadi from the Sealed World. He carried the Immortal slaying gourd. When the Shadi saw Yin Chuan and his group, his expression froze. He is here? He is here too? The Shadi frowned and pondered for a while. Yin Chuan sensed something and turned his head. However, the Shadi suddenly disappeared from the valley. Yin Chuan took a look and continued to pay attention to the chess game between the Pheasant Queen and the Sheman Sage. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.